someone who can actually, take A thing and very easily transform into a B thing, and is able to actually very quickly adapt, is a skill that is a skill that employers definitely look for. And of course, digital and coding skills and emotional intelligence, because it's not very easy to work in isolation. So these are skills, soft skills and hard skills, that I see very often my clients looking for.
Okay, great. So I think now we have a clarity in terms of what type of skills are now required by the companies world over. And let me invite Mr. Naval Gun. Naval, actually, you work with a lot of youngsters, a lot of middle management people, giving them training. Your company is, always engaged in many such sorties across the world with many countries. What is your opinion on this subject?
Well, as Farida was mentioning there, it's a long list as ever. It's a huge list. And if we can pull the fragments out of that list that have been important forever, but now all of a sudden they're rising to the top. It's a bit like, we've had lots of milk and here's the cream. And this cream has taken a little bit of time to rise to the top. And we're talking about, fundamentally, we're talking about good soft skills, because these are traditionally what they call transferable skills. Empathy, how to be a good leader, which is somewhat different from empathy, as people seem to be calling it. How to be a good communicator, how to work in a team. These aren't technical specific issues. These are global issues that we need to get over. And then we've got this massive change. COVID has done one thing. It's taken all of the traditional homes for, well, if I can't get a job here, I'll go into hospitality. There's always been a job in hospitality, no matter where you are, whether it's flipping burgers or it's waiting on tables or it's the maitre d', there's always been a job in hospitality until today. As Farida said, this one is going to be probably the longest one that will return to some sort of normality. And even then, the job will change, because even before that, the digital arena had come into some restaurants where you literally just sit at your table and you press bits on your table, and actually you're doing the ordering on your table, or maybe on an app. So things are changing quite fundamentally. And I'm going to go back to the very first thing that Farida said: adaptability. We've got to learn to be adaptable. We're not very adaptable, frankly. And people that are looking for jobs are looking for jobs in the old way. I'm an electrical engineer at university. I'm looking for an electrical engineering job. Well, it may not be there. So what else are you going to look for? So that narrow issue, we need to be adaptable. So what skills have I got? We need to ask ourselves the question. I may be technically developed to be a mathematician or a physicist or something, but I need now to know what those skills could do somewhere else. And the obvious place, actually, is teaching. People are rushing back into teaching because now that's becoming a home for the graduate professional. Never thought of teaching before, but now they're thinking of teaching now. But again, teaching, you can't just, because you've got a degree in engineering, you can't just go stand up in front of a class and start teaching, because guess what? It's here. It's digital teaching. And we all know that that's a different arena. So I'm going to focus on this word adaptability, really, because if we don't adapt to the circumstances of today, because they're not going to go back to what yesterday was. So we need to be future focused. So I think my word for the day, word for this session is adaptability. I've nicked it from Farida.
Great. So I think learning from two great leaders, the job scenario is completely changed, and obviously the jobs are created by the university. I mean, the skills are created by the universities, so the jobs can be fulfilled. But those jobs which universities are teaching, education institutes are teaching, are no longer applicable. So let me ask this question from Kanchan, because she works with the universities and education institutes. Uh, are these, are these pillars of our education doing enough to create new skills so that the new jobs which are available now can be filled?
Yeah, I will be answering this question a bit later, but I would like to express a few finer points from July 2020. There is a rise in job in terms of Indian market, because there are some jobs in media, there are some jobs in railways, there are some jobs in education. So there's a little rise in job situation, and even pass out students can opt for government jobs like police, though currently in some part of India police is in question, but other part of states and cities, they can opt for this job. Now, coming to the question is that definitely the new skills are required, because one skill which is not taught is flexibility. The second skill which is not taught in school is team building and communication. And as communication also, there are few classes in few schools, they are teaching communication, but not as a hard skill, which is very much required, not only in India, but across the world. So these few skills are required, a part of technical knowledge, where student is taught maybe coding, but he should be good in maths also. If one student is good in maths, he should also be good in uh, doing online drawing, or maybe something like Google, where he can express and can make these images and incorporate in presentation that gives a kind of substantial rise in the career. And apart of this, I also feel that though jobs are available, as one of the companies like Tata company uh, a few week back said that firing will not solve the problem. So in this case, companies are also uh, adjusting themselves, and they have come to the conclusion that firing will not help, because we need manpower to really pursue whatever manufacturing or servicing business are going on. So now companies are also realizing, and what I feel is that now companies are hiring people with multiple skills. And in colleges and in schools, I think this is a high time when these skills should be taught, so that we can take up smart professionals and hire good employees for the company for the purpose.
So thank you, Kanchan. So see, as far as my knowledge goes about the market here, by and large, I feel that the jobs which are available now are in 3 to 4 categories, where jobs are still available in abundance. And those categories are communication. So if you are a smart communicator, there is a job for you in the market. Companies are looking for these smart communicators. If you are in AI, then the jobs are available, because there are a lot of work happening in AI. The humans will be eventually replaced by AI in some of these mundane jobs, and there is a lot of development happening in that area. And the first job is in terms of transformation, because with all these transformation, the organization also requires specialists who can actually take the organization on this path. So it's very easy to say that, hey, the world has changed, it's new normal, but who's going to take that new normal ahead without disrupting the business as much as possible? So these are the three different jobs which are in high demand at this point in time. So I leave the floor open to take your comments on this.
I'll take this. So I'm just going to pick up from where CK was just talking about. Let me try to give it some kind of a structure. Whatever the future brings, the workers who adapt will remain the most relevant. So, what do we take away from this? Adapt. Now, skills, communication, for instance, like CK was mentioning. So, we are talking about customer relations, AI. So, you're talking about digital skills, coding, software programming, then soft skills, like Kanchan was mentioning, emotional intelligence, flexibility, digital marketing. These are all skills which are necessary to stay globally relevant. And because of the higher unemployment or people working fewer hours, the impact of pandemic has been felt on all jobs to more or less extent in all countries. Now, where when someone is looking for a job, what is it that we will recommend? So I have a few recommendations here. That firstly, focus on finding a job where you can work remotely, because that could be an important decision to make when you apply for your next role. Again, if you're looking for a job while the sudden spikes of the COVID-19 pandemic remain a risk in general population, it becomes very very crucial that you look for something where you can work remote or you can work from home. Even if you have to change your sector, uh, don't consider it a permanent move, because COVID is not here forever, but it's going to be there for some time. And once things recover, maybe some years down the line, your preferred industry could make a strong resurgence and could come back as well. But at this point in time, it's very important to focus very carefully on here and now. It is perhaps sensible to look carefully at positions that offer short to medium term security at least, so you can ride out the worst of the pandemic. And that may mean freelance working somewhere else, or finding a temporary contract to keep you on track for the rest of 2020. So, you know, having said that, the pain is there and it's not going to be all hunky dory. But when you start looking for, jobs, try to look for positions which are either freelance opportunities, opportunity to work from home, and, a structure or a product that can thrive despite of social distancing. That would be my recommendation.
We can't hear you, Kenshin. You need to put your volume on. Still can't hear you, I'm afraid. Sorry. Maybe it's Chandra that needs to turn his volume on.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay,
That's
fine.
it.
Can you hear me now? Can.
Oh, we've lost you again. You see Chandra creeping back in. You can't hide with this, it's live.
Yes, I've corrected the problem which was with the mic. So Kanchan, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying that I fully agree with Farida, but I think especially in the context of India, there is around 75% rise, 95,000 jobs are available, especially in government sector, like railways, like banks and finance. So I think people who are opting for government jobs, they have a lot of opportunities. But yes, somebody who wants to go in private sector, they must have skills which are required. That is uh, emotional intelligence, emotional well-being, and of course, a flexibility of working.
Yeah, I think the what we're seeing, and certainly Farida's mentioned it. There are jobs available, and the key thing here is, I think Chandra, you said AI. AI is big business, but the interesting thing, AI, as far as I can see, they need programmers, they need strategists. So unless you have a particular skill in that arena, you there's a lot of retraining that you might have to do to get into the jobs that are currently available. So this is a bit of being smart. The nice thing we've got is something called Google. We can always Google it. What skills are needed for this? What skills are needed for that? This person has said it's these skills. What does that mean? So if you don't understand necessarily the job descriptions that are out there, do some research. You know, if you're looking for a job, you have plenty of time on your hands. The time now is to be very focused in what you're doing. Not to say, I must have a job, I need a job, because that little gremlin that you have in the back of your head somewhere will constantly be nagging away every single time you look at the screen and you're trying to focus. So you need to be laser focused now onto what skills you've got, and then go and trial search. You know, as I say, Google is a brilliant place. You can list down a number of items with a comma after it, and all of a sudden you'll get all the news headlines from what's being said about all of those particular subjects. So this is the time, I think, for those that are struggling in this arena, is to start focused and getting some very good research around you. Remember, the job you're looking for could actually be outside your front door, but it might be, you know, halfway around the earth. It could be 10, 12,000 miles away in a digital arena. A lot of the words that Chandra was saying, there's jobs in communication. Communication is a huge word, and you need to understand what communication is. That's not telecoms, you know, that's not being, you know, plug and play and sticking things into PCs. It's how to communicate your message. A marketeer, you know, there are plenty of jobs in marketing, and all of these marketeers are very good at translating the message that's currently being said into a message that people understand. So you're putting the company directly in touch with their customer base. So now's the time not to be worried about it, not to be panicked about it, because neither of those two things are going to help you. You need to get your mind in the right place, set aside a certain amount of time of day, and whatever you do, don't do it as I see a lot of graduates do. They sit in front of a PC for 6 hours, constantly researching and researching and researching. Now, I'm nearly 62 years old. I don't sit in front of a PC for 6 hours. I'm tired after about 25 minutes of very focused type of research. And I'm no different to anybody else. So take breaks, you know, have a glass of water by the side of your PC. Do the simple things, you know, use a diary, set a timer. If you haven't got a timer, if you're using your mobile for all this searching and you can't put the timer on there, then get another timer. Go into the kitchen and set the timer on the oven so that, you know, it beeps away at you. There are lots of ways you can get around this issue, you know, and stop saying I can't and start saying I can. Because there's opportunity for you if you, and I'm going to pinch this word again, I'm afraid, if you're adaptable. And the sad thing is, not many people are. And that's why, if you are adaptable, I will guarantee you'll get a job. Because there are plenty of jobs out there.
So I think the first thing that people need today is basically understand what is the reality and adapt to it. So I think, you know, you don't want to be like a ostrich, bury your head and not look at the reality around. So I think the reality is very, very clear that the jobs which were available earlier are not available now. And what is new, as Neville said, a job may be 12,000 miles away from your location. So I think time has come to really become digital, find out what are the jobs which are there. For instance, let me throw some examples. You know, if you look at the media business, that was such a thriving business world over, and different kinds of media being sold by everyone, news to entertainment to movies to anything else. and people makes billions of dollars out of this revenue. In fact, it is one of the biggest grosser of the industry anywhere in the world. What has happened now? There are no new movies in the theaters because the artists have not gone for recording because there is COVID lockdown everywhere. So where will you shoot the new movies? So I think there is a gap. People still need to be entertained. How they get entertainment? There is a digital arena which can be used. So the media can be simply shift from that place to the digital space. So I think this is where the opportunities are. uh, there are a lot of opportunities in the marketing arena. There are a lot of opportunities in influencers because the old way of advertising is gone. There is no advertisers now looking at the content because the content is not there at all. The old type of content, the new content, that means new advertisers are coming in. So you need to create the new content, become an influencer, become a good marketeer, digital marketeer, become a media professionals, become an AI, become data scientist, become a transformation expert, or become a good communicator. So I think these are the opportunities which are available in abundance. What do you guys have to say about this?
I think I'll pick this up here. When you talk about artificial intelligence, it's a very broad umbrella, and people start getting worried, oh, my job is going to go away. So, the World Economic Forum actually predicts that about 75 million jobs will be displaced with AI. But at the same time, 133 million new jobs will be created because, end of the day, a machine can do repetitive tasks. At least in my knowledge, I don't think that it will replace humans. It will augment human life. It will augment the human experience. It will take away the work which is very repetitive, monotonous, admin. It will take away that work and give the user data which is actually mined in the proper format for them to take actions. So basically, jobs are not going away. Robots are not going to become they are not going to kind of take away your job. They are perhaps going to help you to make better decisions, to do things which you can do much better if you are engaged. It will not take away the human touch at all. At least I don't think so. Maybe I'm old, but I don't think it's going to happen, at least in the next 50 years or what. So the thing is that there are opportunities. Yes, of course, the pay scales probably have gone down because every industry has suffered. And then, the way you actually deliver your services also changed. Like Chandra was just now mentioning, that entertainment is kind of moved because movies are not being released in theaters. You see all of them being released on OTT platforms. Influencers, yes, advertising is changed completely. In fact, yesterday somebody presented a strategy to me, and it's an advertising firm, so it's actually a PR firm, and they presented a strategy. And I think they've had a very steep learning curve because they have realized that if they give me 100,000 budget and $100,000 of budget, and if they give me the same things which everybody else was doing 6 months ago, I'm just going to listen to them out of respect but not do anything about it. So they came back with some very smart strategies, which was using some of these influencers to actually drive the message, use soft power to attract people, use inbound rather than outbound. So I think that world is changing, and definitely, if the individual is adaptable, again, I'm going to take my word back. If you can adapt to lead, there are a lot of opportunities for you.
You're absolutely right. And the thing is, I'm gonna pinch it again, but don't worry about that. You mentioned the I think the critical part here that we need people to focus on is that Farida's absolutely right. For every job that AI will take, and remember, it's taking the repetitive jobs away. And we know something about repetition. It's boring. Who wants to be boring? If anyone's listening to this and want to be boring, just don't listen to anything else we're going to say, because no one wants to be boring and no one wants to listen to someone that's boring. And that's what robots are there for. AI is a robot. It is doing repetitive tasks that somebody's programmed. So for every job that's taken away, which I say, tick that box, let's get rid of them very quickly, there's probably at least 2, if not 3, that will replace that job. The issue is, the likelihood is, it will be at a more technical level. So I think something that we need to realize is we need to become a bit more technically minded. Now, that might just be using an app in the way the app's designed. So you don't have to go on a university course to be technically minded. You just have to Google something and find out what you need to know to have the sufficient technical skills to get ahead of the curve. There used to be a phrase in business many years ago, and it was about consultants. A good consultant is only there because they're half an hour better than the staff. And if you think about that, you know, I see Farida's laughing there, and Chandra's trying to break a smile, because we've all been consultants and we've all hired consultants. And that's really what a consultant's just ahead of the curve. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for someone just ahead of the curve. It might be a long curve or a short curve, but the point is that's why they're a consultant. That's why they're the expert. And we will always need experts. The more AI comes in, the bigger requirement there will be for specialists. So if you really enjoy something that you're doing, become the specialist in that particular part. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a plumber, an architect, a sculptor, just become the expert. And just picking up what Farida said, this influencer arena, ironically, I was told that I'm one of 100 top influencers in the world in a particular subject. I've no idea why that's the case. And it doesn't really bother me. But the point is, if you get to an influencer, understand what they're saying and what they're doing, and be the influencer in your specific arena. Because we're crying out for specialists. And the more specialist you become, the easier the jobs will be that are coming out there. You may even create a new area that people haven't thought of before. And then be happy and drive hard on it. Be very focused and enjoy it. One word that as the older we get, the more important this word becomes. You know, I love my job. What does that mean? Because if you don't love it, get another one. Simple as that, really.
To
I
add
would like
that
to share.
there are
Sorry,
jobs,
go ahead.
and job seeker need not to worry. Just enhance their skills and be positive and have flexibility and adaptability, so they will get job of their choice.
Okay, so I like to just share a funny incident from yesterday. Somebody reached out to me and said, I'd like to have a chat with you. And I know the person, so I said, okay, let's talk. And they actually told me that they are offering a second opinion. So that person has actually made it their business. So they are offering a second opinion for a fee. Um, Quite a novel idea, and initially I laughed, but I was actually thinking, yes, I mean, it is lonely at the top.
It's very smart. It's very
Yeah.
smart.
Yes, and it is fairly lonely at the top. I don't have anyone to, kind of bounce my thoughts off, because mostly people are going to agree with me if I talk to my team. And I mean, I respect this person, so I wouldn't mind paying to take a second opinion. So people can get very creative and they can find some niches in there. So I'm just saying that the sky is the limit. We are very fortunate to be in a digitally enabled world where we can actually, give our services online. You could be sitting thousands of miles away and still be able to do work for somebody uh, that far away from you. So, well, I mean, it's not that this the impact is really serious with this pandemic, but some good will come out of it because very overrated stuff like brick and mortar is definitely becoming passe. So there would be opportunities, and yes, if you need a second opinion, I can do it for a fee.
I think someone might call that coaching, but maybe coaching is a bit historic, but a second opinion. I've heard of people that are offering second opinions, and it made me laugh because immediately I thought, well, that's a real interesting gimmick. And of course, that's what you've got to do to get into the market these days. You've got to have a gimmick. You've got to have, as someone might have said years ago, you've got to have an angle to get in, bit of leverage. There's all these wonderful words in the dictionary that we can utilize, but fundamentally, we've all got it. It's about time we start to use it.
So great. I think we had a very good conversation today, and learning from the leaders like yourself. It has been a great value to our viewers. I'm sure they will be able to change their job scenario, take some of these tips that we have discussed today, and find the reskilling opportunities for themselves and find appropriate job for themselves. So with this message, I would like to end this discussion today, and I'd like to thank you, all of you, Farida, Kanchan, and Neville. Thanks for your input, and we will catch up next Friday.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy Halloween.
Bye.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to another little version of our little insight with tomorrow's leaders. And today we've got Chandrasen, who is going to give us a nice wave. Give us a wave, Chandrasen. Nice big wave and a smile. There we go. Fantastic. And a big smile. Yeah, we're going to get a smile going through. And what today we're going to be talking about is robotics. So, Chandrasen, this is over to you. What is it about robotics that you get excited about?
I get excited by fixing the parts of the
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today we'll be discussing that how we can be positive and healthy during this COVID period. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to the show, and today we will be discussing about how to be healthy and positive in this period of COVID. And we will be inviting our guest today, and she has been practicing a lot of things to remain positive. So we'll welcome Ritu Gupta. So how are you, Ritu? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm absolutely fine. Good morning to you. And I hope you're also staying happy, fit, and fine.
We are good. We are coping up with this pandemic, and now it's more than a year, and we are also waiting for our second dose of COVID vaccination. But
Yes.
then there is always a positive side, and we'd like to discuss how to be healthy and positive in this period.
Yes, Kanchan, it is very important that one should stay healthy, positive, and remain happy. Also, you have to remain active also. So I feel that there are certain lifestyle tips which one should need to follow to stay healthy during this pandemic. And it's something like, eating right at the right time, doing some kind of the physical activity, having adequate rest, and taking care of our mental health. And this not only improves overall health and wellness, but makes us more strong towards dealing with various other diseases, whether it's COVID or something related with COVID. So it's very important, the lifestyle, one needs to just alter certain things from the lifestyle, adapt new things, think positively, because your mental health is directly involved with the other parts of the body. So it's very important that one should remain positive. And to remain positive, there are certain things that you can do. What makes you happy? Do whatever makes you happy, because time is not running now. We have ample time. So we can, restart our hobbies, do something which makes us happy, eat right. This is also very important, to eat right things and eat at the right time.
Well, yes, this is the requirement of the hour, because you have to be hydrated and you have to boost you eat those kind of food which can boost your immunity. But I would
Right.
also want to ask you that now it's almost a year plus, and we are locked in our homes. So
Yeah.
how you really visualize the future? Maybe in 1 or 2 years, how you feel that the lifestyle, we can bring a change in our lifestyle, I mean. So what we can do, and you have mentioned a very good point, that is you should take up those hobbies which you missed out when you were growing up. So let's discuss about this aspect of our lifestyle.
Kanchan, what I see that, what I read and what I see, and when I talk to people, uh, COVID is going to be here. It's going, since we all know it's going to be here, it's not going anywhere. So, first of all, we have to accept that COVID is here, and we need to alter the lifestyle accordingly. And as per that, because vaccination, I'm sure everyone is going to get vaccinated, everyone must have taken the first dose, must be going for the second dose. So vaccination, I'm sure people are very much aware. People should know what are the things they should do and what are the things which they should not be doing, and as per that they should plan for their future. And as I was talking about hobbies, so there are certain things, everyone has got some kind of interest. So start the hobby part and see how you can convert your hobby into profession also. There are some people who are interested in baking. There are some people who love cooking and like music. So one can start improving on the hobbies. So one should improve the hobbies, become a professional in that, and then you can also, start a small kind of business. And it's very important, you should know your target audience, your area, and start doing the same thing which you learned. Your hobby can become your profession also. So this way you remain busy also, and then you earn some money also. That's important.
Well, I think this is a very good time that we can strengthen our relationship with our family. We have children at home, and I think that is the best time we can interact. Otherwise, in good times, they were going to the school, so, and we were going to our offices. But now this is a good time that we can interact. We can develop new hobbies which can benefit the children also. And now, while coming to kind of creating or taking up a new a hobby, I had been hearing from my friends and my colleagues that they missed out painting, so they started taking up painting course, and they missed out a sculpture, or they missed out watching some movies. So I think this is a good way, and I think that making a timetable is very important, because we all are at home. So would you like to really tell our viewers that how we should make a positive timetable to remain busy and be productive and be positive?
I agree with you, Kanchan, that there should be a routine in life, and every day there should be a timetable. One should follow the routine, and the routine should, in a way, be such that it helps you out physically, it helps you mentally also. So one should go for physical exercises. You It's not important that you need to get out of your house, but you can do exercises by staying at one place only, whether it's jumping on the spot, walking on the spot, doing yoga, whatever it is. And as for the hobbies, yes, it is important to again restart your hobbies. Or if you do not have hobbies, I'm sure everyone has some kind of hobby, so why not re-inculcate something? People, they love reading, please start reading. Perhaps you may become some kind of a writer also. Perhaps you may write some good books also. And if you love watching movies, yes, why not? Please start watching lots of good movies, and perhaps you may become a film critic also, because people are writing their reviews online, and slowly they become professional critics also. So I think it's a very good thing. And one should really look out for the things which they really love, like painting. It's a very creative thing. At least it diverts your mind from negativity to positivity. And whatever you have inside you, it's a platform that you can give out, you can give vent to your feelings and draw something nice, and people appreciate it, and you also appreciate your work.
Yes, it was a very good advice, and I feel that timetable should be like getting up early and taking up yogas, and do making a new dish every day. That brings happiness
Yes.
in a day-to-day life. So it was
Yes.
so lovely to really talk to you today, and we will be meeting again. I'm sure that that the viewers will be getting more insight and maybe rekindle the way they are living. And because Ritu, this pandemic will remain for a long time, so it is better to be accustomed and to not crib about this, because we are at home and we have to do new things from our own home only, because social distancing we have to follow now, or maybe 3-4 years more, right, Ritu?
I agree that we should have acceptance that this is going to remain. And yes, even if you are maintaining social distance, you are not away from your friends. You are just one phone call away. So call up your friends, call up your relatives, and the people who are living with you, your family. Develop, you can develop some kind of relationship with them, for them to getting with along with you in your hobby. This is also teamwork. A family is it's teamwork. And start doing things, enjoy things, start cooking together. It's a fun. If family people, they cook together, it's fun. So I think it's a good time to establish communication and talking to people. You don't have to step out of your house, but then there are things you can do by staying at home. And I'm sure everyone is going to maintain social distance for some coming years, till the time everyone is vaccinated. It is very important to take care of your health and to take care of other person's health also. This is everyone's responsibility at the moment.
It was so lovely to talk to you today, and we will be meeting again with our next episode with a wonderful topic. Till then, bye bye, and again, stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you. And you also stay safe and healthy. Thank you so much, Kanchan. Bye bye.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, You have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technology, and welcome to the Naval Gund Live. And before we start our discussion today, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's the 5th of January. Yes, these videos are time recorded. Why? Because it's a new year. So, the subject for today, I've been thinking about this a lot, CK. So I thought we'd do New Year's resolutions.
Well, you really want to do that, Naval?
Well, the funny thing is that your immediate response is to laugh and then ask me a question, which is brilliant. Why'd you laugh, CK? Everyone does New Year's resolutions, don't they?
To be very frank with you, I stopped making resolution many years back because when you make the resolution, it never gets fulfilled. So why make them?
Well, the funny thing is, CK, you're a can-do person, and we know that can-do people are great performers. I say it all the time because it's printed on the sheet behind me, so it must be true. And can-do people are great performers, but interestingly enough, I know that most people have the best intentions when they make a New Year's resolution. And it's not just one resolution. Some people have a whole list. And we know what to-do lists happen, don't they? They just end up on the list. They never actually get done. But why don't we give our listeners something of a New Year resolution, but they can really focus on and they can really get involved with? Why don't we do that today?
It sounds like a plan, Naval. I think let's do that, and it will be very good, and it will be very insightful for the viewers.
Okay, well, let's do this. And the thing is, I'm going to tell you why New Year's resolutions don't work. Is because they're not well formed. There's no underlying purpose, and therefore they just don't. They don't happen. You don't put a plan in place. You don't have. It's like putting a business plan together. If it stays on the shelf, it gathers dust. If it's actually implemented, it has life. It has a living, and the business plan evolves. And same with New Year's resolutions. But let's give everybody, as I say, let's give everybody one thing that they can start with today. And that one thing is going to be very personal because that's what a New Year's resolution tends to be. But it's got bigger implications. So why don't we do something that actually will help an individual, but also help that individual perhaps in a team, at home. You could have a bit of fun with your kids here, or in a working environment for a small business where you are the boss, you're the owner, you're the leader, the manager, whatever you're going to call yourself, and you've got lots of employees around you. And clearly, you want the best from them, don't you? You want the best from your team, don't you, CK?
Absolutely right, Naval. We want everybody to be at 100% performance level.
Absolute, and happy at the same time, because we do know that when people are happy and they're really enjoying what they're doing, the day goes really quick and they're high performers. Bingo. We're on about performance today. You know, so we're actually building the foundation of you developing into a can-do person. Okay, so we're going to play a game. Okay, your children will love this game. Your friends will love this game. Your employees will love this game because the outcome is completely unknown. This is not like playing Monopoly or Cluedo or chess, you know, where you get a winner and a loser. Everybody's going to win. That's not a bad game to play, is it?
Certainly not. I think it's going to be fun, and I am willing to present myself in front of you as a specimen. You can mold me.
Brilliant. So you are the guinea pig of the day. Okay. We're going to do this pretty fast. Okay. But what I would like you to do, CK, is I'd like you to think of a word that you would like to live by for this year. Just one word. Now, while you're thinking, I'm going to explain to the listeners a little bit more about this. Okay? In leadership terms, there's lots of these phrases that are on the walls, you know, teamwork, building together, pulling in the same direction. And we have all these wonderful words that people never really understand because it's not personal to them. So if you picked a word in the leadership arena like integrity, empathy, sustainability, it's a long word. Don't think the long words. Long words are more difficult to remember. Fair, a friend, faithful, committed, all of these beautiful words that we want from people in our organization to show that they want to be with you. They want to be a friend. They want to work with you. So you've had a little bit of time, CK, right? You haven't had much time. You've had about 45 seconds while I've been saying that. So what one word, just one word, not a phrase, not a sentence, not a whole paragraph, you know, just one word that you would like to focus on and live by in 2021?
Well, I've done a lot of thinking in last 45 seconds, and while you were talking to the audience, and the word that struck me is empower.
Empower. Now, that's a brilliant word. It's 3 syllables, so it's a bit complicated. All right. Now, I'm being serious here, you know. The more complicated you make it, the more difficult it is to do, which is why New Year's resolutions don't happen. But we're now going to take this guinea pig a little bit further. Empower, CK. Okay. What does that mean to you? What does the word mean to you?
Well, while you were talking, I was thinking, what I will do this year, and I think one of the things very cut out for me for this year, considering my digital presence in the business, etc., and the amount of work we do extend beyond the company and goes up to the client and prospects. So I offer our solution and empower everyone so that they can do their business in a better way. So that was my logic of giving that word to you.
No, that's absolutely fantastic, because what you did was you gave me a story. Now, a story is really important because we remember that story. And that story's fixed in our minds. So the more stories we have that reinforce that word, the easier it is to do it again. So my next question was going to be, how are you going to do this? How are you going to show this word empower is going to come out there every single time? Because remember, what I said was at the beginning, what word are you going to live by? So if I cut you in half, right? Not that I will, by the way. This is just purely hypothetical. If I cut you in half, it would say the word would be empower. If I cut you from head to toe, the word would be empower. You would see it. It would jump out at you. You've already told me how that's going to happen. So how is really important. And the more how you have, the easier it is for you to recognize when you are empowering people. Now, here's the challenge. Before you say something, how about empowering yourself? Because you were thinking in the third party, empower others, excite others, enable others to do things. Empower, excite, enable. That's 3 words for everybody. Okay. Those are 3 different words. Okay. But they're very well connected. Okay, CK. What about yourself? What about empowering yourself? How are you going to do that?
Well, I think I will, in my little mind, some certain examples are running. So I just break them down into 2 segments in order to just to give a proper answer to you. One is that uh, looking at the internal side of it, which is the company related. And the other is the external side, which is related to the clients and customers and prospects. So I think the whole resolution starts at home, and I would go first with the employees and try to empower them. Usually what happens, Neville, is that in a company we try to set up our boundaries, and we ensure that these are the policies of the organization and everybody has to follow it. I think this year I would like to relax a bit, because every employee has a sort of imagination, and maybe we can have something new, because I think we are now reliving the moment in the new era. So we can relax this a bit and empower the employees so that they can come out with new ideas, and I should be open to listen to them. So that is first segment. The second segment is make all this innovation which is coming from the organization, which is myself included and all the team members, open to the clients, and probably do the same exercise with the client so they can think and they can tell us, how we can be more effective for them. And that is how I see the empowerment will benefit all of us as a community. Now, to answer your core question, how about empowering myself? So if I'm able to do these 2 things successfully, it will result in empowering me. This is my thinking, Neville.
So your how, if you like, is by giving empowerment to people and encouraging them to take empowerment. Encouraging, by the way, is another word. Okay. So there's an opportunity for you to take another word. Funny how all of these are E's, aren't they? But anyway, that's another story. But by the outside happening, you believe it will influence the inside.
I believe so, because I think I would say that 60 to 80% of my time is devoted in this activity, and 20% is devoted for other things. So I would say that if the majority of my time is spent in empowering others for the benefit of everyone, I think leaving aside the 20%, I feel that is the way to achieve the resolution for the new year.
And that's brilliant, because what you've done is you've rationalized this. Okay. So you've given it the real how. And hopefully, in this very short session, this little coaching session, if you like, it's made a word become real. And I know you're thinking, you're holding back because you're thinking of lots of things. And you're trying to, for this particular video, you're trying to be specific. But like anything else, this might take about a day. Okay? Give yourself an opportunity. Let it go for a day. So to empower yourself, let everything else go. Give yourself some time to be able to think about this one word. And as we've established so far, it's not just the one word that you've thought about, it's the context and how you're going to do it. Now, here's the next one. Okay? How are you going to get people to help you make this word live inside you and outside you? What would you like other people to do to help you? And I'm thinking now specifically about your team. Okay, I know you're desperate to get the words out, and so I'm going to shut you down for a minute. You need to think, all right, specifically about your team, but also about your social setting, your family, your kids, because we don't work in a vacuum. Entrepreneurs don't work in a vacuum. They like to think they work in a vacuum, but they don't work in a vacuum. We work with other people. So if you're going to live by this word, you need to live by it, not just in your professional context, your entrepreneurial context, let's say, but also in your social context. So those two contexts, CK, how are you going to ask people to help you do it?
It is easier said than done, Neville.
Absolutely. Yep.
While you were talking, I was thinking, and you rightly, nailed me down by saying, "Hey, I will speak further," and you think. So I was thinking, and the thing is that when I say empower my employees, my team members, it is just a word. I'm saying that, I know for sure that, at some point in time, I will circle back and saying that, "Hey, I told you empower," but it doesn't mean anything. I am the boss. I'm going to drive everything. And if you come up with an idea, I have the veto power to accept or reject. So I think that is where the dilemma is. It's not really empowering in the true sense. It's a very big exercise for myself and for the entire team, and also for the client. It is not easy to empower people.
You're absolutely right. And let's focus on the business to start with, okay? Because there are ways of empowering people. And there are ways of recognizing that this is your word for the year, and this is what you want to be doing. This is what you believe in. And the point is, I know you believe that all of your employees should take more responsibility. Now, that's empowerment. But they don't understand necessarily that you want them to do that. So you could actually say to them, okay, I want you to take more responsibility, so I'm going to empower you to do that. But you're not going to put the company at risk. So what you could do is come up with a few ideas that perhaps we've tried before and not worked, or perhaps we haven't tried before and they should work, and then let's talk about it and let's see how we're going to do that. Now that is a way that you give responsibility and you give authority to them, because now you're asking them a question. You want their involvement, you want their expression, you want their engagement. And just imagine for one moment how that will make you feel if when you say it, they do it. Would that bring a big smile on your face? Or would it actually say, about time, Oh, thank goodness, The point is, this is about celebration as well. So you've heard me speak a little bit there. I'm trying to give you a little bit of time to think, because this is not easy. Not easy by any stretch of the imagination. And you would normally do this on your own.
One of the ways of empowering is in a practical situation is not telling them that, hey, I'm trying to empower you, please do this. What I will do instead is incentivize them, come up with a plan where with everything they do there is a little bit of incentives attached, so that the system becomes sort of automatic system where I don't have to really look at micromanage things or even macromanage things. There is an incentive attached for every new ideas. If it succeed, they will make it big. If they don't, then they don't lose anything also. So I think this is the way I'm thinking of implementing it.
And it's brilliant because you know your team. Just by saying to them, I want to empower you, frankly, is a waste of time. But by linking that empowerment, what will make them feel empowered? What will make them take responsibility? And you mentioned the word incentivization. That doesn't necessarily mean financial. It may be something else. But you're now relating your specific circumstance to how they feel, what's important to them. Now, just in this very short exercise, you can see how if I'd have asked you that question, CK, and I'd given you a few things to think about, you could go away in the corner and you could think about it for a day and just imagine where your thought process might have gone in a day. because you've gone an awful long way in 20 minutes. But we haven't stopped there, okay? This is a game, remember? It's a game that's got performance as a benefit at the end of it. Everyone's happier, people are more engaged. That's the key to the game, all right? So there is an end game here. The end game is bringing the team together. So now you've done it for yourself. Now the big challenge. You bring your team together. You explain. I've been given this game to play, and I think it's a great game that we can do. The ultimate aim is to benefit you, because this has benefited me. I've had a lot of fun coming up with my part of the game. And my part of the game was to think of a word that was important to me. What word do I want to live by? Just one word, not a whole list of things. And you can explain this to your team. You know, if you're a good team leader, they will know all of these words. You know, they will see your daily inspiration that you send them, you know, on an email, or, you know, on their calendar as it goes through, you know. They will know who you are, all right? But this is an opportunity to be very focused. And then you explain the game that you've played, and now you want them to play the same game. You want them individually to pick a word that's really important to them. And by the way, you need to give them some time to do this, okay? So it may have taken you a day. Give them 2 or 3 days, because they're not going to do it in isolation. They're going to go away with their best mate, and they're going to say, well, what word do you think I should have? And the other person will say, well, you're really passionate. So, you know, why don't you use the word passionate? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. The thing is, what you're doing here is you're building team. You're building the team. You're getting them to communicate to each other in a way perhaps they've never done before. You're giving them the freedom to do it. CK, you're empowering them to do it, okay? So I'm using your word, okay? And I didn't know what your word was going to be today, but you are empowering them to go away and think about one word. And equally, you say the same thing. How are you going to do that? How will other people see it in you? What help could other people give you? Now, I say, do this over a process of 2 or 3 days, giving them a chance to think about it, and say, talk amongst yourselves, but we're going to have a team meeting on Friday. You know, it's 2 o'clock, okay, by everybody. We'll spend a couple of hours having a bit of fun, just playing the game. Then you bring the whole team together. Everyone says their word, how it's going to happen, what it's going to mean to them, how other people can help them. And all of a sudden, in a team of 6 or 7 people, you've got 6 or 7 really important words. You've got maybe 7 better than before New Year's resolutions. Because these are New Year's resolutions that are going to work. They're going to be fixed. And why they're going to be fixed is because every time somebody does what they say they're going to do, you tap them on the back. You say, you're doing it again. Well done. Keep going. And just like anything else, you know, this is just a smile. This is just being thankful that they're achieving their goal. And this is how goal setting could work. And the bottom line is, can-do people are great performers. You are building people into a can-do attitude. Because all the time they've got this word emblazoned on their forehead. And the interesting thing is, it was there before, but they didn't know it. Yeah, I saw a little smile on your face there because, yeah, of course it was there before. Now it's being focused upon. And the thing is, if you come together and play the game on a regular basis, you can incentivize them. You can play bingo, oh, I did it 15 times last week. There's bragging here, which is funny and it's engaging. And then after a time, it becomes the norm. And then it becomes very serious because it's actually going to improve your business. And maybe, in a month or two's time, you pick another word because this is the game that never stops giving. You don't need to spend millions, thousands, or a penny on this game. You just need to be focused and have a bit of time. We should, by all rights, CK, we should put this up and make people pay $1 every time they look at this video. Because imagine the value that's going to come out of this to your organization. And the thing is, you and I know, CK, we have no idea what value means to these other people. But we do know if it generates one more contract that they weren't going to get, that's value. How much would you pay for that? It's priceless. And I say, this is a game that continues to give. We all love games, don't we?
Absolutely. I think that's a very good idea. Probably this time we will give for free. But
absolutely, we're going to give it for free.
This information is priceless. I think it's a fantastic idea, Neville, that you've given. And all the professionals, all the people who are working in the field should follow this process, even though they are alone. Solopreneurs can also do that, and a team managers can also do that. So I think it's a very good, insightful exercise that everyone should go. And it starts with resolution, but it need not end there. You're going to have a quarterly resolutions. So that's
brilliant. And the other thing is, right, there's going to be a lot of people here that say, well, I'm not too sure that's going to work in my team. Fine, not a problem. Start at home. Right. Start with your mates, do it over a cup of coffee. Just have a little bit of fun and just see where they take it, how they appreciate this. Of course, do it as a game, but be engaged, have a little bit of fun, do it with people that will give you honest feedback immediately. And then once you've done that, and it might, could take 2 or 3 iterations, doesn't matter. I can assure you it will work if you do it in the right way. And then take it into your organization. And when you're really confident, look at your supply chain. Look at your customers. Play the game with your customers. Now, that's a real challenge, okay? And it will be a bridge too far for many people to even think about that, because you're exposing yourself to your customer. But isn't that going to build your business?
In the new context, definitely the customers speak, or customer advice, or customer feedback is very important. So I think it should work. And we no longer can hide under the carpet thinking, hey, customers not even looking at us. So I don't think that is a criteria anymore. I think we should be open with the customers. That's my personal feeling.
Well, I totally agree with you. But there you go, folks. This is our thought for the week, if you like. It's an opportunity to have a bit of fun. Play it with your family and kids. Kids love this. Kids love playing games. And the interesting thing is, I've played this many years ago with a group of young people, and it blew my mind. The thought, some of the things that they were coming up with absolutely blew my mind. And I believe I'm a bit of a progressive thinker. But boom, 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 ideas were coming all over the place. So this is a simple one. As CK says, of course this is free. We're giving it to you for free because we want you to succeed. Unlike many other people out there, we don't charge for our interviews. We don't charge for our advice. We want you to take it. And once you take it and run with it, you want more. That's when you can come back to us and we can look at real value opportunity together. So good luck, everybody. This is the first working week of the year. So make it count.
Thank you so much, Naval, for finding time and coming to this show. We will catch up with you again tomorrow on something very interesting.
My pleasure. Take care, everybody.
Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. Today's topic is the Russians are doing it again. You know, that's really the topic of the discussion. It's very interesting for all those movie buffs who are waiting for the sci-fi movies. And recently, if you remember, all these movies are very popular. Even the Russian film industry is doing very well in the area of science fiction. So this news about Russian film industry beating the Americans yet again, or rather I would say Hollywood, that is a matter of our discussion. So if you remember in 60s and 70s, there was sort of a space race going on. In those days, there were only two countries, which was Russia and America. And they wanted to go to the space, go to moon, go to Mars, go to other planets faster than, you know, beat each other, faster than each other. And there was sort of a race going on, and that actually during the Cold War era. And finally, the Cold War ended, and the space race also ended. And all these advancement that happened during the Cold War, subsequently, actually, they started teaming up and they started working together. They actually are one of the Russians and the Americans are the key partners in the International Space Station. So I think there was a space race going on between these two countries. And lately, what has happened is that the space race is again now brewing in the private sector. But we don't want to call it a space race. We want to call it competition. And there are so many companies, their logos are mentioned in my background. You can see all of these are the private sector enterprises who are now sending their crafts into space. There are very popular names like SpaceX and all that. Predominantly, the major space race or race to develop the latest, cheapest tech is predominantly into these three guys and their companies, which is Mr. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mr. English from United Kingdom. So these are the three guys who are actually in the race right now. But we don't call this particular race a space race because these are all private enterprises. We call it competition. And the announcement is related to Mr. Tom Cruise. You can see he's such a smart guy. You know, I'm also a great fan of Mr. Tom Cruise, especially when he do all these special stunts in his movies, you know. And when we come to know that he has done these stunts without using any double, that means he is such a fit guy and he really invests his heart and soul into the project. All his movies, you talk about Mission Impossible, all other movies, even Oblivion, you know, all these movies are fantastic. He is an amazing actor. And few days back, there was an announcement, a joint venture rather, by Tom Cruise, SpaceX of Elon Musk, SpaceX and NASA. that Tom Cruise will be making a movie for the first time in the world, completely shot, or at least majority of it being shot entirely in space. And for that, he will be blasted off using the SpaceX craft into the space, and they'll be shooting done and all that. So the budget of this movie is about 200 million US dollars. It was a big thing, for the first time. Hollywood, somebody from Hollywood is traveling for shooting and not creating that environment, and they'll be shooting in space with a huge budget, with complete backing of the producers and directors, also by state players like NASA and the private enterprise like SpaceX. So this was a big news, and I think the shooting will start. I think they will have to get trained, medically fit, get the fitness certificate, etc. While this was going on, the Russian movie industry already announced that they are also making a movie, and by doing so, this partnership that you see behind me is going to be little delayed now, and the Russian film industry and their movie, I will talk about that movie in a bit, is going to beat these guys in the space race, and let's call it space race between the Hollywood and the Russian film industry. And this movie is called The Challenge, and it has one of the legendary actress starring it. Her name is Julia Parisild, and this movie is also directed by Klim Shepenko, very popular director from Russian. And in fact, if you know, Russian movies are doing very well now. Their budgets are also very high. So what has happened is the crew has been selected. They have also undergone training at Yuri Gagarin Training Institute. They have got fitness certificate. They have got medical certificate. They have got the security clearance by the Russian agencies and Russian authorities. And there is a tie-up between the private enterprise and movie industry, and again, it's very similar to US, the state player, where this particular crew will be blasted off in less than a month on October 5th in Soyuz aircraft, which will be piloted by Anton Shakrarolov, a veteran cosmonaut, and they also have a backup plan. There is a backup team also in place. So they have a tie-up with a private company called Roscosmos, which is basically planning the whole thing. They are taking the Soyuz on rent, and entire crew, cameraman, everybody will be blasted off into the space. So this is very interesting. I mean, this is something which is happening for the first time, where there is now a race among the private parties to go to the space. There were 60s and 70s and 80s during which the state players were actually racing to go to the space, to land on moon, to send their man on the moon, Mars, Venus, etc. Now we see a age where recently, just yesterday, the private enterprise, completely private crew, which was blasted off in Falcon 9, has returned safely after a 24-hour trip to space, completely funded by a private enterprise. And now we hear about this particular event which is going to happen. The Russians are going to shoot completely in space. They will be blasted off on October 5th. And this way, they will be beating the Americans in creating a landmark. So when I say it's a landmark, it's definitely a landmark, because usually when you look at the science fiction movies, they are actually shot in artificial environment with a lot of CGI, a green screen, expensive Universal Studio type setup, and so on and so forth. For the first time, these two filmmakers have decided that they will actually go to the natural environment in zero gravity. There'll be no pressure, there'll be no sound, and they'll be making a very natural kind of very realistic footage, which we are all eager to we eagerly await as fans, as a viewer of the movie, and as a viewer of content. So I think this is something interesting. I thought I will bring it to your notice and talk about this. Usually we talk about tech world, but I think this is very technical. Making a movie requires more precision than making a software, because it requires a lot of logistics and a lot of finer details. So I think this is very, very interesting news. Before I end the video, I like to say a big thanks to Performance Works International, and I will end this video with a message from them.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulpack Technologies. I'm also one of the co-founders of this company, and today I would like to talk to my fellow citizens, Indians, and convey a message. As we all know that India as a country is a large country. It has a more than 1.3 billion people as a population, which is almost like 25% of the global population. So it has a huge impact on the world economy. And the Indian government has also set up a target that, rather two targets. One is Make in India. That means more and more work has to come into India. And the second large target for Indian citizens is to reach a $5 trillion economy. Now, as you can see that while we can continue to make our own plans individually and as organizations, the 5 trillion economy dream that we need to achieve, as far as our government is concerned, they have set up a target for all of us. The issue there is a skill which are required. So there are certain skills which are being taught in the colleges and universities, and then certain skills may not be relevant for the future. For example, if there are skills which are related to something which is repeatable, those kind of skills may not have too much value in time to come, simply because those skills may be taken over by the artificial intelligence uh, and automation. So what we need as Indians for getting more and more work coming back to India from the globe, is the skills. So we all know that we need various skills, and we need a lot of people being trained into different kind of skills, and that is when the $5 trillion economy dream will be fulfilled. Now, it has a very strong relationship. If there are no skills, there are no work, and there is no work, there is no 5 trillion economy. Having made this point, I'm sure most of you agree that success in life or achieving a target has nothing to do with your money or the backing or whatever you can do for your company and for yourself. The two major qualities which are required in order to be successful and in order to achieve your dream is the leadership. Second is the teamwork. So these are the two qualities which are definitely required in addition to the skills that we need to develop. Because if there's no leadership and there is no um, attitude to work as a team, then it will be difficult to execute global contracts and generate revenue for the country. So I think these are the two skills which are very important, which is leadership and the ability to work as a team. So team player. These are the two major qualities which are required and which are very very critical for India to develop. In addition to create new job opportunities and also create new skills which will bring a lot of projects back into India. So as a professional um, and as an organization, as a professional, I would like to help my fellow citizens and impart these leadership skills for whoever wants our help. We will make you better leader, better team player. And the why I'm saying this is important, uh, because nobody is training leadership. Even if you want to be trained in leadership, it is very difficult to learn the leadership skills in a classroom. It has to be learned by doing things, and that is why people like me can impart our life journey and our experience with new budding skilled people and help them to be a better leader. And most important is to be able to work together as a team, and that is when the India will excel, and that is when we will basically achieve the dream of becoming a $5 trillion economy. So with this small message, um, you can write to me. My website details are given below here. uh, you can reach out to me, and I will be more than willing to help and share my experience, and make sure that if you approach me, I will create a leader out of you. So with this, I like to say goodbye to you until next time. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. And you know that the Earth, which is our Mother Earth, requires refurbishment many times. And for encouraging people, citizens like us, the global citizens, there has been an award which is running, and it is being run from UK. It's a worldwide award. It's called Global Short Prizes. And to talk more about this, let me invite our distinguished guest, Mr. Neval Gund, who is joining from UK today, and he is the CEO of Mindfit Limited. So let's welcome him. Good morning, Neville. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. I'm doing really well. And after a night of entertainment for an hour and a half talking about the Earthshot Prize. Now, interestingly enough, not a lot of people have heard of it, which was a bit of a surprise to me because this is a global impact. This isn't just a UK-centric. The first award ceremony was in London, and it was announced last night that the next award ceremony is going to be in America, in New York. So they're picking off nations one by one. And over the next 10 years, there'll be £5 million available, or 1 million pound prizes every single year for the next 10 years. And it's going to massively impact SDGs with the aim really of repairing the planet. We've done so much damage to the planet ever since man was alive, frankly. But certainly in the last few years, we've seen global warming, we've seen huge forest fires in certain parts of the world, which have been unusual. We've seen flash flooding, which has been unusual. And we've seen the ice caps melting, which again is pretty unusual. So unless we do something now, it might be too late. And so the Earthshot Prize, do you know much about it, CK?
Well, Neville, in fact, I was coming to that. What is the really background of this particular forum and these prizes? I think our viewers would like to know. And viewers, we are live. If you have any question, you can shoot right away using the chat function from whichever social media you are watching us, and we will respond.
Well, it's a good question. Where does it come from? Why Earthshot? Well, actually, we need to go back over 50 years when JF Kennedy talked about the moonshot. Remember those times, you know, sending the Apollo missions up there, one small step for mankind, or one small step for man, one huge step for mankind. It's that arena. So rather than a moonshot, in other words, going out into space and finding out more about that, we need an Earthshot. We need to come back down to the planet. So less of this tourism that's going on, the space tourism that we see all the time. It's about time that we actually focused on the planet. And there are 5 prizes. So they split it into 5 different arenas. One is fix the climate. Well, we know that needs fixing. The other one is build a waste-free world. We know that there's so much wasted food around the world. I mean, if we look at the amount of waste in the food arena, we could actually support the world 2 or 3 times over. So we need to cut the waste out. The other one is revive our oceans, because we know our oceans are suffering. Fish stocks are reducing and coral reefs are disappearing. The next one is to protect and restore nature. And we all heard about deforestation that's happening all the time. The last time I saw this, the equivalent of 3 football pitches per hour were being deforested in Brazil. That's ridiculous, really, when you think these are big pictures. And the last one, the one we're going to talk about today, because the winner of this Earthshot Prize actually comes from India, and it's Clean Our Air. And this group actually are probably, for me, one of the most unique ones out there, because what they've done is that they've taken a technology that we've known about for many years, and they've made it cheap, and more importantly, they've made it so that it can retrofit into the vehicles that are currently there. So it's portable. So CK, 5 Earthshot prizes, all designed to improve the planet, make this place a better place to live, so that our children and our children's children actually say, oh, Granddad did a good job. Well, let's hopefully that's going to be the case.
Yes, very interesting, Neville, and thank you for narrating the whole thing in very short, in the shortest possible time. And I think it's very interesting to know, India, one of the Indian citizen has got this award, which is a substantial amount in order to improve the Mother Earth. So we would like to know more about it. Our viewers would like to know what has impressed the decision makers to give our fellow citizen this award.
Sure, we can hit the highlights. And it's a company called Takachar. Hopefully I've pronounced it properly. And just out of that, I mean, I don't know, what does Takachar actually mean anything in the Indian language? Has it got a specific meaning?
Well, I'm just thinking it would be a colloquial language which is not very well known. So even Indians will not know what is the meaning of Takachar. But I think I can do a research and get back to you in the next one about that.
That's good. That's good. I just thought it might have some, specific meaning because it's unusual. I mean, maybe it's 2 or 3 words that have been put together. I mean, I don't know. But it's something that will be instantly memorable if you start to think of Takachar. And what is it? So I mentioned that biomass had been around for many, many years. To my knowledge, at least 25, if not longer. And biomass is basically taking one form of waste in one arena, heating it up and making fuel from it, heating any arena, and that's where it's been mainly put, including houses, but mostly warehouses. And therefore, it's reusing something that would have been probably disposed of in a non-environmental way. And this is specifically to do with farming. I mean, any farmer in the world that's got crops, particularly wheat, barley, all of these things that leave a stem, the only way, or the most effective way, the cheapest way for a farmer to get rid of that stem is to burn it. So we have a burning arena, and I'm sure you've moved around India, as I've moved around the Kent countryside, and I've seen all of these farms burning around about sort of the October time of the year after harvest. So once harvest has happened, then you've got this root effectively that's left in the ground that has no use. So we need to find a way of not burning it, because burning it is really affecting air pollution. And that's one thing we need to be away from. And I didn't really know this, but $120 billion of agricultural waste is developed every year. $120 billion, not million, $1 billion. So if you can make an inroad into that, using something that has been around for a while, or using a technique that's been around for a while, then it's got to be worth doing. And this young man, along with his young partner, both engineers, have looked at a biomass solution. And the beautiful thing about their biomass solution is it's cheap, it's portable, and it can fit on any tractor, which is perfect for the farming arena, because the last thing you really want to do is for a farmer to have to invest heavily on the equivalent of a combine harvester, just to clean out their crops, because that wouldn't be cost effective. So the wonderful world, in the world of change, is cheap, as long as it works, and portable. So, was that new to you? I mean, biomass, as I'm sure you know, has been around for many, many years. But is this sort of solution new to you?
Well, for most Indians, this sort of solution will not be new, because biomass engines have been around for more than 1,000 years in India, because there are a lot of cows and there are a lot of cow waste, and humans identified that you can generate methane out of it, which is a combustible gas. So in a lot of villages, there are a lot of biomass engines, and people who are in the dairy farming, etc., they essentially have the biomass engines in their farms to decompose and generate fertilizers. And this has been going on for ages. Even if you're not generating any gas, people used to dig holes and put all the garbage into a hole. But I think let's come back to the moot point of stubble burning that you mentioned. And it is a problem for India. for India. Why? Because the wheat landscape it starts from Pakistan, Punjab, and it runs all the way to the east coast of India. And this is one of the biggest wheat producing land, if you just count the entire ecosystem. And very heavily populated place as well. Almost half of the population of India and Pakistan lives in this part of the world. So what happens here is that the farmers have to prepare for the next crop, and it's all seasonal in India. So after the monsoons are over, the wheat is harvested, the stubble remained. The easiest method to add nutrient without increasing cost of taking out the stubbles. You see, in India, the labor is required to do anything. The farmers will not be able to do all the labor, so there is no mechanization because of the population. So cheap labor is available, and the labor comes, and you got to pay. The farmer got to pay for everything, for sowing, for harvesting, and also if they want to remove the stubble from the field, they had to pay. So from the farmer point of view, they have been doing this for last 5,000 years. They just burn it because there is no extra expense. But what is happening is that soon after the stubble burning season, which is around about October, November, the winter sets in. And because of this winter, the cold layer settles down on the surface, bringing the pollution which has been generated just a few days back after stubble burning, creates havoc into Indian cities and bringing the breathable air index very, very poor. So I think that is where the problem is. So I think even though India or Indians know technology of biomass, they know exactly. In fact, there are small biomass available. You can go out to the retail and you can pick up the biomass engines, put it in your house. But I think the awareness is not there. I think this is a very great move for Takachar. They can popularize, they can reduce cost. But I think the problem of extra expense of removing the stubble, because I think somebody has to do hard labor to remove the stubble from the ground before the next crop can be sowed, which is the next season, I think still remains unanswered. I mean, that is my...
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's removing the stubble. But the point is now what they've got is rather than burning it and then removing the burnt embers afterwards, which has caused all the problem, you've got to remove it anyway. So if you remove it and burn it in a not just an economical way, but an environmentally friendly way, they're talking about reducing smoke emissions alone, okay, by 98%. Now that's a huge, just imagine everything you've explained there, reducing that to 2% of what it is. So now actually you can go out there and you can breathe the air. There is no smog, and the colder and damper the conditions, the more smog comes down. So, and it's all about that time of year. So, but not only that, there is, like anything else, when you put something through a process, there's also a byproduct of that process. And the beauty of the byproduct of this process is that there are two byproducts and they're both sellable. So it's an income stream for the farmer. So it's either generating a fuel or it's generating some form of fertilizer. The fertilizer can then be used on the farmer's land, so that reduces their cost. And the fuel can be used somewhere else, which additionally reduces their cost there, or you could potentially sell it. So the beauty of all of this to me was that not only was this a very cheap, well-established type solution, but these young guys had taken it to the next level. They're thinking about not just stopping one process, only, as you well know, sometimes for another process to make things worse, and the carbon footprint gets worse. But actually, the carbon footprint just keeps getting better and better and better, and cheaper for the farmer. So immediately you've got something that the farmer can invest in because it's cheap, easy to use, and doesn't cause them much difficulty in using it. So they're really not messing around much with the process that they currently have. But the most important thing is they're making money from it. To me, that's an entrepreneur's dream, especially when you've got byproducts that come out at the end of it that you can sell as well. So that's the real benefit to me. As I say, it's no wonder they won the Earthshot Prize. We've now explained to everybody today a little snippet of what Earthshot's all about. And in essence, let's entice our readership, our listeners, to go and think of challenging for an Earthshot Prize next year or the following year. Because £1 million for the winner, not least all of the advertising you will get, because this is backed not just by eminent environmentalists around the world, but it's actually driven by Prince William, future King of England, and he's really passionate about this. He really wants this to work.
Well, Neville, thank you so much for giving this award in detail. I think it was great learning for all of us, and I'm sure there is an opportunity for entrepreneurs, especially the training entrepreneurs, who can go out there to the farmers of India and tell them the cost-benefit analysis of all this overall. So while there is a cost of removing the stubble, but then you are creating an income from another source. So I think there is a training opportunities for the farmers, which are like 140 million in India. Huge opportunity for entrepreneurs. So thank you so much, Neville, for finding time and talking about this very important subject. We will catch you in the next one.
Take care.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have a very eminent personality on our show, and she is Amita Sinha. She is a former professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture at University of Illinois, USA, and she has also taught in the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning at IIT Kharagpur, and she's also into Humanities and Social Science Department at IIT Gandhinagar. She's also well-known author of Landscape about India, Forms and Meaning, and she's a recipient of Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Award. So welcome to the show, Amita ji. How are you today?
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me to the show.
So, we had been doing great topic like Mandala and the rise of architecture using this Mandala. And today I am so glad to really discuss about the origin of Varanasi. So I would like to ask you, what is the origin of Varanasi and how it is linked to its geography?
So Varanasi is older than time, as they say. It's beyond time. And there is a origin story, which let me share it with you. So here in this collage, which is based on a 19th century painting, we see Shiva holding Varanasi on his trident. And Parvati is playing the veena, Ganga is descending from the heavens at the request of Bhagirathi. And so Varanasi is really associated with Shiva, and it is between two rivers on the banks of the Ganges, of course. Here the Ganga flows from south to north, it changes its course. And the area between the river Varuna on the north and the rivulet Assi on the south is claimed by Varanasi. Now, Varuna is is associated with obstructing evil, and Assi with destroying evil. So this is a sacred ground, and it is also called Anandvan. That is how Shiva describes it to Parvati. Anandvan, Anand Kanan, a forest of bliss. And in this drawing, you see many water bodies, kunds, which would have existed in ancient times. And this is where um, hermits, sages came and established their ashrams on the banks of the kunds. So this is, a city which is the abode of Shiva, and it is also a place where one can encounter the learned people and learn. It's a city of learning. And it is a place which is, you see in the slide below, means that it has been very important historically also. So Kashi was one of the 16 Janpadas of ancient times. And we hear about it, during the definitely during the Mauryan times, in which the Magad Janpad rose to prominence, and during the times of Ashok, as Buddhism rose, Ashok himself came here and established a stupa. So the city is also associated with Buddhists, and I think during a brief period of time, when Buddhism was very important, Shiva had actually left Varanasi and had gone to Mount Mandala, and there was a king called King Devodasa who had to be driven out. Now, for Buddhism, Sarnath, where Buddha gave his first sermon, this is a very important node for pilgrimage. And the stupa established by Ashoka is no longer there, but there is a latest stupa, dharmic stupa, that you see in the slide. And there were many viharas, monasteries, and chatyagrahas. In fact, the symbol of India, the capital of India, is actually a Buddhist, an Ashokan capital with the 4 lions on the top of the pillar. The Rajghat Plateau was also inhabited later on by the Gadwala kings. All through the Gupta period, Varanasi continued to be an important city. And by the time we come to the 12th century, the Gadwala rulers had made Varanasi a very important site by building temples there. And the Gadwala rulers used to worship Adikeshav, Vishnu, on the banks of the Ganga on the Varuna River. When the first armies of Muhammad Ghori, led by Qutbuddin Aibak, came, the Gadwala rule ended, and so did the Buddhist site Sarnath, which was also, the viharas were destroyed.
So actually, when we are talking about mandala and the mandala architecture creation in India, when we talk about Hindu architecture as well as Buddhist architecture. So can you please tell us about the Kashi mandala, which is, I think, very popular feature in Varanasi architecture?
Yes, Varanasi is also known as Kashi, the city of light. The Kashi, from the Sanskrit root Kash, which means light. And Mandala, as we know, is a circle. But this circle is actually adjusted to the topography. So here in this diagram, you see the circle on the banks of the Ganga, and this is the Kashi Mandal, or the Kashi Kshetra, which is the sacred ground between Varana and Assi. But the circle, when adjusted to the topographic reality, becomes more like the sector of the whole circle. And here, if you see the mandal, the center is this Madhyameshwar, where the most famous temple of Varanasi is situated, and a line drawn between Madhyameshwar and Delhi Vinayak is actually 5 crores or 17 kilometers. And so this is the area of the Kashi Mandal, 5 crores, where the light always shines. And this is the place which is, as we said before, beyond time. It is a place to be enlightened. Now, the story goes that Brahma and Vishnu, how they came to acknowledge the supremacy of Shiva. So in the 6th century fragment, we see Brahma on his goose flying upwards because a pillar of light appeared, and Vishnu as a boar diving down, and they could not find, the upper or the lower limits of this pillar of light. And so that is how they ended up acknowledging, this is the city of Shiva, this is, Kashi Dham. And when the city was first mapped by James Prinsep in 1822, the inner city area is the Abhimukta, the zone where Shiva never leaves Kashi. The city is never forsaken. And the very center is Vishweshwara temple, which is now visited by millions of people. And in this aerial photograph, you see the Kashi Vishwanath temple. It is actually a temple built 18th century temple built by Queen Ahilyabai of Holkar. The earlier temple was destroyed in the 17th century, and the Gyanvyapi Mosque was built. And before that, the temple of the 12th century was destroyed by the Sultanate armies. But Hindus kept on rebuilding. And so Vishweshwara never really, the site never lost its sanctity, and Vishweshwara never left Kashi, so to speak. And here is the view of Kashi Vishwanath temple, the golden dome, which was given this gold plate by Ranjit Singh, the Sikh ruler, and the spires of the temple built by the Holkar queen.
Okay, so I want to ask you that why Varanasi has become such an important pilgrimage destination? What is so unique about this city?
Well, Kashi Vishwanath, draws millions of pilgrims from all over the world. But the Ganga also draws pilgrims. People come here to bathe in the Ganga on auspicious occasions. People come here to die. Manikarnika Ghat, popularly known as the Burning Ghat, is where Shiva is. This is also known as Mahashamshan, the great Shamshan, the great cremation ground, where if you die, you will achieve moksha. And so thousands come here to spend the last days of their lives in the hospices, and when they die, Shiva whispers the Tarkeshwar mantra, and liberation is assured. Now, the pilgrimage, as pilgrimage site, Varanasi has great sanctity because the Char Dham are here: Badrinath, Dwarka, Puri, and Rameshwaram. The 12 Jyotirlingas are here. The 7 Saptpuris, including Varanasi, are here. Ayodhya, Mathura, Ujjain, Haridwar, Dwarka, and Kanchipuram. So in a way, Varanasi has gathered the sanctity of all of the sacred sites in India. This is a process of, spatial transposition. All the sacred sites come here, and they add to the sanctity of Varanasi. Pilgrimage has been happening for a very, very long time, certainly since the 13th century. And in this pilgrim map of the 19th century, you see the Kashi Mandal, which is protected by the Ganas and the Bhairvas and the Matrikas. You see Varanasi as a square, with the center as Vishweshwar. And you see, of course, Ganga Ghats lined by temples. The Panchkroshi pilgrimage, the 5 krosh, is circumambulated. So when pilgrims are on the Panchkroshi pilgrimage, they go around the sacred kshetra of the five of the 108 shrines. 5 are most important, and this is where the pilgrims spend about a night each. In Shivratri, they try to complete the pilgrimage in one day and night. Pilgrimage is always effective, but especially so during the Adhik Maas, the intercalary month, the extra month, which comes about every 3 years, when the solar and lunar calendars have to be synchronized. And during Kartik Purnima, during Shivratri, again, pilgrimage is undertaken by millions of people. So, bathing in the Ganga, visiting Kashi Vishwanath, going on the pilgrimage, this is what attracts devotees to Varanasi from all over the world.
Yeah, so it was so wonderful to really know about these finer points about the rise of Banaras or Kashi, and of course, how this has become a great pilgrimage point for people to come, especially Buddhist people and Hindu followers of Hindu. So, it was so lovely to talk to you and understand the mandala formation when we talk about the whole city and how it's being created and the stories behind that. So, what is one thing which really reminds you when you really think about the city, Banaras? What comes first in your mind?
I think about the skyline. I see the ghats and I see the temple spires, and this is probably the most famous skyline of India. Yes, and I think about the Ganga, and I think also about visiting, the Jyotirlinga in Kashi Vishwanath temple.
Okay, so it was so wonderful to talk to you and know about this great city, which is one of the ancient city of the world. And we'll be meeting again to discuss more about mandala formation in different architectural and city formation. So till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. My name is Kanchan Verma and today we'll be discussing about music and how music can affect in maintaining a good health. But before that, a word on our giveaway.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion.
Hello friends, today we have a special guest, Dr. Shambhavi Das, and I'm sure you would like to hear her songs, you would like to talk to her. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Shambhavi Das. Shambhavi, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm very good and thanks for inviting me. I'm doing very good. Thanks for inviting me. And I am really glad that I am doing the second session with you, Kanchanji. I'm really glad. Thanks a lot.
वेल शंभवी, प्रोग्राम शुरू करूं से पहले it is very very essential for everybody and for me to listen your beautiful voice. तो आप कोई सुरीला सा गाना सुनाइए ना, हमारी ऑडियंस भी पसंद करेंगे इसको.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. आज मैंने जो राग चूज किया है वो है राग मालकौंस, और ये भी थेरेप्यूटिक राग है. और आजकल कोविड का टाइम चल रहा है, तो ये राग इम्यूनिटी में बहुत हेल्प करता है. इस राग की ऐसी फ्रीक्वेंसीज हैं जिसकी वजह से इट वर्क्स ऑन द इम्यूनिटी, द गट इशू. इम्यूनिटी जिन जिन चीज़ों से रिलेटेड हैं, जिन जिन ऑर्गन्स से रिलेटेड हैं, उसमें ये फ्रीक्वेंसीज काम करती हैं. और हम ट्राई भी करते हैं अपने क्लाइंट्स पे. एंड आई वुड लाइक टू सिंग. इसमें एक पॉपुलर भजन है. मन तड़पत हरि दर्शन को आज, मन तड़पत हरि दर्शन को आज, मोरे तुम बिन बिसरे सगरे काज, मोरे तुम बिन बिसरे सगरे काज, मन तड़पत हरि दर्शन को आज, मन तड़पत हरि दर्शन को आज, तुमरे द्वार का मैं हूँ जोगी, तुमरे द्वार का मैं हूँ जोगी, हमारी ओर नजर कब होगी, सुनो मोरे व्याकुल मन के बाज, सुनो मोरे व्याकुल मन के बाज, मन तड़पत हरि दर्शन को आज, मन तड़पत हरि दर्शन को आज. थैंक यू सो मच.
बहुत खूब, बहुत अच्छा गाया और बहुत ही अच्छा लगा. आई एम श्योर कि हमारे ऑडियंस को भी बहुत अच्छा लगा होगा. तो आई जस्ट वांट टू नो कि आप थेरेपी करती हैं म्यूजिक के साथ, तो ऐसा कोई इंसिडेंट बताइए जो आपने किया है थेरेपी बच्चों के लिए, जो इंटरेस्टिंग हो एंड दैट इंसिडेंट वी रियली चेरिश.
मेरे बहुत सारे इंस्ट्रूमेंट मतलब ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स हैं, और आई एम रियली ग्लैड कि मुझे जब बहुत जल्दी रिजल्ट्स मिल जाते हैं ना अपने क्लाइंट्स के साथ. जब मैं देखती हूँ कि इन दैट स्पैन ऑफ 2 months 3 months, जैसे जो स्पीच प्रॉब्लम है, जैसे एक एग्जांपल लूँगी स्पीच में, तो बच्चे जैसे कुछ स्टटरिंग करते हैं और उनका जैसे टंग टाई है तो उसकी वजह से बिल्कुल भी नहीं बोल पाते हैं। 4 साल 5 साल की बच्ची थी और तो मैं उसको बिल्कुल वैसे गवाना पड़ता था, ओम, मतलब वो मुंह भी नहीं बंद कर पाती थी। कुछ ऐसा प्रॉब्लम था उसको जिसकी वजह से वो बोलना तो हटाइए, वो जो वॉवल्स हैं वो भी नहीं बोल पाती थी। और विद इन द स्पैन ऑफ 2 मंथ्स मुझे पता चला कि मतलब ये जो मंत्र चैंट्स हैं, तो मैंने उस बच्ची को रुद्राष्टकम सिखाया। तो उसमें मैं उसको ऐसे बोलती थी, नमामि शमीशान निर्वाण रूपम। तो बिल्कुल पहले तो नमामि मतलब ऐसे बोलते थे बच्चे। उसके बाद विद इन 2 मंथ्स नमामि, बिल्कुल दे नो वेयर टू एंड वेयर टू क्लोज द माउथ, कौन सा वॉवल कहाँ आ रहा है, नमा। क्योंकि मैं एक एक वर्ड पे बहुत ज्यादा टाइम स्पेंड करती थी उस बच्चे के साथ। और नमामि शमी शान निर्वाण, तोड़ा तो बिल्कुल ही मुझे लगता था बिल्कुल इम्पॉसिबल है। और ड़ा बोलना भी आ गया धीरे धीरे। और विद इन द स्पैन ऑफ 2 to 3 months वो उस बच्चे ने आधी रुद्राष्टकम, काफी बड़ा है, और उसने रुद्राष्टकम सीख लिया। और मुझे पता चला, मुझे भी कई चीजें, मतलब जब मैं एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करती हूँ तो मुझे भी पता चलता है कि संस्कृत कितना जरूरी है। संस्कृत का जो उच्चारण है, प्रोनाउंसिएशन है, जैसे आजकल के बच्चों को मैं देखती हूँ संस्कृत है स्कूल्स में है बट उतना नहीं है, इंग्लिश पे बहुत ज्यादा जोर है। तो मैं देखती हूँ कि इंग्लिश भी जब संस्कृत बच्चे उच्चारण करते हैं, प्रोनाउंस करते हैं, तो उस डिक्शन से उनकी बाकी जो लैंग्वेजेस हैं, यानी तेलुगु, हिंदी, इंग्लिश, जो भी, दैट बिकम्स सो क्लियर। क्योंकि मैं इवन एडल्ट्स, बच्चों को तो हटाइए, एडल्ट्स भी, जैसे व्हेन आई एम स्पीकिंग, सो व्हेन आई स्पीक, हाउ आर यू डूइंग, तो वो चीज बच्चों में नहीं है। आई एम फाइन मैम, बहुत ही जल्दी से कोई चीज बोल के खत्म करेंगे। दे डोंट हैव दैट कॉन्फिडेंस टू स्पीक इट इन अ वेरी गुड वॉइस एंड वेरी क्लियर। तो वो चीज आती है संस्कृत से। और जब मैं ये तो जो मैंने इंसिडेंट बताया वो काफी, वो तो बच्चे का स्पीच डिसऑर्डर था। जिनका नहीं है स्पीच डिसऑर्डर, उतना डिफाइंड नहीं है, लेकिन जिनकी वजह से लेकिन तब भी उनके स्पीच में कॉन्फिडेंस की कमी की वजह से स्पीच का प्रॉब्लम होता है, उन बच्चों को मैंने ये जाना कि संस्कृत बोलना, संस्कृत का उच्चारण, और हर रोज 10 मिनट्स कुछ भी संस्कृत का भजन गाना कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है, और बच्चों के लिए स्पेशली बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। और मैंने ये एक्सपीरियंस किया उस दिन, सो दिस इज वन ऑफ माय वेरी स्पेशल मोमेंट्स। थैंक यू।
Great. So today we are discussing Raga Malkos. So tell me what this Raga all about.
So this raga is like this is called Madhyam raga, or this is a pentatonic raga. Pent means 5. So this raga consists of only 5 notes. Ni, ni, ma, sa, ga, ma, dha, ni. That's it. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा इसमें खासियत है, क्योंकि जब हमारे पास कम नोट्स होते हैं तो हमें जंप बहुत मारना पड़ता है नोट्स में। तो जब हम जंप्स मारते हैं तो वो राग डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि जब हम सा रे गा म प ध नि सा, अब इसमें रे भी नहीं है इस राग में और प भी नहीं है, तो हमें कुछ रागों से ज्यादा लंबा स्किप मारना पड़ता है, विच इज ने सा। और इसमें ग ध नि तीनों कोमल है, और ये पेंटाटोनिक राग है, यानी कि 5 नोट रागा। नि सा गा मा धा नि सा, सिर्फ 5 नोट्स, रे और प नहीं यूज हुआ। सा नि धा मा, गा मा गा सा, ग ध्वनि कोमल मीन्स ग ध्वनि कम फ्रीक्वेंसीज पर है। तो जब हम कम फ्रीक्वेंसीज पे जाते हैं तो जो हमारे जो प्राइम चक्रास होते हैं हमारी बॉडी के, मतलब अगर हम थेरेप्यूटिक वे में इसको बताएं तो ये जो नोट्स हैं वो लोअर एब्डोमेन के एरिया को हिट करते हैं। उसके बाद हार्ट चक्रा को बहुत, ये मतलब ये राग जो मध्यम है उसमें बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। मतलब हर थोड़ी देर पे सा नि सा मा, हर थोड़ी देर पे मध्यम मा सुनाई पड़ेगा। और मा रिलेटेड है हार्ट से, विच इज related to respiration, which is related to your lungs, which is related to your lymphatic lymph glands over, lymph nodes over here। lymph nodes जो होते हैं या जो हमारी ये thymus glands होती हैं, ये सब immunity में बहुत important होती हैं। इसीलिए ये राग जो है, ये जो सिरोसिस हो जाता है लोगों को, उसमें भी बहुत हेल्प करता है और हमने ये एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कर रखे हैं। तो स्पेशली हार्ट चक्रा और हार्ट से रिलेटेड यहाँ पे जितने भी कॉलम्स हैं उनको ये बहुत अच्छे से डील करता है। ये मतलब ये फ्रीक्वेंसीज करती है। और ध ब्रेन को के लिए इट्स अ वेरी गुड राग, बिकॉज इट इज ब्रेन में भी मतलब धैवत भी इसमें जो फ्रीक्वेंसीज है वो लेस है। तो ये जो एरिया है यानी जो हमारा क्राउन चक्र है, जिसे आज्ञा चक्र कहते हैं, तो ये इसको पीनियल ग्लैंड भी कहते हैं। तो ये जो पीनियल ग्लैंड से रिलेटेड जो है उसको, ये यहाँ पे जो ब्रेन आता है मतलब इस एरिया में, तो इसको अगर आप अंदर लेके जाओ तो इस एरिया में जो ब्रेन के पार्ट्स आते हैं जैसे एमिगडाला है और कॉर्पस कोलोसम है, तो दिस बिकम्स, तो ब्रेन वेव्स को ये थोड़ा सा काम डाउन करता है। और कहते हैं कि हमारे स्पिरिचुअलिटी में भी है कि जितना ही हम अपने ब्रेन को काम डाउन करेंगे उतना ही वो ज्यादा वर्क करेगा एंड वी बिकम मोर इंटेलिजेंट एंड इट वर्क्स ऑन द कॉग्निशन। तो इसलिए ये राग कॉग्निशन पे, तो 3 चीजों पे बहुत अच्छी वर्क करती है। हमारा ये जो लोअर एब्डोमेन है, हार्ट है और ब्रेन है। और तो इसलिए ये राग इम्यूनिटी के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा लाभदायक है, बहुत बेनिफिशियल है। इस राग में मैं और भी गाने गाना, टाइम है क्या? तो इस राग में जैसे एक,
हम चाहते हैं कि हम आपको ज़्यादा सुने, तो हम जब बात करते हैं मालकॉस की, और मैं ये जानना चाहती थी कि ऐसा कोई गाना है जो बॉलीवुड का है और जो लोग अगर आप सुनाएं, अगर आपके उस लिस्ट में है, तो लोगों को अच्छे से समझ आ जाएगा कि राग ये मालकॉस कौन सा राग है और किस तरह से एंजॉय कर सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, तो मैं इसी पे आने जा रही थी। राग मालकॉस के कुछ गाने हैं जो कि बहुत फेमस हैं और यही एग्जैक्टली यही नोट्स लगते हैं। तो एक गाना है जैसे आए सुर के पंछी आए, आए सुर, ये जो सॉन्ग है ये फिल्म सुर संगम का है, उसमें गिरीश कर्नाड थे। तो ये जो मूवी है उसमें सारे मूवी सॉन्ग्स हैं, राग सॉन्ग्स हैं, राग बिल्ट, उसमें कुछ भी उसमें मिक्सचर नहीं है रागों में। तो इसलिए ये अगर आप मूवी देखें या इसके गाने कभी सुनने का मौका मिले तो आप देखेंगे तो आपको रागों की नॉलेज होगी थोड़ी। आए सुर के पंछी आए, आए सुर के पंछी आए, थिरक थिरक सब आए, आए सुर के। इसी तरह एक गाना है वो भी बहुत पॉपुलर है, आधा है चंद्रमा रात आधी, रह न जाए तेरी मेरी बात आधी, मुलाकात आधी, आधा है चंद्रमा। इसी तरह एक मूवी की गजल भी है इसमें भूल शायद बहुत बड़ी कर दी, भूल शायद बहुत बड़ी कर दी, हमने दुनिया से दोस्ती कर ली, हमने दुनिया से दोस्ती कर ली, भूल शायद बहुत बड़ी कर ली। इसी तरह और भी पुराने पुराने गाने हैं, नए गानों में भी थे, बट नए गानों में इतना मिक्सचर हो जाता है, मतलब राग मालकौस मालकौस नहीं, उसके साथ और भी इतने सारे राग मिल जाते हैं, तो जिसकी वजह से हम उसको अपने क्लाइंट्स को नहीं बता पाते हैं, क्योंकि फिर वो एग्जैक्टली मालकौस नहीं होता है। इसलिए नए गानों में मैं अवॉइड करती हूँ, बट नए में भी है। रात को जान के मन बोले, तुम आओ रात को जान के। ये रिसेंट तो नहीं है, थोड़ी सी 90s की मूवी है एक, और उसमें ये क्लासिकल सॉन्ग था। तो इस तरीके के गाने बहुत हैं मूवी सॉन्ग्स में, लेकिन बहुत कम गाने हैं जो एग्जैक्टली वही वही नोट्स लेके चलते हैं, क्योंकि कैजुअल म्यूजिक जो होता है, सिनेमा म्यूजिक, वो तो कैजुअल होता है, तो वो नॉर्मली उसमें कई चीजें मिक्सचर कर देते हैं, तो इसलिए हम वैसे यूज नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन जब हमारे पेशेंट्स को गाना है और हमारी थेरेपी पूरी हो चुकी है, तब हम उनसे बोलते हैं कि आप और गाने भी गा सकते हैं।
बहुत सुंदर, बहुत अच्छा लगा, और बहुत अच्छे गाने आपने सेलेक्ट किए। तो एनी मैसेज फॉर द viewers, how they can learn and how can this Malkos help them, as we have already discussed that how this affects the body, but beyond that, can we really ask people or children that learning Malkos is must? Any suggestion or any
बिल्कुल,
idea
तो
you want
मैं
to give?
कुछ बहुत ही शॉर्ट में कुछ ट्रिक्स बताऊंगी, सो दैट आप लोग जैसे उस राग में कुछ भी जो आप गाते हैं उसको आप कंपोज कर सकते हैं। जैसे इस राग की ट्यून है ड ड ड ड ड ड ड डा 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 डा। तो अगर मैं इसको आप बजा के देखें अगर इसको, तो इसमें सी से आता है, और जो जो नोट्स लगते हैं वो आपने बजा लिया फॉर द टाइम बीइंग, और उसके बाद उसको आप जरूरी नहीं है कि आप उसी ट्यून में गाएं, आप किसी मंत्र को उठाइए। नॉर्मली हर फैमिली में पूजा पाठ होता है और उसमें जैसे मंत्र उच्चारण होता है, तो जैसे ओम भूर्भुवः लेते हैं, अब ओम भूर्भुवः को मैंने इस राग में कन्वर्ट कर दिया, इसमें कंपोज कर दिया। नॉर्मली ये आ जाता है ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः, तो ये थोड़ा सा कॉमन हो गया, थोड़ा सा, तो इसलिए हम इसको मतलब इसमें आप गाओगे भी तो आपका थॉट्स इधर उधर जाएंगे, क्योंकि ये आपको आता है। लेकिन अभी आप इसको मालकौंस में गाएं तो ओम ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। तो मैंने एग्जैक्टली मालकौस के नोट्स लिए, हल्का सा उसको चेंज कर दिया। तो आप इस तरह से किसी भी गाने को आप मोल्ड कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो मंत्र उच्चारण होते हैं वो हम लोग कंपोज करते रहते हैं। वो जो नॉर्मल ट्यून्स बनी है वो एक नॉर्मल लोगों के लिए बनी है। उसी तरह आप गानों को, आप जैसे कि मैंने अभी मूवी सॉन्ग्स आपको सुनाए, आप मूवी सॉन्ग सुनिए उस राग के, क्योंकि ये राग बहुत थेरेप्यूटिक है, और जैसा कि मैंने बोला कि ये काफी आपकी हेल्थ पे काम करता है, स्पेशली दिन के टाइम, मतलब 12 बजे के बाद ये राग बहुत काम करता है। जिस तरह से मतलब जैसे जैसे सन आपके ऊपर आता है, क्योंकि सन, डे, नाइट, ये सब एंगल्स राग से जुड़े हुए हैं, तो टाइम बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर होता है। तो टाइम के हिसाब से अगर आप इस राग को सुनेंगे, यूट्यूब पे आप इसमें और गाने सुनेंगे और उसको गाएंगे, तो आपको बहुत बेनिफिशियल होगा, बहुत बेनिफिट्स पहुंचेंगे। एटलीस्ट 20 डेज का हम लोग वो देते हैं। 20 डेज अगर आप रोज सुने 20-20 मिनट्स, तो इट्स वेरी वेरी बेनिफिशियल एंड इट्स वेरी थेरेप्यूटिक। एंड ऐसी बहुत सारी रागें हैं जिनको मैं फिर से डिस्कस करूंगी, लेकिन रागें सुनना, इन जनरल कोई भी राग सुनना हमेशा रोज, इट्स लाइक वी कॉल इट साउंड बाथ। साउंड बाथ मीन्स कि अगर आपको नहीं भी समझ में आ रहा है तो भी चलेगा। ये जैसे आप खाते हैं पीते हैं, कई बार आपको नहीं पसंद आता है खाना, लेकिन आप खाते हैं, उसी तरह आपको बहुत राग का जो सुनना है, राग इंटरवेंशन, इट्स वेरी बेनिफिशियल एंड आई वुड सजेस्ट ऑल माय व्यूअर्स टू लिसन एटलीस्ट 10 minutes of sound bath they should give themselves. Thank you so much.
It was so wonderful to talk to you today and learn so many good things. And I am sure
Thank you
the
so much.
viewers will also be benefiting after listening to your suggestion. We'll be discussing more about music, therapy, and ragas in our next episode. Till then, bye
Sure,
bye.
sure.
Take care.
Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me again. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Take care.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies and welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. And today we are very honored and privileged to have Dr. Satish, who is the co-founder of Savvy Global Technologies, and he joins us from Bangalore. Satish is a 2-decade-old, very seasoned professional in our industry, and he is also the alumni of ISB. So without further ado, let me welcome Dr. Satish.
Thank you, CK, for welcoming. I'm glad to be part of your show, and very good afternoon to you.
It will be our honor and privilege to know about your journey, Dr. Satish. To begin the discussion between us today, you have already spent almost 2 decades in the industry and you have seen ups and downs. So, would you like to tell us more about how was your journey as a leader and how you evolved?
Okay, thank you for asking about my background of profession and the growth. To me, if one needs to grow along with the changing scenarios, it is very important to adopt self to the change and keep moving with the change. Continuous learning, upskilling, and consistently developing the required skills and competencies or mandatory practice one should follow. And I grew up by following these best practices as a leader.
Satish, you have had a very illustrious career so far, and now you're helping your colleagues also by giving them employments and also bringing a lot of change to the way society function. And through Savvy, your current company, you're rolling out a lot of new types of high-tech applications, which is going to reduce cost and improve lives of the people. Now, before we discuss about that, you have seen so many transformation in the industry. Would you like to inform us and our viewers how these transformations shaped your journey so far?
Okay. Yeah, before we get to the exact answering about your question, I would like to give a little bit about the technology today. And it is a wide topic to talk about. And to keep it short and simple, technology has been playing a major role in transforming our way of living and impacting to a great extent on our lifestyle with consistent revolutions. From where it started a couple of decades before and where it is today, there has been a tremendous transition that has taken place. As days roll on, we continue to see innovations, inventions, advancements that will continue to happen, and these changes will continue to influence people life, businesses, and standard of living. And it is a continuous process and journey altogether. There are a number of things we can notice that have transitioned and transformed so far, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and automation, smart systems, etc. So that's a kind of a change a technology has brought into the industry so far. And coming to how are we going to align ourselves in helping the organization to develop is adapting to the changing technology and helping the resources to get trained upon and learning and development and focus on the improvements that go along with the journey.
So, Dr. Satish, while working for the Savvy Global Tech, what is the kind of applications you intend to bring out in the field, and how these applications will impact the life of common human beings or common Indians?
Okay. So Savvy Global Tech is passionate organization towards the trending technology, and some of the solutions, some of the applications that we are trying to bring into the market in terms of the artificial intelligence, automated systems, and smart equipments or smart solutions, which are going to benefit the general public when they're going to use it. It might be a solution for another organization, or it might be a solution for another business. It might be a solution for us, for a group of people. So those are going to benefit them in reducing the time, effort, and human intervention by running and using these solutions at a cost-effective manner and get benefit out of it in running their businesses or daily routines more efficiently.
So the Savvy Global Tech is a very smart team, very young team. I know for sure there are a lot of young and professionals which are working for you, and you are very innovative. However, you as a professional, you have a long journey of 2 decades. You had a lot of achievements. Would you like to share some of these achievements with us for the inspiration?
Okay, that's a very nice question, and thank you for asking this question, CK. I would be glad to talk about achievements. According to me, every achievement has its own value-add success story and hard effort associated to it. It might be a small achievement, it might be a bigger achievement. Every achievement remains close to heart and anyway for an individual, and they take their journey, success journey, by achieving more and more as they work on. So, however, if I need to talk about some of them, some of the achievements, then the first one would be I would pick up on the personal front, which is my doctorate scholarship with an award of excellence honored by the University of ISBM. And the next one or two I would like to pick from the Savvy's journey side. So the second one would be an artificial intelligence based COVID signature screening and detection solution that can generate COVID signatures positive or negative results and reports in less than 10 seconds. That's the kind of solution which is being a great success for us, which is ready to go to market, and it is already started its journey to the market. And if I want to talk about one of the other example, probably with a short span of time, a remarkable progress that Savvy has made in its journey into the market so far, with consistent developments and strategic executions, value add services and solutions being delivered to the global customers today. Overall, I would say Savvy is endeavoring through its great journey now and a long way to go.
Dr. Satish, I think I will speak very freely with you as a professional, as your industry colleague. You see, there was a time during when our parents were growing up in India. There are businesses who could say that, hey, I have a 50-year-old plan. For example, I mean, all of us have used these old cars like Ambassador and Padmini, Premier Padmini. I mean, these companies had a 50 to 60-year plan. I mean, whatever cars they were rolling out, the generations would use those cars. But now the situation has totally changed. It is very difficult for any business person to predict more than 5 years for his organization. What we are doing today may not be relevant after a couple of years. So what is your one mantra would you like to give to our viewers as a mantra of success in today's environment?
Okay, in today's technology booming industry and the background and a lot of innovations brought in place, a couple of factors plays a vital role in today's environment. One is moving along with the trending technologies, whatever is getting involved in evolving in the industry, and then move along with it. And a strategic focus, planning the approach very efficiently in a structured manner, and choosing the right people to work with. It might be a leadership, management, staff, partners, or vendors. And choosing the right asset and tools matters a lot. And besides, as we work on all these progressions, learning and development in parallel to match with the industry growth is one of the key player that should be considered. And follow the practice of good process oriented approach and look forward to ensure and achieve customer experience. These are some of the factors which would be very essential in today's environment.
So I think, as I said before asking you this question, is that it's quite tough to predict a very long-term plan for the companies. I think the feeling I'm getting or the answer, if I have to summarize, is that diversification is what you are intending to do, because you have a customer base which is not going to change, but as long as you are able to adapt and diversify into new business areas as and when they are evolved, I think that is your message today. So it's a fantastic message. From here on, from your point of view, in next decade, how do you see the technology driving the industry for next 10 years?
Okay. That's a very nicely foreseen factor today. For the past few decades, if you see, technology has been impacting staggering technological changes that have been revolutionizing the world today. And technology has brought up thousands of tools, resources, making it very essential and very easy and very possible to access any information literally at our fingertips. So there's no doubt that the world is going to drastically change with technology and innovation, which is upcoming in the next years and decades. As a stakeholder of the organization, an IT organization, I feel it is very important to know which technologies to implement so that the business can stand out in the competitive market.
So Dr. Satish, you have established so many companies, you work for a large corporation, and wherever we have worked as professionals, we have seen that the investor community plays a major role in bringing any new technology. So right now, if you look at the market, we're talking about ed tech, medical tech, fintech. In fact, fintech has now become history. So it's more of ed tech and medical tech. And most of these new developments are being driven by the investor community, whether they are banks or angel investors or seed funding agencies. what is your one message, or what is that you expect from the investor community to help with these new changes which are happening in the world today?
It's a fantastic ask, CK. Investor community today should focus on this, from my perspective of learning in my career and seeing the trend going forward. So I would say investor community should focus on identifying potential trending technology solution oriented businesses or areas or spaces. So in today's techno revolutionary world, growth in the upcoming years is very well foreseen. So keeping that in mind, investing on the right technology space that has a long way to go will definitely yield a solid value add at the long run for the investors.
So, Dr. Satish, I think we had a lot of learning from this discussion today. We learned a lot about your approach, how you want to build your organization, what are the empowerment you want to do for your employees, your partners, and your investors, and also people by and large. So it was great learning for us, Dr. Satish. And
thank you very much. Yeah.
It is our pleasure, Dr. Satish. And Dr. Satish is a co-founder in a very high-tech company, which is called Savvy Global Tech. They are headquartered in Bangalore. They are coming out with fantastic applications, which will change the lives of people, not only now, but for next 1 or 2 years. So people who are interested in knowing about this company or about this application or the technology work that Savvy is doing, or interested in knowing more about Dr. Satish, please drop in your email. We will connect you with Dr. Satish and this company. So in the end, Dr. Satish, it was our pleasure to talk to you, and we hope to catch up again, understanding more work that your company is doing and bringing that to our people.
Thank you very much, CK. And I would like to once again convey my gratitude to have this event organized. And I'm really excited to be part of your show. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this series we will be discussing about great rishis of India, as we had been discussing from last weeks. So stick around to this episode till the end, and I'll be meeting you after a break. Let's listen what our sponsor says about it.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. we're entering a new age of empowerment and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Welcome back, and today in this series we are discussing about one of the greatest rishi of India. And what can I tell about him? He is a king who became a great sage. Yes, we are talking about Rishi Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra was not a Brahmin by birth and was a great warrior. He was a Kshatriya king named Kaushika, and as he was descendant of sage Kusha, Vishwamitra competently ruled the kingdom of his kingdom for many years, and before he finally gave up everything and went on to become a saint. Now, I have not seen any king in the history who has left his kingdom everything and became a king, became a sage. I mean. You may say that that Ashoka the Great is one king who left being active king and also adopted Buddhism. But what I feel is that he never left his kingdom. He maintained his army. So in case if you have any name in your mind, you can comment on the comment box and let me know if you have any idea, any king who left willingly and became a saint, a king. Now, moving forward, Vishwamitra is one of the respected sage in ancient India. As per the Holy Puran, there have been only 24 rishis who have understood the Gayatri month, and it is believed that sage Vishwamitra is supposed to be the first one. Now, talking about the Gayatri month is regarded as the highest and most powerful Hindu prayer. Brahma Rishi Vishwamitra is said to have found the sacred Gayatri month. It is verses from the Sukta of Rig Veda, and the Gayatri is the name of Vedic meter in which the verses are composed. So anybody who has not very profound knowledge of literature, I think it will be very difficult to really compose and understand the Gayatri month. He is also credited as the author of majority of portion of Mandala 3 of Rig Vedas. Ramayana, as everybody knows, Vishwamitra is the preceptor of Lord Ram and his brother Lakshman. He gave his powers to all these brothers, knowledge of celestial weaponry, or we can say Dev Shastra, and trained them in advanced religion, taught them how to kill powerful demons like Tarka, Marich and Subahu. Moving forward, Vishwamitra is featured in many legends and different work of a Hindu religion. They mention Vishwamitra as one of the most powerful, most charismatic king as well as saint. It is said that Vishwamitra sage created parallel heaven known as Trishanku Swarga for King Trishanku. When the proud King Trishanku asked his guru Vashishta to send him to heaven in his own body, the guru responded that the body cannot ascend to heaven. Then King Trishanku asked Vashishta 100 sons to send him to heaven, and sons outraged that Trishanku came to them and refused after the refusal of his father, and caused him to become a demon, or in Hindi we call Chandal, or untouchable. Trishanku was transformed into person with the body of ash, clothes in black, and wearing a iron jewelry. And when he went back to his kingdom, none of his subjects really recognized him, and he was driven out of the kingdom. So sad, right? But then he really came across sage Vishwamitra, who agreed to help him. Vishwamitra organized a great sacrifice ritual, propitiating the devas, pleading that at least you accept this is a nice king. I would like to send him to heaven with the body. But no way devas responded, and Vishwamitra became very angry, and by using his yogic powers and other sacrifices and other rituals, he ordered Trishanku to go to heaven. And miracle to surprise to everybody, that Trishanku rise to heavens, and he kept flying in the sky until he reached to heaven, where he was pushed back by Indra. And by this whole incident, Vishwamitra really became very angry, and he said that if you can't provide Trishanku the heaven, I will create my own heaven, which will be known as Trishanku heaven. In fact, he also said that I will be creating another Brahma. And he had only completed the universe when the Brihaspati, who is the guru of Devtas, all gods, ordered him to stop. Trishanku, however, did not enjoy Trishanku Swarg. He remained fixed in the sky and was transformed into constellation. But in whole process of creation and the work of Vishwamitra, Indra got really frightened by his power, and he wanted to break his meditation. He wanted to curse him. So finally he sent Menaka to lure him and break his meditation. Menaka was born during the celestial churning of seas by Devtas and Demon, and was one of the most beautiful celestial fairy in the world, with quick intelligence, innate talent, but desired a family. You see, family is, everybody desires a family. It is ultimate goal in many spheres. So she successfully breaks the meditation of Vishwamitra. However, she fell in love with him, and a baby girl was born called Shakuntala. And later she grew in the sage Kanva's ashram, and Shakuntala, again fell in love with the king Vishwanath. And with this union, the child was born by the name of Bharat, and it is said the Bharat name is being named by the king Bharat, who ruled a vast area of this subcontinent. Going forward, Vishwamitra had faced numerous difficulties along his journey towards becoming Brahma Rishi. He controlled his anger, he mellowed down, he freed himself from the greed, jealousy, anger, and other negative emotion. Once Brahma also became very happy about his gesture. And it is said that once one Brahmin tried his level best to bother him and make him angry, but Vishwamitra remained calm, smiling throughout, and thus proving that he had gained complete control over his emotion and passion. He continued his intense sadhana, his work, for many years, until one day Brahma really appeared before him, and Brahma was so pleased that he said that Vishwamitra, you are now Brahma Rishi. And this is a title which is being given by Brahma, who is the creator of the world. Now, Vishwamit always wanted to become a Brahma Rishi, and he worked towards that. And he has like a competition kind of feeling with Rishi Vashishta. And later on, Rishi Vashishta also appeared before him, and he said, Vishwamitra, indeed, you are a Brahma Rishi. So finally, he is declared as a Brahma Rishi, or we can say Raj Rishi. After facing thousands of massive problems, Vishwamitra was conferred the title of Brahma Rishi by both Brahma and Rishi Vashishta. However, Vishwamitra possesses a lot of compassion about many things of all being, and he is always willing to help everybody, and always willing to exhaust all his punya, all his work to gain which he gained from his tapas to help other people. Following the attainment of the status of Brahma Rishi, he was also known to use his tapas to help anybody, everybody, whenever it's required. And his contribution is really immense. He is equally, when we say his contribution, and I think it will be very important to name few of his sons, like Madhu Chanda, who composed the shloka of Rig Vedas, and other son Sushruta, he is considered as the father of plastic surgery. And there's countless contribution of Vishwamitra and his family in the development of mankind, in helping of the mankind. He is, or he was, a Brahma Rishi. He is a Raj Rishi, and also he has a place in the traditional Hindu astronomy 7-star, or we call Saptarishi. So I would like to end this episode by saying that we are immensely happy, and it is a proud to discuss about Rishi Maharishi Vishwamitra. We'll be meeting again with another Rishi in this episode. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. About 10 days back, there was a news that in UP, which is one of the province in India, there is a discovery, or the scientists have found a huge stash of gold, or rather it's 3,000 to 6,000 metric ton of gold have been found deep inside the forest in our state called UP. Now this is going to change the dynamics, the global dynamics, and so far this much gold is available, and it was sort of hidden out of plain sight for centuries. Nobody knew that such a big mountain of gold is there. That will change the dynamic, as I said, because this finding of the gold will bring India number 2 after United States in terms of the gold reserves. So why this is so important? Let me very high level, let me draw your attention to how economy works. So basically economy works based on average person sees these currency notes, and these are issued by the central bank of each country. Like you go to Kenya, there will be a central bank there. They are responsible for printing the notes. Likewise, we have in India, Reserve Bank of India, which is responsible for circulation and printing of the notes. It's not that anybody can print these currency notes. Now, how much currency to be printed? That is a question mark. That it is basically based on certain economic facts, and the starting point of this economy, which is like foreign exchange reserves, how much what is the size of my GDP, etc., etc.,
and how much currency I have in circulation. All that really started maybe 1,000 years back, maybe 2,000 years back, but wherever it started with gold. And in ancient time, the India was known for the gold. Everybody had gold. In fact, today the Indians love their gold so much that it is part of, it's like it's the ultimate investment. It's considered as an investment. It is also considered as ultimate inheritance. So while the Indian government does not have that kind of a gold in reserves, but the people, which is 1.3 billion people, whichever religion they are, they all love their gold, and all of these people have some gold or the other. So if you bring all of this into organized sector, we will be much ahead than the global any country, even United States. We will surpass them. But let's not talk about that part, because that gold is privately held with individuals in the country. But this one, which has now been found out, is a mountain of gold, and the estimate value is 3,000 to 6,000 metric ton in state of Uttar Pradesh. If that is added to the Indian gold reserve, we will be number 2 after United States. You can straight away imagine, as a layman, I'm just not talking too complex things here. I'm not talking about inflation. I'm not talking use these, difficult terms. I'm just saying that if you have gold, you will have better economy. Your ability to invest increase, your ability to spend increase, there will be more currency in circulation, and blah blah, and so on and so forth. So this has a very very profound implications in years to come. Right now, the status of this gold is the UP government is going to do e-tendering, and by way of e-tendering, they will select the companies, whether government or private companies, who will basically excavate this gold and produce it. After that, what will happen? Whether Uttar Pradesh will have access to this gold, or whether they will have a joint ownership with central government and the Uttar Pradesh government. So will it belong to India as a whole, or will it belong to Uttar Pradesh? That is what something that needs to be seen and ascertained. But right now, the way it looks like, and in fact, because of the Shaheen Bagh protest, this particular news was totally buried by all channels. But this is going to come up in a big way. It is going to transform India in next 10 years. It will become, India will again live the past glory of being called the golden sparrow, Sone ki chidiya. So with this, I will end this video, but I will meet you tomorrow with some more interesting facts. Until then, bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Ruchika Mehta. She is a well-known personality in India. She represents one of the leading hospitality brand which is recognized globally, and she's joining us now. She is going to share her experiences with the lockdown. Welcome to the show, Ruchika.
Thank you so much, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me in. These are exciting times that we are sitting in, so it's always fun to chat and understand what's going on with every one of us.
I'm glad that you found time. I'm sure even in the lockdown, you must be very busy. You are heading a team. You must be having a lot of conversation going with your team members. So would you like to share some experiences on how this lockdown situation has changed your working environment?
It's actually quite amazing, if I may be honest with you, because I feel that we are working a lot more than what we were working earlier. In fact, that's what we were discussing yesterday. I was discussing with my team, why does it doesn't feel like a lockdown. It feels like, oh my God, we are working 24/7. We are also forgetting to be able to distinguish between when is it a Sunday, when is it a Monday. So we end up working almost all days. it definitely, to be honest and fair to you, I think it has at some level also increased our productivity levels, because we are not distracted so much. We are not wasting our times on travel commute, so there's a lot more time on hand. And as I lead the communication piece for my brand, this is the time when there is a lot of communication that needs to go. So there is a lot of conversation that is happening, there are a lot of engagement that needs to be done with the stakeholders. So at some level our work has actually phenomenally increased. So it perhaps is a lockdown for a lot others, but it looks like, and it appears, and it does appear to me from my other friends and colleagues that I've been talking to, that the work has really not slowed down. The work is still on.
So the work is still on. That is where the message is. I think most
Yes.
of us are working more, and my comment on this one would be that the lockdown has actually brought us together even more than before. Don't you think so?
Absolutely. I mean, it might be a social distancing phase, but I think we are all the more socially being engaged. So socially, I think we have just increased our engagement levels, because we have never faced with something like that, right, in our lives. I don't know how it is. I'm sure none of us has, none of our parents have. So it never felt important enough to be so socially engaged earlier. And it feels super important now that we should be socially engaged with everyone, because we really don't know what the life has in store for us. So it's a very different sort of time for us. I don't know how it is going on with you, CK. I'm sure, I mean, you're doing such phenomenal, you're not taking it easy, you're doing all these webinars, you are conversing with a lot of leaders around. I'm sure your workload has equally increased, and you're highly and actively engaging with a lot of people around.
This is a great question. So, what we have done is, because we are a quasi IT company, so we immediately transition all our employees into work from home, and we have used the technology to make sure that we are all connected. So all of us sees different windows, and it looks like as if we are working in the office. So the productivity
Yes.
has gone up. But more important, I would like to share as a leader myself. I would like to share some experience that now I'm actually seeing personal life of my team, which I was not aware of, because there's always two parents, the small kids, babies. So all of that is now coming. So this is also creating a new scenario where you're working with your team and you are also exposed to their personal life.
Yes, I agree with you. Because you are not seeing them just as a person. Now you're actually seeing them juggling so many things together. And I think this lockdown has also allowed us to appreciate each other so much more. We are able to appreciate each other so much more. We are able to unite with each other so much more. We want to be together. There is so much of support that is coming across, and everybody is trying to understand each other's issues, each other's problems. It's a lovely period at some level, because it's allowing us as humans to really look beyond also work at some level, right? Otherwise, in office hours, you always end up just talking about work, but right now you're pushed to look beyond, which is fantastic. I think it's a great learning for all of us.
Certainly, Ruchika. So let me ask you one another thing. Now we are
Sure.
all under lockdown, and we are all spending our professional time while being at home. So in your community, did you face any challenge or people having some sort of adverse effect on them because of lockdown? Have you noticed something like that?
Thankfully, not where we live. Thankfully, no. I have to also go and say that it's amazing to see that how people are taking the lockdown so seriously. I think it is a fantastic thing. We are known not to really follow sometimes rules and regulations. We do have we are a generation that seems to not be following a lot of things and are rebel. But it is amazing to see that how people are taking this situation seriously. and are following and abiding by the rules, which is fantastic to see. I see a lot of people in our community, are talking to each other. The neighborhood system is becoming super strong. I also personally didn't know a lot of them, but now I get to see their faces at least, and a hi and a hello that happens, across the balconies, or the terrace, that, oh, we are also there and what is happening. It's fantastic to see that. Thankfully, we do have the grocery shops which are open. We have the emergency facilities which are still available. Thankfully, I don't think in our area the pandemic has yet reached, which helps us, I guess, at some level to not panic. So sure, there are not too many shops that are open. If there were 4 grocery shops, there perhaps only 2 or 1 which is open. But I do not, I mean, there are people who are hoarding. I'm not going to say that they aren't. I mean, there is all set of people. But as personally, we all are taking also individual responsibilities of not necessarily going out and buying and hoarding things that are not required. I have to say, in our area, which is, I live in the west side of Delhi, I see police coming and patrolling after every couple of hours. I see a lot of, there is no noise pollution really. The weather definitely seems to be in our favor as well. The pollution has gone low. So it's not so bad. It's really not so bad. And I think we are thankful and grateful. I believe Gurgaon is facing a lot more issues, because I do hear from colleagues and friends. Thankfully, we haven't faced that issue yet. So I would like to believe this will continue for a while. I mean, it's not been so bad.
Great.
How is it at your place? How's it at your area?
Yeah, so we are a community of about 3,000 homes. So we immediately created an app because the biggest problem we had was the provisions, basically, because you have to buy the provisions. So we have a supermarket in our community, and their main door is main gate is locked. So outside the gate there are police patrols. So no one is allowed to go out or come in. The rules and regulation around who can go out and come in. So we are following that community.
Right.
We have built an app. We have capped the per day purchase per family to 1,000 rupees, so that there is no.
Oh, that's nice.
Right. So we are ensuring that all of this is controlled by an app. You can book your slot. Each person is given 15 minutes time, and at any point in time, 1,000 rupees purchase you can make. So we are ensuring that everybody get the basic essential whatever they need, and it's also helping us control the crowd in the supermarket.
That's very fantastic actually. That's a very fantastic idea to use technology and to also show that everybody is together in it. It creates that whole homogeneity in this activity. That's a very great idea.
And another thing I will have to share, because I was watching the Prime Minister address in the morning at 9 a.m. today.
Right.
One of the critical message which I as an individual got in his conversation is, he's saying that he is grateful to the countrymen, to the citizens of India for following the lockdown. So which something I really appreciate today, because as a leader also he's grateful to us. So likewise, if I reflect that on myself, I have to be grateful to my team. So what I'm planning to do is have the last session of the week, because today is Friday, and tell them thank you to all of them to be.
That's fantastic. Yes. Yes. I've been also doing these no agenda calls with them, where we either get ourselves a coffee or a tea and just talk about each other and talk about life in general and the frustrations, because this is also a time when people get into a very you're just sitting at home and you're not sure what's going to happen. It's the uncertainty level is so high right now. We're not even sure if the lockdown is going to get extended, not going to extend it. There's so much of speculations which is happening. So I think as a community, as a team, if we could do that as leaders with our team fellow members, at least they get an avenue to even speak out if there is something that's really bothering them. And there are multiple issues that are bothering, right? Both at the work level, at personal level. So it's a great idea. I think it's fun. I think everybody enjoys that also, that no agenda call. We're not going to talk about work, but anything other than work. And being grateful to each other for being there for each other in this time and crisis. I mean, one cannot work alone. You need your teams and everybody to be aligned in the same wavelength, in the same similar thought to be able to finish work. So So it's a great idea. I think your team is going to like it.
Thank you. Hopefully they will also say thank you to me. Hopefully.
Yes, yes. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will.
So Ruchika, it was such a great pleasure to talk to you. I'm sure this lockdown is today's 10th day. We have few more days to pass, maybe slightly longer. So we will find another opportunity to talk to you after a few more days to see if things have changed and how things are at your end in your community. It was pleasure talking to you today.
Thank you so much, CK. I look forward to hearing from you and the other leaders as well. How are they coping the lockdown period, and what are the things that they are doing to keep themselves engaged? It was a lovely session, lovely speaking to you. Thank you so much for inviting me again.
Thank you, Ruchika, and be safe, be positive.
Thank you so much. Same
Bye-bye.
to you as well. Bye-bye.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies, and this morning I welcome you graciously to our show called Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies, and I graciously invite you to our show about skills gap that exists in India. And today we have very eminent personality on our show to discuss about this particular aspect. That is Mr. Naval Kant. Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. And today I would like to talk about a subject which is very close to the emerging economies. Now, if you look at the global trend today, specifically in the startups area, there are two countries which are well known for startups. One is, of course, Israel, but the second country is called India. And every city, all the major cities which are famous for IT in India are having some program or the other for startups. And if you look at the government of India, they are also giving a lot of freedom for startup to flourish, to start in the first place and then flourish, and so on and so forth. Now, considering all of this which is happening, in fact, if you look at, there are everyday new ideas coming out in the field, and they are fructifying all these ideas in terms of building a startup community. And in order to look at this market segment, the Indian market has also, and also in Israel, in Tel Aviv, there are a lot of co-working players also coming out and helping these startups to kickstart or bootstrap their operations from day one. So today, if you look at the co-working centers location, they are giving them places to sit, to set up their infrastructure, to have a decent environment for sharing their working ideas, give presentations, call client, etc., etc. And there are so many of them. So basically, the co-working centers, if you look at cities, one city, there are so many co-working options available for startups. And all of these co-working centers are giving them good working environment. So today I would like to talk about what these co-working should do as far as my opinion goes, because every one of them are giving them good working environment, good place to sit, and of course this place to sit is not free. The startups have to pay rental in some sort of the other. So my opinion is that in addition to providing them the place to work, to start their operations, I think the biggest challenge today is how the startups will start making money. Even though there is a lot of freedom given, first year or 2 years of tax haven which is available, but how these startups will actually emphasize on their technology and start making money, start finding clients.
So one of the biggest challenges, while I have a space where I can start my operations, but I don't have any other shared services which are available from these co-working places. So it makes more sense for the co-working centers to form strategic tie-ups with different kind of uh, players, uh, players who are providing branding services, players who are providing them some sort of influencer services, uh, players who are providing the marketing services, and so on and so forth. And there could be more innovative ideas. So in nutshell, what I want to say today is that it's no longer the space or the environment for which startups are willing to pay the rental. I think if the co-working can provide under one roof area to work and also area to promote their work, that will be the more compelling value proposition, specifically when there is nothing unique in this in today's world, when there are so many co-working places available across all cities in India, in Tel Aviv. This is something which I feel personally, in my opinion, they can differentiate with others. So with this message, I will end my video today. Hope you like this idea, and if you like this idea, reach out to topbrass.akulmac.com, and we are willing to partner with all the co-working business centers and have a strategic relationship where your clients can leverage our branding and marketing services under one umbrella. Thank you, and look forward to talking to you again.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode, we will be taking you to yet another great place of the world. And to talk about this wonderful place, we have a great guest, Mr. Sritesh Srivastav, who is a traveler, who is also a broadcaster and an IT professional. So let's welcome him. Hello, Sritesh, how are you doing today?
हेलो कंचन, किया तबाह तो दिल्ली ने भी बहुत बिस्मिल, मगर खुदा की कसम लखनऊ ने लूट लिया।
अरे वाह भाई वाह।
हिंदुस्तान का शहर लखनऊ हिंदुस्तान का नवाबी हिस्सा है, यहाँ की हर दो दीवार नायाबी किस्सा है। कैसी हो कंचन? हाउ आर यू?
I am fine, and I am so glued to this discussion today because Lucknow is a very wonderful city because there are so many cultures, so many streams, so many things which are associated with Lucknow. So I would like to know why Lucknow, which is the capital of Uttar Pradesh, is the capital of Uttar Pradesh. Why it is so important?
One thing is very clear from Lucknow's positioning in the map of India. It is close to Delhi, and it is close to the political decision making for thousands of years. In the ancient times, it was said to be gifted by Lord Rama to his brother Lakshmana. So from Lakshman we get the name. And in the modern times, from the Delhi Sultanate, it was from the Delhi Sultanate, it was under the Delhi Sultanate, then it became independent, and then it became a part of Mughal Sultanate, Mughal Emperor. It became a province. In those days, it was called a Suba. And then when we see the British, adventures in that region, which is called as Awadh, that's where Lucknow gets modern Nawabs and the Nawabiyat culture. and the birthplace of Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb, the confluence of Ganga and Jamuna cultures together, and simultaneously ruled by the Hindu and the Muslim rulers during the British times. Finally, British annexed it. It was also one of the major cities of the 1857 uprising, Sepoy mutiny, and it is also very important to note that the Lucknow as a city was also instrumental in some of the pivotal moments in the India's modern history, where Pandit and Mahatma Gandhi and Muhammad Ali Jinnah, they came together, and the Naram Dal and the Garam Dal, they actually met in the Lucknow session of Congress, and they designed for a plan for an independent India. So yeah, I mean, Lucknow is a city, and you can see behind, it's an image of a Bhul Bhulaiya behind me, and it shows it as a layers, and this city can only be discovered through the layers.
Well, as you just mentioned that this is a city which is Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb, and I think that is kind of a mixture of two cultures, and you mentioned Hindu and Muslim. So one which I want to ask you, so only these two religions are the prominent in the development of Lucknow culture? And second, what is the influence of all these cultures in the art and architecture of Lucknow, and buildings and in the monuments which are currently situated in the city?
Kanchan, this is a multicultural city. As I said, the confluence of the Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb. It is known for its courtly manners, beautiful gardens, poetry, music, architecture. Talking about the architecture, in the modern Indian context from 1700 and onwards, during the time of Nawabs, we see a lot of monuments here with Mughal architecture, Indo-Mughal architecture, like Imam Bada, Bhul Bhulaiya. Imam Bada, the central hall is said to be the largest vaulted chamber in the world, and for the galleries, only the woodwork of the entire structure is believed to be construction of this grand building was started somewhere in 1785, and visitors are strictly advised to take official guides to enter into this. Shahi Bauli is another attraction here. There is a grand Asafi mosque is here, and that is Bada Imam Bada. Then we have something which is called clock tower or Ghanta Ghar, as it is popularly known across the northern India. So, Hussainabad clock tower is a clock tower in the city, and it was built by, around 1881 by Nawab Nasiruddin. And, and that time it is very strange to know that it costed only around 1.75 lakhs of rupees. And then we have also very important, aspect of one place called British Residency. And that British Residency was the, important landmark during the 1857 uprising, where almost like 3,000 British inhabitants took shelter during that time. And interestingly, Begum Hazrat Mahal, one of the wife of the last ruler Wajid Ali Shah, she was holding court in 1857, and she gave shelter and strategic places to the rebellion, and she is known for this. And therefore, Chota Imam Bada, Rumi Gate, Ghanta Ghar, there are lots of astronomy building. Some was also constructed by one of the Nawabs. is actually a wonderful place for the historians as well as the architectural students alike.
You just mentioned about Wazid Ali Shah, and I'm sure without I will not be able to continue this show without mentioning at least 2-3 lines about this wonderful Nawab of Lucknow. So, do you know about this Nawab? And I think he has contributed a lot when we talk about cultures and music of India. So, would you like to share some ideas about this particular Nawab, Wazid Ali Shah?
Well, Kanchan, my earliest memory of Wajid Ali Shah goes to a movie from Satyajit Ray, Shatranj Ke, which I have seen a long back and on Doordarshan, when Doordarshan came, started doing the color, positioning. The television in the color television India came to India, and I had seen Shatranj Ke Khiladi, which is loosely based on the story of Wajid Ali Shah, who is shown as great a patron of the arts and lots of buildings and monuments and cultural advancement of the Awadh region and the Lucknow as particular. But at the same time, that movie also shows that how he kept on waiting for the British to actually finally annex the Awadh from him, Wajid Ali Shah. So one side, he is basically credited with the pinnacle of the Lucknowi tehzeeb or Lucknowi culture as such, but it was Wajid Ali Shah who actually gave it away to the British, and it was annexed, and he was sent to a virtual, prison in near Calcutta, and where he spent last of his lives. And while he was sent to Calcutta, it was one of Hazrat Mahal who took over in 1856, and she helped our 1857 rebellion. So yeah, thanks to that movie of Satyajit Ray that I got to know my first inkling about Wajid Ali Shah.
Well, I just want to add here that Wazid Ali Shah is responsible for creating Thumri, Babul Mora, Nayyar Chuto Jai. This is something which is very popular, and it's been included in many of the Indian movies. So definitely, I mean, we have to really maybe do a show on Wazid Ali Shah, the contribution of Wazid Ali Shah in the music industry and music domain. Going forward, I would like to ask you now, Lucknow, definitely, it has a lot of parameters, and it's a vast city. And so there are many type of people. As you mentioned, this is a cosmopolitan place. So how this city becomes cosmopolitan, how this demography of this particular city emerged as today we see?
So I would like to answer this by one another, Urdu couplet or sher. मासूम सी सुबह हसीन सी शाम होती है, यह लखनऊ है, यहाँ अदब सी रात होती है. So Lucknow is about its people. It is about its culture, it's about its confluence, and it is also steeped very, very deep into our modern Indian history and also ancient times. This city, the people, the moment you land in Lucknow, you start feeling that, aroma of Lucknowi tehzeeb, Lucknowi culture, Lucknowi food, and the famous tagline, Kanchan, मुस्कुराइए आप लखनऊ में हैं. That is the hallmark of this city and this people. And what to say about the food? We all know about the Malihabad Dasheri mangoes. We know about the kebabs. We know about its Awadhi cuisine, Molai cuisine, and kormas and nahari kulchas, and many chefs in India and abroad have made their names on of the Awadhi cuisine they serve, and so I mean, where to start about Lucknow and where to end about it? I mean, you talk about chicken curry, chicken embroidery. You talk about zari and zardozi work. At the Kanchan, the modern Lucknow is also about software companies, Hindustan Aeronautics, Tata Marco Polo. It's a bus and a coach company. A lot of colleges and institutions, our famous IIM, Lucknow, and other La Martiniere College. And interestingly, I also learned, Kanchan, that Lucknow is actually one of the very famous bicycle-friendly cities of Uttar Pradesh. And it is taking its inspiration from Amsterdam. So, which is so interesting to know, the first city probably I am seeing about being so bicycle friendly. And this is very, very interesting. And I mean, not to take away any credit of the lots of famous people, especially, the Urdu poets, Josh Maleha Badi, Kumar Bara Bankui, and many others, in Bollywood, Naushad Sahab, and many others in the Bollywood have actually donned the name from Lucknow. And let's not forget Kanchan, the mesmerizing and but fictional but mesmerizing Umrao Jan.
Well, Lucknow definitely is such a vast thought process, if I can say, that it's difficult to really touch every point when we're talking about such a wonderful city of the world. But what are the places one can visit? Maybe suppose if I make a plan for a week, so what those crucial places that is must when you are going to visit Lucknow city?
Yeah, so Kanchan, as you know me, being a history buff, I start looking from a city from the precincts of the modern history, modern historical vendor places, modern monuments. Also, I also always go and see the ancient places, just to stand there and feel how the city would have been in its glorious days. And as you see in the video, the various images behind me, and these are some of the images where I have stood there and I have just thought about the place the Lucknow brings in the Indian parlance, in the modern and the ancient history. So you can visit, Bada Imam Bada, Chota Imam Bada. You can also visit the astronomy center. You can visit, some modern places as well. There are, it has been a really coming up city with lots of modern, urban sites, which makes it almost look like any other foreign city in parts of the town. But the reality of this place, is in its infancy, is in its, what you say, exotic nature of people. People you will still find, reciting Urdu poetry, and there are a lot of Kavi Sammelans, a lot of cultural activities that happen, and and politically it is also very sensitive, Kanchan. It is as we know, capital of Uttar Pradesh, just around 500 kilometers from New Delhi. So it definitely is a great political center of modern India. This city is also something which you must try to see this city while you are having its food. You can't separate the food, the culture, and the couture. So the dressings, the food, and the city visit, all of these combined makes a very, very remarkable and cherished time in Lucknow. So please take a holiday season and go for at least 1 week to enjoy the city, and with the help of whatever guides you would like to use, like Lonely Planet or something else.
Well, as you mentioned, cuisine. So, what cuisine really you like, so that you can guide the viewers if they really want to, for vegetarians especially, because that is sometimes become challenge in many of the countries. I mean, outside the India. But I'm talking about Lucknow. So, what is that you really prefer that they should ask for when they are in Lucknow?
Well, Kanchan, this is all about Awadhi cuisine. This is all about the special cuisine of Uttar Pradesh, and especially about the Awadhi cuisine. And therefore, there were the royal bawarchis or chefs, or there were rakabdars, the royal chef. There was Awadhi cuisine that was developed by them. And, as I said, kebabs, kormas, nahari kulcha, zarda, shirmal, rumali rotis, biryanis, and one of the very famous and actually legendary is the tunde kebab that is known not only in India but across the world. And because it is part of Uttar Pradesh, there is absolutely no challenge about the vegetarian food. And one specific thing about one special way of biryani is also known as tehri. It's a very specialized way of making. I can say it's like a semi biryani. It's a tehri, and that can be a vegetarian version as well as the non-vegetarian. And then street foods, chats, kulfi. Shirmal is a type of a sweet bread. Makhan malai is another famous sweet delicacy. It is only sold during the winters, and there has been a legend about that. When I think one of the Nawabs, probably it was Wajid Ali Shah, he became sick of the tobacco addiction, and those were the days of hookahs, and the hakims or the Veds, or you can say the doctors of those days, advised him not to touch the tobacco, and how to do that for an addicted Nawab. And then some sweets were developed in the shape of pan. So lai makhan or some of the pans, they were actually sweets made in the pan format so that the Nawab can eat it and feel. That became a hallmark of the Lucknowi food. And across the country, you sometimes nowadays, I being in Bangalore and other cities, sometimes chefs organize Awadhi cuisine festival time in the big hotels, restaurants.
So, lastly, I would like to ask you, what do you really think when we talk about Lucknow in one or two sentences? What do you really feel that Lucknow is equal to that, and it is the place, and no other place is equal to Lucknow?
Well, Kanchan, this city, as I have stressed, is a city of modern India where the modern India was shaped, which led to the fall of the British in India in 1947 and the Congress session. Ram Prasad Bismil, our great freedom fighter, who was who was put on to trial for the Kakori conspiracy. That was in Lucknow. He was later charged and hanged in Gorakhpur prison. So this city is a very, very fascinating city, modern city. But this city's originality is in its is in its sophistication, the polished attitude, the polished language. Pehle aap, pehle aap. That is the hallmark of this city. And all I can tell you, Kanchan, while we are at the end of our show, that मैंने मोहब्बत की दुनिया नहीं देखी है मगर लखनऊ सा शहर देखा है. That's all I can tell you, Kanchan.
As usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh. We'll be meeting again with some other city. Till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a lovely day ahead.
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skill. Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the head director of. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma. Final. Welcome friends. I am Kanchan Verma
from Akulmat.
Welcome friends. Welcome friends. I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. We are in the show, as you know, Top Brass Skill Development. Welcome friends. I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. You all are. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. You all are welcome to our show, Skills Gap Discussion. Top Brass.
How never?
नहीं
4 सेंटेंस है तुम्हारे पास तो दिमाग में होनी चाहिए. पढ़ के बोलोगे ना कभी.
पढ़ के नहीं बोल रही.
Hello friends, this is Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. वेलकम टू टॉप ब्रास स्किल गैप डिस्कशन. इतना बोलना है ना.
हाँ बस.
उसके बाद डॉक्टर भरत भूषण सिंह.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, आई एम कंचन वर्मा फ्रॉम अकुलमैक टेक्नोलॉजीज. वेलकम टू स्किल्स गैप डिस्कशन. हेलो फ्रेंड्स, आई एम कंचन वर्मा फ्रॉम अकुलमैक टेक्नोलॉजीज. वेलकम टू टॉप ब्रास स्किल्स डेवलपमेंट. हेलो फ्रेंड्स, आई एम कंचन वर्मा फ्रॉम अकुलमैक टेक्नोलॉजीज. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwanath Institute of Management and System. एक बार और कर लेते हैं. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of one of the premium institute in Hyderabad. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. We have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwanath Institute of Management and System, Hyderabad. We welcome Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh to the discussion of skills gap in India. Friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmat Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR. And as you know, she has a deep interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you so much.
Ritu, we see an instance we had been discussing about few aspects of the life of Ram. You see, in those eras, those times, king to marry multiple times. They used to have multiple wives. But Ram married once and he devoted whole of his life to Sita. So would you like to throw some light on this aspect of Ram?
During those days, for men, especially from the royal family, there was no rule forbidding them not having multiple wives. But Ram had only one wife, Sita, and which shows that he was a very honest person, and which also added to his greatness. Now, when he was in exile in a remote jungle, he was seduced by Ravan's sister Shupnaka. She tried seducing him, but then Ram never lost his control. Now, this thing says that he was a ideal husband and ideal lover too. He followed the path of dharma, and this dharma protected him in return, and that is why he could win the war against Ravana. So Ram was an ideal man. He loved his wife. Sita ji had her own identity also, and they basically, this story Ramayana is about two characters, Ram and Sita, and they both were great lovers. So this is it. Ram was an ideal husband, and I think every husband should be an ideal husband. Like Ram, he was a perfect gentleman, and he protected his wife, loved her thoroughly, and in wife in return always did what husband wanted to.
Okay, when we are in a modern times, and when we look back, and when there were a chance for him to really get married, and he can go for another wife also at that point of time, but he didn't. So what this signifies?
In today's time, if I take it, should I take it from today's time? In today's time, it's very difficult. What I see, people divorcing, people are into live-in relationships, and they are getting married multiple times, and it's very common in metro cities especially. So I think Ram was never into all these kind of hassles. His life was on domestic front and on personal front. His life was away from all these hassles, and so he could become a very good king also later on when he came back from exile. So if you are personally satisfied, you're professionally satisfied too. So on his domestic front, he was very much happy, a satisfied man. He gave 100% to his wife, and in return he got 200%. In today's world, if I see, this signifies that people are not happy. The loyalty factor is not there, and that is why they are not personally happy, and they are not professionally happy too. So people should be honest in their relationships, like Lord Ram was. They should be loyal, and they should be loving, and should sacrifice certain things which are not important in life to be giving 100% to your domestic life.
Yeah, correctly, you have mentioned. We'll meet again with the other aspect of and discuss the other aspect of the life of Ram.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much.
I'll see you tomorrow again. Bye bye.
See you. Bye bye.
Welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today is Remarkable Monday, and today we have a special guest, Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Season PR agency, and she's quite seasoned professional. So first, let's welcome her. Welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today? As we know that we had been doing public relation tactics in different streams, different segments. So yet again, we are here to discuss about. So what we are discussing today, Ritu?
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm so glad to be back on your show. And today we are going to talk about why and how public relation is being used in the charitable work and, by various NGOs. What is its importance?
Well, great. So NGO also require public relation activity. That is something which is quite remarkable. So how really we use these tactics in public relations in NGOs?
Yes, Kanchan. All NGOs, and whether they are big or small, they do their public relations as per their budget. Any NGO, every NGO has to do public relations. The charitable organizations, they take up the public relations work, because any NGO or the charitable organization can only function if they get good donation. So to generate the donation, you have to undertake various public relation activities. Then only you can survive, because to do any kind of charitable work, to promote your good self, your good activity, to show your concern for the society, you have to publicize about your work which you do at the ground level, at the government level, at various other levels. And for that, you need some money. And that money is being generated via donation. So to have donation, to raise the funds, you need to do public relations.
Well, when we are talking about public relation and especially for NGOs, so do we really require the same patterns of public relation activity like exhibition and creating awareness through newspaper, or maybe word of mouth, which is being used for maybe for a long time? So what are those pillar of activities which are used in NGOs?
Okay, so the public relation work in NGOs and the charitable organization is slightly different. It's pure public relations, but then the methods undertaken are slightly different. First of all, you have to make the case study of your own work, the work which you undertake, whatever your charitable organization does. Your NGO does, you have to make the case study of that, and that case study has to go to the various functionaries in the government. And in case you want to generate fund from any private sector, any big giant in private sector, you have to present your case study. Number two, you have to be very active on the social media. You have to let people know what is your organization all about. I mean, your charitable organization, what does your NGO do? Why it is required, what is the need of this particular NGO. And suppose if you or I make any kind of donation, then there should be a small interview by ourselves talking about the great work being done for the NGO and why we have made the donation, because this is going to encourage other people, encourage the viewers, encourage other people who are there on the social media to make any kind of donation as it suits them. Number three, you should have some celebrity as your ambassador. It is very important that any NGO and every NGO should have some known face. The celebrity can be from Bollywood, can be sports person or anyone. The celebrity, having a celebrity, it really leaves an impact on the mind of the people, because you have to definitely play with the psychology of the general public who give the donation, and also with the psychology of the private sectors, the big giants, the big business houses, because they are the ones who do the CSR, corporate social responsibility. So there is a big chunk of money in CSR that you need to take for your charitable organization. So these the celebrities, they go and speak on your behalf to the masses. They are there on your publicity posters, and they speak about your good work. And if you see in today's world, most of the celebrities are connected with some kind of NGO. So it is a win-win situation for the NGOs also and for the celebrities also, because it saves their taxes also.
Well, definitely, because we require awareness about whatever work we do. And as you mentioned, social media is one of the key aspect when we are talking about public relation, because that gives a platform of interaction. But my question is, suppose if my NGO is 1 year old, so what kind of public relation activity we really start, and what is the duration we should plan, so that we are in the eyes of general public and people start realizing our work and appreciating an NGO, the work we are doing, or any NGO, which is whatever work, like child education or save environment, any kind of work. So how we can plan it and how we can start that kind of activity, especially when PR we are talking about.
It's a very good question, Kanchan. So, suppose if your NGO is a very new NGO, it's just 1 year old. So, there are various programs which you do because every NGO does various kind of programs on the grassroots level, whatever you do. So, you need to promote those programs. You need to make file of those programs because after 3 years or 5 years, you can generate government fund also. So, to get the government fund, you have to present your case study. You need to have the pictures also of the various programs, various seminars, various activities you're doing. You need to give the complete report also. And at the same time, the same things are going to help you out in generating the funds. If it's 1 year old NGO, you will not get any government fund, but then you will get the funding from the private place, from the private sectors. So you do your PR on small level. You take small step every time. So sometimes you are teaching the kids, sometimes you're talking about their wellness, sometimes you are talking about giving education about child abuse to or sanitizing the general public. So at various level you approach different business houses and let them know that this is what we do. You make the posters, send them the posters, send them your social media promotion activity, and let them know that what you are doing and how can they be beneficial, because your promotion is going to get you the funds, and anyone who's giving you the funds or who's giving you the donation should also know that how it is going to be beneficial for them also. So these are small public relation works which you do, so that where you connect different members of the society with your project.
I would like to hear any case study which you know, and any NGO which you appreciate and they have marvelous public relation activity beside their crucial core work of generating awareness about the cause.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about one NGO which is called Samarpan, and it started in Uttarakhand. It started in Dehradun, and Samarpan was only initially was started from one room in a house in Dehradun. So they were only giving computer education to the kids. As you know, the most of the kids in Uttarakhand, they definitely go to the school. Whether they have to walk a lot, whether they have to cycle out or whatever, most of the kids, they go to the school, and the education is the prime concern for every parent living in the rural area also of the Uttarakhand. So they were giving computer education to the kids there. So when the kids would come back from the school, they would attend 1 hour computer education. They were taught how to use the computers. Plus, they were given some kind of small meal also, like lemonade, nimu pani, shikanji, and patty, burger, paratha, whatever. So they were given the meal also. The meal was given to attract the kids to attend the classes also. It's very important. So this Samarpan organization, it worked there. It worked on this similar level for nearly 5-6 years, and then they started getting the government fund. They moved out of Dehradun and they reached to the rural area where they were educating the villagers about the child abuse also. So from education, they went to the child abuse, and now I've heard that they have collected lots of money, and they are talking about old age homes. They are talking about senior livings. They have various senior people living with them. Also, they have made an orphanage also. So the kids, they have the senior parents, and the parents have the senior young kids living with them. So they have given a kind of a family atmosphere to the senior people also, and to the young orphanage kids also. They have become orphaned because of various calamities happening there, and so there is no one taking care of them. So this particular NGO has given shelter to these kids. So this is a case study that how the NGO can grow itself. You start with one cause, and you can then grow as you get your donation and grow your cause to different aspects related with the main cause.
Right. When we are talking about public relation and then we are discussing about charitable organizations. Now, when we are talking about public relation professional, so the skill set which is required for NGO or charitable PR professional, are they different from other corporate PR professionals?
Not really, not really. In the charitable organization, you have to again write very well, speak to the media people, because it is the media people who will give you the publicity. Media is always open to take interviews, talk about the charitable work also. So you should have the right contact in the media so that they can, showcase your cause, they can write about it, they can show on your TV channels, they call you for the interview. It is just that you should have good communication skill, and the work you do, you make sure that you speak to the people. So what I'm trying to say, you should have an outgoing personality, plus your language should be very good, so that people, they know about it and you are able to get the fund. So in a way, you should have the marketing skills also. You have to sell your charitable organization work to various business houses and to the media also, because it is the media which helps you a lot in getting the funds. So you should have marketing skills also.
So, any last thought you want to share when we are talking about charitable organization? Because this is a quite an important segment in the society, and people who are engaged in charitable and NGO activity. So, first is that they are very concerned about the cause, and they want other people to be concerned the cause which we are working upon. At the same time, the public relation agencies who are working with them. So I think it is what personally I feel it's a long activity when we are especially talking about public relation for NGOs. So any agency who is engaged in especially charitable cause and doing a public relation. So any last thought or any professional who want to cultivate the PR skills, especially for NGOs, would like to share anything?
Yes, Kanchan. First of all, I really want to say that it's a tedious work to be working with NGOs, and since NGOs are most of the time under scanner of the government, so the NGOs are also very careful. They only take people who are qualified to do the job. So if you want to be a PR consultant for NGO, you should be actually qualified. You should have your degree, diploma in public relations or mass communication. Number two, you should have good communication skills, and you should have your marketing abilities also. And I think it's a very good thing if you get connected with NGO, because let me say, CRY, Child Relief and You, then there is Kashi, then Being Human, just name the NGOs. And even I have worked with an NGO for more than 6 years. So most of the NGOs, they have proper public relations department, they have proper PR people working for them, because these are the people who make their annual reports. These are the people who are making their intercommunication reports. Also, these are the people who go out and talk. So if you really, any young student, any intern who wants to gain some knowledge about public relations, they must go and work with NGOs, because there you actually get the ground level knowledge. You work at the grassroots level. You at times are working with the, the poor segment of the society, but at the same time, you are going and talking with the business houses also, and you are going and lobbying in the with various government officials or bureaucrats also. So you actually are doing public relations. So I will say it's a very interesting field, but it is slightly tedious that you have to be hardworking. That's it.
Well, as usual, it is so lovely to talk to you today and know about the skill set for especially charitable organization. We'll be meeting again with next topic. Till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live, and today we would like to discuss the matter related to women empowerment. There are more and more leaders coming and showing their skills and also leading the way in our corporates as well as an army, every walks of life. To discuss this matter, I will be joined by a very senior person, a professional from our pedigree, Aditi Palit. So let us welcome her, friends. Morning, hello Aditi, how are you? And welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Chandrakant. I'm good. You know, the season, the Christmas season, this festive season is very special for two reasons. I'm educated in a convent, and secondly, I come from Kolkata, where there were a lot of Anglo-Indians. You know, it was ruled by the British capital. We still have a lot of Anglo-Indians here, and Park Street, the life of Kolkata is really decorated, you know, at this time, and a lot of good foods. The restaurants are, you know, rustling up. So it's a very joyous time. Feel this, and I love the winters, you know, of all seasons. So I'm in a very good mood at the moment.
Well,
I
Aditi,
hope you're doing good too.
oh yes, Aditi, I think we are enjoying the chill here in North India. The temperature is touching almost like 4 to 5 degrees in the night. But I think let us heat up our, you know, as you can see, the fire is, you know, in my background. So, yeah, so I think let's discuss about the women empowerment, where more and more women leadership is now being visible, especially in the army, in the corporate sector, also in the government. What is your opinion on this?
See, as you can guess, this is a topic very dear to my heart. I have always been, as said, I had the leadership qualities from school, both captain. Then in college, I led a couple of, you know, departments in extracurricular activities. Then went on to HCL. I did HR, and all along, I felt that, you know, that special quality in women, because they can adjust. If they can get married and go to a new house and adopt the family and adopt their ways and do, you know, excel at home, you know, they can work outside too. It's only that the opportunities have been denied in the past, and now it's opening up. So that's why I would love to discuss on this topic.
Perfect, Aditi ji. So you mentioned about the opportunities getting denied. Why you say so? Why you feel that the opportunities were there, but they were denied to women in the past?
In the sense that it's still, you know, as I said, that the preconceived notions of, you know, owners. I hope I don't, you know, ruffle anyone's feathers, but owners and managers, that women could not take up risky jobs. When I came into training, there also it was said that, you know, the engineers could not be sent to the sites. Right. I have spoken on this before, that if the company provides adequate security for women, you know, work employees and leaders, they will surely go out and work shoulder to shoulder with their, you know, women, with the main counterparts. This, the main barrier was in the mindset of men.
Well, Aditi ji, sure.
Yes. Another thing is that, again, at home also, from parents, then after marriage, that, you know, look after the house. That's your primary concern. Here in India, it carried on even when I started working. You know, I had to make certain, may I say, sacrifices. Once, you know, I got married. My mother-in-law laid some rules. You know, I was at a position where there were meetings at HCL, where I came at home, returned at 9. That was not a good a sign of a good bahu. And then when my child was born, then I was made to feel that he's being neglected and kept in the care center or except at that time also we had those barriers. So I'm happy to see over the years that that's been changing.
Well, Aditi ji, in my opinion, I think India is definitely better off than other countries. And in my own company, we have maintained 50-50 ratio. So even though we are a small company, we are making sure that we are maintaining a certain amount of parity. But let's look at United States. They are feeling so proud now because they have a vice president for the first time in 400 years of becoming a country, sovereign country, a woman and a vice president. But look at India, we had queens who were in the ruling position, and we had leaders, and even today we respect our women quite a lot. So I like to discuss sort of a discussion mode with you and try to understand where the opportunities were there available but not given. What are those instances that you have seen, like you mentioned in your home that there were some rules laid down for you? I think those were for your security. Now things are much better. But going back to the mood question, opportunities were available but not given. How you qualify this statement?
I meant to say that if the opportunity is like equal role, even in what you said, I agree totally. As far as respect generally of women, India is one of the leading countries. Definitely, we have now it's coming up, but there were domestic violence in foreign countries. That's not because our press. We are a democratic country, so it came out more. But there was everything. What I meant to say, the general strata of women in our country did not enjoy the kind of freedom. May I say, I'm talking from experience that if two professionals got married, invariably the wife had to make the sacrifices. So that way, now what is being, I'm so happy, and that is what we have been asking, even the government, the company owners, that give the 50-50 chance. That was not there. I've researched a lot, and from my experience, say, as I mentioned, any risk factor will always be there. For a male professional, even can be returning at 12 o'clock at night can be a risk factor. Say the dacoit or anything, any criminal, antisocial attacks. They don't attack whether it's a man or a woman. If it's snatching, murdering, etc. Now maybe because they these criminals perceive women as the the softer gender. That's why the target may be more. But at the workplace, I'm talking of at the workplace, whenever an opportunity for promotion came, this is based on research and my experience. The manager, the topmost manager, leader, the first question is, given your commitments at home, we take it that you won't be giving full attention to your role at the workplace. So that is what I said about preconceived notion. Now women had to prove themselves, whereas men didn't. Now this is what I'm saying now. I tell my trainees, that the female trainees, the girls, that you'll have, sorry for the interruption, that you're far more, luckier, that the opportunities now are being, acknowledged and extended to all at the workplace in any organization, irrespective of the gender. Another interesting fact, once I became a facilitator, a coach, when, I do a lot of campus to corporate trainings. there one of the questions which were common still there, that the women, the girl is, if asked the question, will you be willing to relocate whenever you're asked to? And we were told to train that you cannot say a no. Once you say a no, whatever reason, you have elderly parents, you have other commitments in the city, no. Once you say no, you will not be considered after that. You won't be sent to the next round. Okay, so now what I said, I tell my trainees, the female trainees, you know why? Because earlier girls used to say, if you studied engineering, because I take this because, I've done a lot of campus to corporate trainings in the engineering colleges. Now, if you studied with them, with your male friends or, classmates, you have the same degree, then you have to be prepared. If they are ready to relocate, you will also have to be ready to relocate. Now, what you will ask the company, what are the measures that they have taken for the security? Now, at a plant, will the women employees be expected to return in private vehicles at 12 o'clock at night? You are free to ask that. Not all companies provide that. You can say yes or no on that, but the very word that are you ready to relocate, and it's a no, that if you have to fight for equal rights, you have to be open to those. Parents are only child, parents not willing, that they cannot say. And the mindset of these girls have changed. They have said, no, ma'am, there's no question. We've studied, we've made our parents understand, I have the qualities, I'm as good as the male classmates. If I get an offer here, even abroad, if I get, I'm going to, take it. That's what I said. It's both sides, the employers and the employees, their mindset has changed. And that's a very good sign.
Well, Aditi, I fully agree with you. The mindset has really changed in the last 20, 30 years, definitely. And opportunities are also available. And I think the situation for men and women are same. For example, if there are elderly payments, the men can also say no for relocation. However, at this juncture, I would like to ask you, are there any roles, any jobs which are not suitable for women from your point of view?
I don't think so. There is any, but and especially now that the army, what had previously, I have people known relatives in the army, in the defense, the three defense sides, so the army, navy, and the air force. Now, what happened is they didn't send the women to the battlefield. Means even a surgeon, a doctor, and a lady army doctor was not allowed to go. Now, why? Because it's absolutely in the myths. And if you're fighting terrorists, say they don't regard men, women. Now, when that is a different, a ball game, because their risk factor is different. But the very fact that women cannot get into the army or the air force, now, the initial barrier, that was not right, which, as you have mentioned, that has been taken away. Otherwise, I don't think there is any kind of job where women cannot prove themselves. They have in professions, in fields we never imagined, they have come out and proved their mettle.
I fully agree with you, Aditi. At this juncture, I have one question which is coming in my mind, because if you look at the history of India, we were never like this. If you look at the pre-invasion started, Mughal or the Muslim invasion started in India. The women were fighting. There were a lot of stories of warrior princes, queens, and also generally women were also in the armed forces and all walks of life. There was no barrier as such. So, what is the reason for India, having very advanced thoughts in the past and moving away from there and then becoming more conservative? Are there any historic reasons for that?
Yes, yes, I am going to say that now. I don't want anyone, any sect, or any division of people to mind. I'm just saying on history because history was one of my favorite subjects. My mother is on those times MA BEd, and she has inculcated, and I love the stories. I have found when it was, initially they were just, one kind of people who inhabited India. There were, a lot, Indus Valley, right from the Indus Valley situation, civilization where women were purohits, were priests. It's lately that women have been allowed to perform, certain, functions as priests. In our Bengali community, since last 2 years, Bengali women priests have been performing Durga Puja, which is a very difficult puja. Now, what happened is the influx of invaders that changed the scenario, where it was, the invasion, and then the very core of a civilization getting challenged. Then the original inhabitants felt threatened. Then they believed that we men had to go out and fight the invaders, and the women had to stay at home fully protected, and they should not go out, not be educated, not face the public. That is the turning point when having read history over and over again, the mindset of the original inhabitants, it narrowed down and became conservative. And then it has been a sliding, and then came the Britishers. Some accepted that, not everything was bad about them, and we have learned a lot of education, and their, etiquette, I must say, we have learned from them. Then some, of the original, descendants, they accepted this British rule with maybe some found that they were too open, too liberal. Some accepted that, some have carried on the conservative style. Now, I won't say that the original inhabitants did not have flaws. The caste system, it was conservative. Irrespective of women or men, the lower strata of people did not enjoy any liberty. And I'm very sad to say, though over several centuries, still now, there are certain places where in our temples where the lower strata people are not allowed to, enter. That has continued. But that is not related to our topic today. Women, men and women face that. Otherwise, a lot of opportunities, again, we can go back to the topic. Definitely, they are being given, and women are grabbing them and proving themselves. You talked of the queen, now we have Indira Nui, we had Chanda Kochar, Kiran Majumdar Shaw, and then, HCL. Now, when I was with HCL, then Mr. Shiv Nadar, the chairman, he had a magnetic personality. Now, he has a daughter who has taken over, and she's doing wonderfully well. So my son is with the Dr. Reddy's. He has also confirmed, I have read that, the founder had only daughters. And they have taken over. Now the son-in-laws and the grandchildren have taken over. But what I want to say is that once women come into leading roles, once they become leaders, they see to it that the women employees are getting the right opportunities. That is why the role of women leaders are increasing day by day.
Aditi ji, I think let's agree on this point that the opportunities are much more and the environment is also better for women to operate. And now the pandemic is there, and so it's very, very conducive environment where work from home is there. So women can create the work-life balance.
I wanted to say that.
So what are the opportunities from your point of view in 2022, especially for women, especially when you are associated with so many large organizations and you're well known? So from your point of view, what are the new emerging opportunities for women in 2022?
As you're right, as I'm interacting with men, first of all, at this juncture, it means towards recently 2-3 years, I have always expressed my opinion, then let's call leaders. Let's not call men leaders and women leaders. Leaders have certain obligations, certain qualities they need to have in them, irrespective of their gender, and they should execute the same kind of responsibilities. Now, coming to the pandemic, as you rightly mentioned, now work from home. I'll just refer back to my opening statement. If a woman can handle all the different roles at home so well and run they're dealing with finances, everyday expenses, so what I have faced also, so they can also perform at the workplace. Now, there has been certain things as the pandemic has exposed is that if there are small babies, then some women employees are getting distracted. Therein, I think what needs to be done is that work-life balance and the strict differentiation between the working hours and the after work hours. You're not traveling, you're not commuting, but there has to be a stop. And thereby they will understand that at home also, if they are responsible leaders, whether male or female, that they will not impose on the free time of their employees, the managers. Make it a cut, 7 p.m. means 7 p.m. But when it was offline work, when it was physical work, if it was 7 p.m., I've been hearing that managers have been calling up at 10, 12, because they had to handle this work from home issue also. Understand, initial few months, but now the cutoff should be strict. So here, and the second point is, again, my favorite topic is empathy. Let me claim that women are natural empathizers. If they can accept their husband's family or as their own, the parents as her parents, and the siblings of the husband as their own, they can adopt this empathetic role at the workplaces. That's why they embrace the new employees well, that they execute the work, they make the the new employees understand from a different angle, from the angle of empathy. Why? Because I've seen that most men are after the target. If a team leader is given the target, and all hell will go loose if one of the team member does not comply with the target. But I've seen women leaders that I will take, okay, so your father became ill, you could not fulfill the target, I will do the rest of your work. That is the need of the hour. And the natural inclination, and let's all acknowledge that, and let the the company owners, the managers give this role, that if they, then I'm sure the rate of attrition, which is really worrying at the moment, that will surely come down. Of course, we have to ensure that the employees perform to the optimum level, but there may be genuine reasons why an employee couldn't. It's not, most of the times it's taken that the employee is not trustworthy, employee is not dedicated, is not responsible. There are cases like this. But just because someone does not perform, it's been, you and I are members of LinkedIn, and this has come up again. Instead of asking an employee to leave, just leave, because he or she did not, fulfill their commitments. Let us retrain them. Let us upskill them. Then if they don't perform, then it's there. But at the drop of a hat, do not ask them to leave. So more and more women, I'm more than 100% sure leaders will instill this mentality into the company ethics.
Perfect, Aditi ji. I think you have so much knowledge and wisdom. We cannot bring all of that out in few minutes. So, we will find another opportunity to discuss this very important subject. I think we are all heading towards the celebrations now because of Christmas. So wishing you and your family Merry Christmas in advance. And we will catch up in the next week's session. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye to you and enjoy yourself.
Thank you, Chandrakant. Wish you the same, and the same to the whole family of your platform and to the extended family, their extended families. We should go into 22 much better mood, that we will bring back our, whatever we were before the pandemic, back to focus, and we will do our best and get the Indian incorporated and the economy back and running, not only just operating, but running once again. I am hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi ji. We will catch up, and I'd like to say goodbye for today. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So, friends, we had such an interesting discussion with Aditi ji, and she is very well known in the industry, especially the corporate sector. So, if somebody or some of our viewers want to reach out to Aditi, they can send a message to us on the email, which will be published at the end of this video, and we will make the connection happen. I'd like to say goodbye, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant, and today we would like to analyze the recent announcement by the Indian Union government about giving relief to the telecom sector. Before we start our discussion, I have to tell you that this video has been sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them you can access through the link given in the description below, and I'll come back to them after some time. So going forward to the telecom sector discussion, I think we have to discuss this little bit in more detail in terms of history. So why this crisis has been averted now by this government, by the current Modi government? We have to go back to 1999 when there is something called AGR was introduced, which stands for Aggregate Gross Revenue. And I have actually previously covered the details about AGR. So if you want to know more about AGR, you can refer to that video. But let's continue. What is this AGR? Very briefly. So
when the telecom sector was established in India after 5 years, it was really launched in 94, 95, and in 99 it was not going anywhere. And there is a measurement of earning from this sector which is known as earning per user, ARPU. So India having even today the ARPU levels of second lowest in the world after China, China being the lowest earning per user, but they don't care because there is a government which is the telecom is owned by the government. But here there were many telecom players and they were competing with each other, and still after 5 to 6 years of existence, the ARPU was not coming up and the revenue was not improving. So in order to increase the revenue for the Indian government, the government of that day decided that instead of selling the spectrum, and we know that there has been a major scam in 2G and 3G in the spectrum allocation in terms of auctions, but the government of that day, of that era, decided that instead of charging the telecom operators on the basis of spectrum, let us charge on the basis of earning. And hence the AGR was introduced in India, where the gross revenue, a percentage was supposed to be paid to the government of India for allowing the private sector to function properly. Well, this segment, usually in any commercial enterprise, the users are always a mixed bag. If you look at automobile, some people may be happy with the product, some people may not be happy with the product. It's normally this trend. But in case of telecom, especially in India, the users have been very, very extremely happy, always. Whereas the business houses have been suffering because they are not able to make enough revenue out of it, because they're competing with each other, and the earning per user being the lowest. In addition to that, the government imposed that instead of uh, you buying the spectrum from us in terms of auction, because of the 2G scam and different 3G scams, why don't we you pay us from the revenue? Now, because the earning itself was very low, and when a company is earning, their other earnings also will become part of the earnings. So government of India never clarified at that point in time that AGR will not include the income from other earning. They just simply said it's a revenue, gross revenue, a percentage of that you have to pay us. So that is where the problem arose, and there has been a case which is being fought. In fact, Vodafone and Idea has already told that if the AGR has to be paid, then we will have to wind up from India, because we will not be able to pay such heavy tax and penalty on that. So that is really the story of the telecom, and telecom has not been doing very well, even though if you look at the penetration level in India right now, it is almost more than 80%. 80% of the population is covered using mobile phone, and it's a fairly large percentage of the global population. And what will happen if the government continues without any reform at this point in time in 2020? Then Idea and Vodafone will wind up, and as a result, what will happen is that there will be sort of a monopoly in this sector. That means only 2 or 3 telecom operators will remain, and then eventually only 2 will remain, which are probably Airtel or Reliance. And then they may overlook the interest of customers. Many things can happen, and I think any democratic setup should work against the monopolization of any sort of services. So that is really the story, and the story behind the recent development which happened just few days back, like 3 days back. And there was a case where Vodafone and Idea, predominantly the smaller ones, smaller telecom operators, they have approached the court, and they said that this is unfair to charge AGR on the overall income, on the gross revenue,
And they had also appealed in their respective countries, because especially Vodafone has been owned by the French, and they got the judgment in their favor. So so many things were happening in telecom sector. One, we needed to grow. We needed to provide proper customer support, because if the companies don't have enough earning per user, then the customer service will erode with time. They will not be able to spend or allocate enough funds for providing better technology and better customer support as the time passes. So government had to behave very sensibly and not in an autocratic manner where they just say that, hey, this has been passed 20 years back, we just pay. So that was really the basis of this whole discussion. And before moving forward, I thought I'll just give you the little background about what was going on. So now what has happened now is that, in fact, everybody has welcomed the decision of the government. The government said that you have a moratorium of 4 years because the case is still pending. The government cannot decide on behalf of the court. The legal proceeding will continue. So from their side, from the regulatory body side, they have also said that there will be a moratorium of what money they have to pay, which is the AGR, which is accumulated now in almost like billions of dollars, which government of India needs to get from these companies. Number two is the floor price of various services have been set by the regulator, which is TRAI in India, Telecom Regulator Authority. So this will ensure that the floor price has been kept at certain level, so there will be no undercutting, and there will be a even level field for everyone. So if you are a very large player, which is in the case of Airtel and Jio, and Vodafone and Idea being a smaller players, it should not happen that the large ones basically undercut the price, and no matter what, they just basically undercut the price to remain in business, and that will erode naturally the Vodafone and Idea. So in order to have some sort of balancing act, the government said that all telecom operators have 4 years of moratorium, and they also have there is addition to that, there is enough money available for all of other the players equally at equal level. So now there is a message from one of our viewers. I just want to show that, and the opinion expressed by Mr. Syed Hussain is that there is no scam. It is promoted by media. Well, we are not talking about any scam at all. We are just talking about what has happened recently. So Syed, thank you so much for your message, and keep writing to us. So moving on, in addition to providing the moratorium, there was a issue also in terms of there was a tax on the mobile operators, but the similar tax was not applicable on the broadband and landline. So eventually what happened was, as the technology advanced, the government said that, hey, the technology is advanced, and now you can actually offer telephony services using variety of mediums. So while mobile were also providing telephone services, at the same time, the differences between the broadband services and mobile was slowly narrowing, and over a period of time, it appeared that there was hardly any difference between broadband and mobile services in terms of the service that are being offered by both parties. And one party is paying that huge tax, whereas the landline and broadband services are not paying those taxes. So there was a lot of parity in terms of that. So that has been rectified also. Everybody has been treated equally. And in order to increase the future aspects of where the telecom can lead us, it's basically very important for us to grow. A lot of conversation going around 5G, but how telecom will grow and adapt 5G if there is no revenue with them? So there has been a very sensible decision to provide 4 years of moratorium where there will be more revenue with the telecom operator, so that they can think of bringing new technology, reducing their cost, improving customer satisfaction, and so on and so forth. And most important thing is that they have also now allow 100% FDI, which stands for foreign direct investment. So 100% FDI can come in from foreign investors. It could be foreign telecom companies who can actually invest in India. There is a good opportunity for them to come to this large market. So 100% FDI is also allowed by this government, which is good. So I think going forward after this decision, the telecom operators will be able to compete with each other equally on equal grounds, and the environment will be very competitive. Environment will basically change, and it will be more customer centric. They will have more revenue, and I also suspect that because there will be more services being provided on the similar platform, the earning per user will also increase. So organically, the telecom operators will be able to generate more revenue, and there will be more funds coming in from FDI in the form of foreign direct investments. So therefore, it's a good move. It is going to regulate the telecom industry in a much better way, which has been ailing for almost few years. And the situation because of the pandemic has worsened because people are now using more and more services from home. So people who can afford to pay more for data will do so, because kids are studying now, a lot of people are working from home. So data has to go up slightly, and by increasing the price of the data by little bit, in a country like India, the revenue can jump drastically, whereas each consumer will not have to pay a lot of money, extra money. So I think that is where it is, and we have to also grow further. We have to get into 5G, etc. And this decision of government has given more revenue to the telecom sector so that they can actually think of future. And the case is running in the court, so I think the case will be decided in due course of time. And so there is a moratorium now. They have not taken any decision because matter is sub judice, but they have deferred the date of collecting the tax. Most likely they will win the case also, because this was unfair practice of 20 years back, which has been corrected now. So friends, this is something which happened recently, and this is my analysis. Thank you viewers for writing to us during this live show. Continue to indulge with us, and I will meet you next time. Before I go, a message from our sponsor.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Deval.
Good morning, CK. Have you got your token?
Oh yes, the app is working absolutely fine. I got my token. I got a slot allotted for me. It is 1:15 in the afternoon, and I have to go slightly before 1:15 so that I reach there on time, because I have only 15 minutes to make my purchases, and
Wow.
are all related to only provisions. So I will be on time today.
So you're going to have a list of things to buy?
There is a cap on how much you can buy. There is a cap of
Right.
1,000 rupees. So
Okay.
today I can buy only whatever is available within 1,000 rupees. So if I convert that into pounds for you, I think it's like 10 pounds.
£10, which isn't a great deal, but it gives you, it's great because you're focused. You're going to have to be really punctual. You just mentioned the magic words. I need to get there a little early. The good news is there won't be any crowds. You won't have to get in the car. You can take a nice stroll, a nice walk, taking some fresh air. All of these things that we should be doing on a regular basis. Having that little, we always talk about this routine, and that's a brilliant part of the routine, because guess what? If you miss your slot, the good news is you save 10,000 rupees. The bad news is you don't get your provisions. You know, so it's really important to be punctual. How many times do we say be punctual? Be on time. Get to meetings on time. Say it all the time, don't we? And that's what SME owners should be doing. And over here, we celebrated you had your Corona champions the other week. Everyone got out of their rooftops.
We call them Corona warriors, which includes the medical staff, police, law and order apparatus, the municipality apparatus, the entire people who are actually going out and helping rest of us. So we call them Corona warriors.
Well, not only are they helping, they're doing their job. That's what they're paid to do. These are really tough times, but they're being asked to go beyond the normal, because they're having to deal with, people like us, and sadly there are idiots out there, partying and barbecuing and just not being smart, being normal human beings. But last night, 8 o'clock UK time, we opened the doors, made a huge noise, and anyone can go and Google it, and they'll see people applauding. We just called it the NHS last night. I'm sure we'll be celebrating the rest of our warriors as we go forward. But it's the weekend tomorrow. You're halfway closer to it than I am, being 5.5 hours ahead. And then that's the time to relax. So all this week, all of the listeners on here have been really focused on their business. Have you been focused on your business?
Oh, yes.
Have you been contacting people? You have. But I wonder how many others have. So here's an opportunity now. Forget what's happened in the last 3 days. Get yourself ready today for Monday morning. Get yourself into some very practical things. As we say, this is really simple. This is not difficult. This is being a human being, waking up, getting up, getting dressed, getting showered, eating breakfast, and then getting ready for work, but not actually physically going. That's the mental thing, as we said this before. Mentally go to work. You open the door, you get in the car, you have all the aggravation of the journey. It's an hour in heavy traffic. Look at what we're saving. The hour in heavy traffic's gone. Magically gone because we're staying at home. And then get yourself into a workplace. Get your workstation. Find a place in your house where you can go and work. And don't have it cluttered around you, because cluttered is what we call behavioural waste. But make sure you've got plenty of water, because you need to hydrate. And I have lots of coffee as well, so. But you just have what you normally do. I mean, anything other than common sense, CK?
Yeah, I think I just want to add, while having water, if you can make it lukewarm, mix a little bit of basil, it'll it'll have a very good effect on the people actually, and yourself.
Oh, there you go. There you go. We're becoming herbalists as well here. So just that's a little added advice. If you like it, do more of it, as they say. And the little and often. How many times have we heard a little and often? And there's a phrase I saw recently. It said, if you're having to listen to it 3, 4, and 5 times, you didn't listen the first time.
Right.
So it's just about learning how to listen. We're giving some cracking advice here, which is nothing more than common sense, because you've been doing it for nearly 20 years. I've been doing this for 20 years. My workspace is well defined. Even when we're having building work in the house, I need to find workspace where I can go and work. You need to get that into your routine, and it's simple. So forget what you've done over the last 3 days. It may have been good, bad, or indifferent. If it was good, great, keep doing it. If it wasn't so good, get a clean sheet for Monday, but do all the planning today. There's a half a day left in India, and this your week off. So use it wisely. Recharge the batteries. Anyway, day 3. I'm not going to see you on day 4 and 5 because we're taking the weekend off. Okay, CK, right? This is weekend off, family time. So I'll see you on day 6 on Monday morning.
Same here, Neville. Have a nice day, have a nice Friday, and enjoy your weekend.
And you. Good luck, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And in the CEO Roundtable, we have very distinguished guests today. And topic of our discussion would be around HR and specifically related to internship. So let me first welcome my first guest from Singapore, Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. Farida, welcome to Roundtable discussion today.
Thank you, CK.
And our second panelist today is Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmac and she joins us from India. Welcome to our Top Brass Roundtable, Kanchan.
Thank you, CK.
Right. So after welcoming both our panelists, we will start our discussion. And I said the discussion is a journey of understanding the HR in the shadow of COVID-19, which has affected most of us. And today's topic is specifically related to the interns. So the question that I would like to ask the panelists is, since everybody is under lockdown and a lot of companies used to offer employment to freshers who are just coming out of management institutes or engineering colleges across the world, those internships seems to have disappeared. So let us understand about this aspect. What is the future of internship with all the companies. Farida, I would like to know your opinion on this particular subject.
Sure. Thank you, CK. COVID has changed the world very, very quickly, very drastically, and not aligned to what people would like. But this is the reality today. And the thing is that, of course, it is a situation where, everything is changed. People cannot actually kind of go to offices. The capacity has to be at least till certain numbers to where the countries have opened up, etc. But I do see that internships are being offered, and these are basically virtual internships where people work from home. It is challenging because interns usually actually accept internships to get the experience of working in an office with different colleagues and just getting started or getting ready for the corporate world. So yes, it has changed, but that also means that the face of these internships being offered has changed from before, but they are still being offered and there are still work from home opportunities.
Kanchan, since you work with the education fraternity and the education fraternity, which are like institutes and universities, they roll out a lot of these freshers. And in your network, how do you see this panning out? Because now the organizations are not coming to colleges for recruitment of these freshers. In good old days, we used to see almost like a queue outside different offices around this time, which has not happened this year because of COVID. So what is your opinion on this future of interns?
Yes, very rightly you have put in that now there's no physical interaction from the companies to the students who are passing out. So internship is the essential part of development, because that ensure that the resume should not go in the trash, because at least something is there for student to tell the future employer that this is what this is experience we have. Then again, it is a real-time exposure to a student on the company, and it gives a experience. Let it be 3 months or 2 months. Sometimes they are 6 months also. So so it is good. First of all, it gives an exposure to candidate. Then second is that due to COVID, things are not normal. But then everything is online. We are digitizing our lives. So I think it is a good option and good platform for young talent to be exposed.
In fact, when we have one young intern on your state, Kanchan, who's eager to join the job, so he is actually complaining. I can hear some complaints.
Yes, yes, you are very true. So we are making, he's quite excited to join this meeting. So we are making, we are ensuring that he is calm down.
Okay, fine. So Farida, now the situation is slightly different. What do you see from your point of view in Singapore or in your marketplace, where you see people applying for freshers role? How do you see this panning out?
Okay, so let me give a slightly longish answer to this. So I will set some context. In a country like Singapore, the government takes a lot of steps to make sure that internships and grad hirings continue. The face of these offers would be different, but they are still happening. And officially and unofficially, there are a lot of resources for people coming fresh out of college or looking for internships. So if you talk about Singapore, a lot of these internships are being offered virtually. And if you talk about other parts of the world which I am conversant with, like for instance, I'm very well conversant with the UK and European markets, and within my network, I do see these internships being offered. Like UK is, kind of going back to normal. Singapore is in phase 2, so almost back to normal, and with 25 to 30% capacity, maximum to up to 50% capacity, the offices are still coming back to work. But the thing that I see here is that internships which were offered slightly earlier and interns who are working from home, they are also developing another skill. This is basically, one is self-discipline, because when you work from home, it's very easy to get distracted. I always get distracted by things like my dog is barking, or the windowsill is dirty, or maybe I should take a snack. The bed is super inviting and I want to lie down and reply to my emails. And this is after 20 years of experience in corporate world. So for an intern who has not been used to this discipline, is something that they learn very quickly. It's a steep learning curve. Secondly, I also see the young interns that I've been dealing with, they adapt very quickly because one, they are technologically very savvy. Uh, but then, that doesn't mean that, they would not face issues. So something that I see sometimes, people don't set up their Zoom meetings in advance. So they don't know how, the voice is going to sound, how they are going to actually look on camera. Can they be seen completely or not? People do not understand that they have to wait for a cue to speak. So, people talk over each other. But these are skills that, over a period of time, in a couple of weeks, these interns are learning very, very quickly. So this is just opening up a completely new, training for these people, because they are getting exposure to remote working very early on in their life. So this is a difference that I see. If you are asking me a specific question, please ask, because I love this topic and I have seen so much in the last few days that I can go on speaking for a few hours.
Yes, I think the specific question that I have in my mind is, earlier we used to always have Saturdays and Sundays, especially the HR people interviewing the right mix of interns for their different teams. Now HR is operating from home. Companies, as you said, 30 to 50% are operating from home still. And the interns are obviously have to come into Zoom meeting or some sort of other meeting. So what kind of jobs these interns can be given first, so that they can be interviewed appropriately? And second is, what is the modus operandi now? Because interview on a Zoom or a video platform is fine, but how they, what they will deliver during the internship?
Sure. So I think HR, the role of human capital management or human resources has changed very, very quickly, and this pandemic has been responsible for it. So earlier, it used to be assessment, checking whether there is relevance, and then bringing on board someone and then assigning a project, because most companies would have a few projects which need to be done, and they would assign those projects to interns who come in. Now the face of these internships, I see it changing very, very drastically. So the thing is that because it is remote work, they have to be put in a project which they can actually add value to. So it's no longer, photocopy my papers, go and get my coffee. That doesn't work. It's a very specific thing that most interns are asked to do. Like, for instance, if it's market mapping, they are told exactly what they need to do and they are expected to execute it exactly the way they are trained to do it. The training is also very, very quick. It's mostly video calls, Zoom meetings, etc. And they are trained how to do it. So let's take an example. For instance, it's a new market entry for a company selling software. So the instruction to the intern is very clear that it's a market mapping exercise. I want to know how many companies within this particular sector operate in this particular geography. Once you've made a list of those companies, I want to know what are they using for this particular capability at this point in time, what software are they using, or are they not using anything. Find that out, and who are either the influencers or the decision makers for that particular capability for that particular company. So it's very clear, timelines are very clear, and I think with all of this, the working has become a lot more efficient. So efficiency is one more skill that the interns are learning as well. So this is one example of a project. Another project, so there are several projects, for instance, say in data science, where, a certain programming needs to be done just for a certain part of the software. probably just creating a UI for a new product line within that particular software, etc. So very clear, specific instructions are given and very clear results are expected. So I think that way this entire thing has become very, very efficient. What, probably the people who are doing internships, the young people who are doing internships are missing out is on, interaction with other professionals. So that is what I see. But then there are other skills they are developing. So yeah, so that's what I see from my side.
Farida, you have raised a very pertinent point, and now we will shift our focus to to Kanchan, who works with a lot of universities across India. So clearly, from Farida's narration, we know that there are new skills required in order to fit into the new environment. One of the skills required is basically how do you get into a video conference. So, and second is how do you deliver when you're working from home, and what are the skills required to deliver that job. So Kanchan, my question to you would be, uh, are the universities equipped enough to impart these skills to their students so that they can be successful in their internship role?
Uh, this is a quite a interesting questions, and I would like to tell you that currently, because this pandemic has changed so many things overnight. So currently, universities are not equipped to really go online because there are many issues. But when we are talking about internship, because internship is not only only getting a kind of experience online, but it also industry sensitive, because every industry cannot enjoy the platform of online internship. So that is a very, very crucial and critical aspect of for internship going online, and then the aspect of delivering come later, because first they have to learn basic how to be presentable, how to be good communication, how to be a good listener also. So all these traits in turn has to be should be equipped by universities first before they go online.
So I think from our discussion today, we clearly realize that there is a gap in the skill sets which are required. And I think we are talking mostly about the IT and IT ES services based company, but I think the industry is much, much bigger. So we have not discussed the state of affairs with regard to interns in those industries like manufacturing, healthcare, shipping, and so many other industries where people cannot really go and work from the office, and they cannot even work online. So I think there is a challenge, and there is obviously a gap which we have identified. So Farida, I think last word to you. Uh, you like to give some advice to the interns or education institutes or even companies to change their ways to identify the right mix of people for internships?
Well, I think, my advice cannot be generalized because, like you mentioned, there are, industries where the interns need to have hands-on experience. Like a culinary intern cannot work from home. They can't be serving food on online meetings. So, there are, of course, a lot of limitations. And I do hope that, it kind of starts clearing out soon. But till that time, there are jobs which can be done online, and the ones that we discussed. I think one of the things that anyone who's taking up these internships and delivering their projects online, they need to, like Kanchan said, they need to also be a very good listener because they will otherwise end up talking over each other. It's very important to self-discipline, though this young generation is very, very well conversant with technology, but there are a zillion things that could go wrong in an online meeting. So please always check, do a sound check, do a video check. Do not just start working in your pajamas because it's not good. Freshen up and work as you would work from the office. I've been in the business for 20 years, and even today, I do not actually start my work before, I am dressed like I'm going to office, because it just doesn't give you that feel. So don't take it easy because you are at home. You are still working, and treat it as a job that you're going to office and people are watching you. Because trust me, that will make a lot of difference in the way you deliver your projects.
Well said, Farida. In fact, discipline is the key to success. And I think clearly from our discussion today, we realize that there are obviously a gap in the in education institutes, also in the learning and development industry itself. So I think there are gaps need to be identified. And also I feel that there is a concept of virtual office that needs to be adapted very rapidly to solve the growth aspect for the youngsters. So it was pleasure talking to both of you. Farida, it was wonderful talking to you, and Kanchan, it was our pleasure to have you on our panel today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a quite interesting discussion we had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farida. And Kanchan, we will meet again on some other subject on the CEO Roundtable.
Look forward.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. It's Friday, it's day 10 of lockdown, and you've got some great news, I hear, from what happened yesterday.
Yes, today is day 10, and we got up early, and there was a early morning transmission on all channels across India. The Prime Minister of India was addressing the nation, and so he mentioned few things. He mentioned few ideas. He also hinted that this is going to be a long battle. But most important thing that he mentioned today was he, as Prime Minister of India, is grateful to the citizens for following the lockdown, because that is one thing which will defeat the coronavirus.
You're absolutely right. And that word grateful, which interesting enough, yesterday we had the word feedback, which was an F. Today we've got grateful, which is a G. So we're following the alphabet, perhaps. Maybe we're taking a weekend off, remember, because tomorrow's Saturday. So we'll be back on Monday. But being grateful is really important, because we need to say thank you. We need to say thank you to our families, to our other halves, to our partners, to our friends, to our relations, to our kids, because working from home has not been easy. It's been a challenge for a lot of people. And equally, remember to be thankful to your team, because they're under lockdown too. They've never experienced this either. So be grateful to them. And there's another G there. Be gracious too. Be that boss that is thankful and mean it. Because everyone's struggling with what's going on. As you just said, your Prime Minister said, we're in this for a bit longer. This is a long haul. We're actually only delaying. We're buying time here. We're not stopping the virus. We're just buying a bit of time in many respects so that we can get better prepared for what comes next. And that's really important. And we need to be thankful for that too. So you've got your Corona warriors, and I believe, is it Sunday evening at 9 o'clock? Put a candle in the mirror in the front, window.
That's right. So Prime Minister urged the citizens to have another event to thank the Corona warriors by lighting a candle or some sort of a light. Even if you don't have a light, use your mobile torch
make light for 5 minutes while switch off all your lights in the home. So this is sort of a tribute that he has asked us to do for 5 minutes, 9 p.m. on Sunday.
Well, I think that's great. And, you know, maybe that could be adopted around the world, although we're on different time zones. But we certainly light a candle. We had our clap for carers, we call it over here. Clap for our carers. That's the hashtag. And yesterday at 8 o'clock, everyone went out onto their balconies and to their front lawns and just clapped for 5 minutes.
Great.
My wife regularly puts a candle in the window at the same time. So that's our little tribute, if you like. We can all do little things. But the main thing is, the message today is the weekend's coming. It's halfway through your day already. Pick up the phone and say thank you to your team. And in the evening, say thank you to the family. We don't say thank you often enough. And the very mention of the word thank you brings a smile on your face too. Because it's a feel good. It really is a feel good factor. And then the more you say it, actually, the easier it becomes. Simple, isn't it?
Yes, it's a great idea. I think, thank you, Neville, for, telling us this idea. I think it is important. I'm going to do this as soon as this call is over. I'm going to organize a video call with all my team, whichever part of the country or whichever part of the globe they are, and I will say thank you to them.
Yeah, and I bet they say thank you back. Because we're humans, you hope so. Well, you soon find out, and it's okay. This is not weak leadership. People think, showing your vulnerabilities, showing your real self is a weakness. It's not weakness at all. It helps your organization get stronger. And people can say, I see what you're struggling with there. I can help you. Then you say, well, thank you. It's not difficult. You just have to start.
It's a great idea, Neville. It's very nice. I think, thank you. I would like to say first, thank you to you for spending time with me and also giving such great ideas. So first, thank you from me to you on a Friday.
And the thank yous returned. And everyone out there, thank you for what you're about to do, because that's the really important thing. So enjoy the weekend. Day 10 today. We'll be back on day 13, which is unlucky for some, but let's make it lucky for you. Have a nice weekend, CK. See you Monday. And good luck, everybody.
Have a nice weekend and be safe, Neville.
And you.
Hello friends, good morning, and today is Sunday, December 19th. It's a chilly morning. When I checked the temperature a few moments back, it was 6 degrees. So welcome to Morning Brew. I'm enjoying my morning tea. I'm sure you're also enjoying your cup of coffee or tea. So let's begin. The major item that we need to discuss, as I check in my mobile, which is related to business, etc. I think one of the major news, before I start talking about the news, is about Paytm. Paytm has introduced a new feature where you can actually get rents paid directly from Paytm. So Paytm is an app, as you know. They already have a lot of other features, including investments and booking of your cabs, etc. for your business, but they have just added a rental tab to their app, and they are also giving cash back. So I think when you're paying your rent for your office or for your living premises, there could be a cashback. So this is something which is quite interesting today morning. And let's look at what are the other things, interesting things. Well, cryptocurrency price is now increasing. So I think that is pretty normal. Yes, this is something which I like to talk about. Bisleri, which is a water company which produce India's largest mineral water, bottled water in India, and very popular. They are saying that there is an app and they can get the water delivered at your doorstep. So I think this is interesting. I mean, people who believe in getting bottled water delivered to their doorstep, they can use this app to order it instead of calling the local guy, and waiting for him, etc. You can actually use the app, and why not? Even to get water, you should get high tech. And if some of us have RO fitted in our homes, but many times RO also requires servicing. So even if you want water delivered for a short duration, like a couple of days till the time your RO is fixed, I think this is a good option because this is an app which anybody can download on their mobile phone and use it. So this is something interesting which I thought I'll talk about. Well, it's a Sunday, so nothing much is happening. One more thing is that because of the COVID crisis, the income tax return date was changed to 31st December. And government has been very gracious. So friends, don't forget to file your income tax returns because this is very important. The last date, which is extended one, is approaching pretty fast in a couple of weeks from now. The last date is 31st. So don't wait for the last date. File your income tax return now. So friends, I think this is something which I've already covered Paytm. And it has been predicted that the IT and telecom will have at least 70% upwards hiring in next 3 months. So I think there is going to be a lot of changes and to the gloom in this IT sector and telecom sector. I think there is going to be a boom. A lot of jobs are going to be available going forward. So buckle up, friends, from the IT industry and also from the telecom industry. What else? Well, there is nothing much with regard to business on a Sunday morning. But once again, I'd like to say that you have a nice Sunday, and I will catch you tomorrow again in the next version of Morning Brew. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. There is a link in the description below. So if you want to go in detail, you can actually use that link. So friends, today's topic is very interesting, and it's about the management gurus that we have globally acclaimed. And what happens is that most of these gurus and the management consultants come from the West. They have written numerous books, and we tend to follow their guidelines. And so I thought, is there a method of understanding Indian business? I'll tell you the reason behind my thinking. You see, when these Western gurus, I'm not saying that they are wrong or anything. They are also right, but they are also driven by their holy beliefs. And when I talk about the holy beliefs, it's basically driven by their book, which is Bible. And Bible describes a way of life, and most of the management guru talks about this video talks about the a promised land. The promised land is where let's say in management parlance, it's the profit. So if you're running a business, the promised land, as described in the belief system, can be equated very easily with the profits. So having made that distinction, let's continue in our journey of understanding. Well, most of the business guru says that you should have certain guidelines, and you should have some sort of process. You should have a vision, mission. So all of this is definitely driven by the the commandments. So they talk about that if you do these 10 steps, you will be successful businessman. And that is why the current business model that we have has the vision, which translates into mission. Then it becomes your planning, then execution, budgeting, and then conversion. And then in case you're doing some feedback, then there is a post-mortem of what has happened. After you have executed, there will be regulators who will be following up, and they will be checking whether you have done things as per the regulation they have set, and so on and so forth. So everything is all dependent on the process that the management guru has set, maybe 100 years back, maybe 2 years back. I don't know. I'm not making a comment on that. I'm not saying they are wrong or right, but the whole point is they are driven by their belief system, which is coming from their holy book. And that gave me an idea. I thought that I should also think, because Indian civilization is almost like 10,000 years uninterrupted civilization. So is this kind of management lesson has been provided in our faith as well? And it turns out that yes, it has been provided. And in fact, there are different levels of the promised land or profit that you can actually, if you follow these management mantras, you can actually achieve the same result that you actually when you follow a well-known management guru. It is very similar to that. So there are 3 levels, and one of the level is called the heaven, swarg lok. And by the way, friends, we are live right now, and if you have any questions, you can use the chat function, and you can indulge with this discussion. I will display your messages right away as soon as I get it and address those. So the first level is called first promised land, as per Hindu or Indian mythology, is Swarglok. And Swarglok, what do you get in Swarglok? You get the king, who's very powerful, Indra, who rules the Swarglok, and he decides all the management, all the aspects of safety, security of Indralok. What else you get in Indralok? Well, you get the blessings of the cow, which will fulfill all your desires, will give you anything. I mean, you go in front of Kamdenu, the cow, and you ask for as if you are a child, and you ask the mother, and Kamdenu will fulfill your need. What else you get in this promised land? You also get a kalpa vriksh, a tree, which will give you the same thing, pretty much the same thing as Kamdenu. It will give you fruits, and it will give you unlimited supply of food, etc. What else you get? You also get money, which basically gives you boon of anything in the world. It's like one of those infinity stones, which will give you whatever you desire. So the Swarglok will fulfill all your desires that you have. It's a promised land. If you start your business in Swarglok, it is destined to be successful. So what is the rule of Swarglok? It's the rule of the Swarglok, which has been set up by Almighty, the King of Heavens, Indra, is that my need matters first. because the Swarglok always comes under a lot of pressure. Immediately, as soon as you actually start the Swarglok, get into Swarglok, it is always prone to a lot of attacks. There are everybody who are trying to capture this promised land from all sides, and every time something or the other is going wrong. Well, one of the key items in this particular promised land is my need matter first. This is what Indra says, I am the Almighty. You should always respect me. So the one of the levels in this promised land is that my need. So remember this. I will actually come back to this one and summarize the whole learning from this. So let's go to the as I said, this is always under threat, and it is being attacked at all times. So the risks are very, very high here. Even though you have a promised land where everything is available, all resources are given to you as you desire, but there is a risk of being snatched, because my need matters first is the mantra of this promised land. The second promised land is Mount Kailash. Now, this is a mountain. It's a normal thing. I'm just using this as a reference point because nobody knows where Mount Kailash is. It is the humble abode of Lord Shiva and his family. So Lord Shiva lives on Mount Kailash, and Mount Kailash is also a promised land where normal normal living being cannot even think of going in physical form. And this is a home of Shiva and his family, and this is the entire family. Now this is, if you look at this picture very carefully, I've taken it from the ancient Indian text. Here, there is no need. Actually, if you look at this, in this promised land, there is no desire, there is no need. Why? If you look at the expression of the cow and the lion who are sitting opposite each other, they are not scared of each. The cow is not scared. There is no predator, there is no prey. Similarly, there are other animals in this picture, like there is a peacock, there is a snake, there is a rat, and nobody is scared of each other. And there is an expression of tranquility on the faces of the entire family. And it appears that there is no, people are not scared of each other in this promised land, and they have achieved everything. And since there is no need itself, they can always be in the position of everlasting peace. That means I don't care about, I don't have any needs. All my needs are fulfilled. There is no need in future, and therefore Lord Shiva is always in this form where he is in a trance and he doesn't have a need. But there is his family. His family may have a need. So the whole point I'm trying to drive is that this is the promised land where you have overcome the desire of your need, but there are needs of other people. Your objective is to fulfill needs of other people. So in this promised land, or this position of prophet, you have outgrown your need, basically. So this brings me to the third promised land, and that is called Vaikuntha, which is the place where Lord Vishnu lives. And this is a third area. And if you see this is an area where what you get, he's a celestial being who's living across the universe. He takes care of everyone. And what you get everything in Vaikuntha. You get peace, you get happiness, you get prosperity, you get friendship, warmth, goodwill, and harmony. So in this promised land, in this Vaikuntha Lok, all your needs are provided. So what Vishnu does, he takes human form, descent on earth, as we have seen in the movie Avatar, and we call it Avatar, but in Indian way of saying it's Avatar, which is I'm taking your form and I descend on earth to give you things. So the Vishnu basically is a provider. He gives you everything, all your needs. So this is the third promised land, which is defined in Indian mythology. And in this promised land, the mantra is your need matters first. That means I don't have a need, I have overcome my needs, but I am going to I am going to fulfill your requirements. So your needs matter. So now we have got three basic learnings from our holy inscriptions. And let's summarize these. The first learning is, in the promised land, my needs matter first, as per defined in that promised land, in the first that we discussed. In the second promised land, I can outgrow my needs. And the third management lesson is, your need matter first. So in the first one, my need matter first. The second one, I have outgrown, I don't have any needs. Third one, your needs are first, and I'm going to fulfill your needs. So now let's compare this with the today's business environment, and whose needs matter most in the current business context. Is it the shareholder needs? Is it the employees' requirements? Is it vendors, customers? Is it the politicians, government, society, or environment? So whose need matters most? So as a business, you're thinking about all these businesses. So let's understand the management mantra given by the first promised land, which is the Indra Lok or Swarg Lok, and which is my need matter first. And the condition there is that I will look at your needs only if my needs are satisfied first. And second is, after my needs are satisfied, then your needs will be looked after. So this is the management mantra of Swarg Lok, which has been set up. And if you compare this with our society, 99% professionals are in this space today. The Kailash and Vishnu, which is Vaikuntha Lok, the learning that we get is that I don't have a need, but I want to fulfill your needs. I want to consider your need first, but I don't have a need. So your need first, then if I get something, it is okay. I don't have any desire. So 99% of the professional aspire to be in this space, in this category. So it's a straightaway management mantra that we have. And to summarize, it is basically, your belief system. This is what we learn in our rituals, in our beliefs, in our religion. Most Indians do this. They know about these things. So belief will then shape your behavior, how you behave. If you truly believe in what we have discussed today, it will shape your behavior. And if you want to be, and it's your choice basically, you want to be in Swarg Lok, that means you're like 99% of the professionals today, where you put your needs first, don't care about customers, don't care about vendors, don't care about anybody. Your need comes first. However, if you change your belief and you want to become like Kailash or Vaikuntha Lok, your company, if you follow those kind of belief, then your behavior will automatically change, and then you start thinking about customer needs comes first. So it will define your business. So whatever your belief is equal to your behavior is equal to your business. So friends, do let me know. I went on this exercise because most of the books which are written by the management gurus are coming from the Western world, and they are definitely driven by their belief system. And India being one of the oldest surviving civilization, has already have a belief which is also telling the same thing, considering the Indian way of doing business. So in the end, I just want to summarize once again that your belief is equal to your behavior is equal to your business. So I end this video, and before I go, I'd like to say a big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Their support and their help guide us and help us make such informative and knowledge-based videos. I will end with a message from them.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Assimilate Technologies, and today we have a very important topic for discussion in the legal matters, and this is concerning the government functioning and their buildings and their infrastructure, which is also known as Capital Vista. And to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, a very eminent lawyer, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me today in this discussion of the judgment of the Supreme Court in the Central Vista redevelopment and modification challenge. And I'm looking forward for this discussion with you.
Right, Jeet. So before we start the legal aspect, I just want to give a little bit of a preface to why this development is important for a country like India. So very briefly, I just tell the viewers that when the India got independence in 1947, the number of representatives in the parliament were decided on the basis of the population. And the population has almost like 3 times from that day in last 70 years, whereas the representatives in the parliament have not gone up. So it is like 530 and odd in the lower house and about half of their strength in the upper house. So about 700 and odd people are representing the Indians in the judiciary or the Parliament of India. So, uh, the whole issue of expansion has been known to the Indian government for last 30 to 40 years, even before that. And the reason being that for some reason or the other, this expansion of the parliament was postponed. And at the same time, during the British Raj, a lot of Maharajas were having their palaces, summer palaces, when they come to meet the vice chancellor, viceroys of India. They used to live in their own palace in the New Delhi area, which are now very old buildings. Some of them are almost like 250 years old, which requires the sort of renovation. And after the independence, these palaces were converted into various government buildings. So I think the government officers, when they are working from these buildings, they are at risk. So there are two aspects to the Central Vista redevelopment. One is expansion of the parliament, which is mandatory because the current parliament does not have space for extra member of parliament to accommodate. We need to expand. And why it is so critical? Because right now, one MP represents nearly 3 million Indians. If you do the math, which is very high, and 3 million cannot be adequately represented in the parliament. So that is why we need to increase the member of parliament, uh, and that will also have the democratic process. So I think that is a whole basis of this government going ahead with the redevelopment of central government buildings, which is also known as Central Vista. And recently there has been a judgment by the Supreme Court also. So I think uh, I will have Jeet talk more about it. So Jeet, over to you.
Yes, Chandrakant, you rightly said that this modification and redevelopment of the Central Vista is very much required today because when we became independent, our population was less than half of what is today. And at that time, uh, uh, around 530, which is the legislatures which are in the lower house, are not adequate as they represent 3 million people in the country. So that was what was the object and aim behind having this redevelopment of the entire Central Vista and having a modern ultra-tech parliament. And as you are aware that this Central Vista lies in the heart of the capital in Delhi, within the Lutyens Bungalow zone, where the Central Vista is located between the India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And the parliament, which was originally started construction in the year 1927, is a 93-year-old structure. And post 1971 census, where the total population of India was recorded around 54 crores, and the number of seats of the house was fixed at 545. But today the population has spiraled exponentially, and it is approximately more than 130 crore mark. And therefore, certainly, it is required to have changes in the number of parliament, the member of parliament, and which is expected to happen in 2026. And therefore, the present central hall of the parliament, which has a seating capacity of only 440 persons, which already falls short of the present need to accommodate members of both houses together during a joint session. And there is no scope to expand the existing central hall. And therefore, it was decided by the central government to construct a new parliament building with a futuristic approach, and the House of People being 3 times the size of the present number. So certainly, this was very much required and is a huge project. And the planning, which has been conceptualized, is that this will be opened in on the 75th Independence Day of the country in 2022, which is within 2 years, when the global G20 summit is also to be hosted by India in the same year. So the objective of this redevelopment plan was to have a new parliament building with space and technology to meet the present and emerging needs of vibrant Indian democracy. Also, to have a common central secretariat with all ministries in a single location for efficiency and synergy in functioning. Because as you said, that some of the offices are more than 100 years old structures, and also the government is paying a huge rent for all these offices. And therefore, it is desirable to have a common central secretariat with all ministries at one location for convenience as well as for efficiency and for saving the cost. And the third purpose was the Central Vista to be redeveloped as a world-class public space and venue for national and international events. So certainly, this is very much required and important project of the central government, which is very much essential for the democracy of this country. So the development what was coming in the way, and what some of the petitions were filed before Delhi High Court, and ultimately it were transferred to the Supreme Court, and thereafter the Supreme Court finally coming out with a judgment 4 days ago on 5th of January, permitting the government to go ahead with this Central Vista redevelopment plan. The objections that were raised were basically that there was a change in land use of 8 plots, which were earmarked for redevelopment, and it came in the way of the Development Act, Delhi Development Act, and also with respect to certain clearances from the CVC, as well as certain clearances from the Heritage Site Board, also with regards to the environmental issues and environmental clearances required under the environmental notification, and also with regards to the principle of public trust, and also with regards to providing necessary information to the public domain, as the petitioners had alleged that certain necessary information was not provided in the public domain, which ultimately led to the redevelopment in a clandestine manner by the government, not bringing out all necessary steps, which was against the democratic principles. So all these issues were dealt with by the Honorable Supreme Court in its judgment. And the Supreme Court, with regards to all these issues, negative the contention of the petitioner, and ultimately in its concluding para observes that the Supreme Court declares that there is no infirmity in the grant of no objection by the Central Vista Committee, that is the CVC. Then the approval by the Delhi Urban Art Commission as per 1973 Act is correct. The prior approval of the Heritage Conservation Committee under the clauses of the building bylaws for Delhi are also correct. It also holds that the exercise of power by the central government under Section 11A2 of the Delhi Development Act is just and proper, and thus the modifications regarding the change in land use of plot number 2 to 8 in the master plan are also confirmed. It further recommends, with regards to the environmental clearance by expert appraisal committee and grant thereof by the Ministry of Environmental Affairs is just, proper, and in accordance with law, including the 2006 notification. And therefore, the Supreme Court upheld the same, along with appropriate directions therein, to ensure that the highlighted mitigating measures are followed by the project proponent in their letter and spirit. The project proponent may set up smog towers to adequate capacity as being integral part of the new Parliament building project, and additionally use smog guns at the construction site throughout the construction phase in the progress of the site. So ultimately, the Supreme Court, by a majority of 2 judges, upheld the entire redevelopment plan by issuing certain directions, and also declaring that the proper approvals and objections were taken by the government in finalizing this plan. So that is what the Supreme Court has held. Also, with regards to the principle of sustainable development, and with regards to environment and development, the Supreme Court has observed that environment and development are not sworn enemies of each other, and it would be anomalous approach to consider environment as a hurdle in development and vice versa. The entities like Environment Appraisal Committee and the National Green Tribunal are created to strike a just balance between 2 competing interests, and a time-tested principle of striking this balance is timely invocation of mitigating environmental measures amidst a development activity. But it says that sustainable development and precautionary principles need to be understood in a proper context, and the expression sustainable development incorporates wide meaning within its soul. It contemplates that development ought to be sustainable with the idea of preservation of natural environment for present and future generation. Because it says that it is the duty of the present generation to think about the future generation with regards to environment. So it also holds that the right to development is an inalienable human right, by virtue of which every human person and all peoples are entitled to participate in, contribute to, and enjoy economic, social, cultural, and political development, in which all human rights and fundamental freedoms can be fully realized. So right to development is a part of human right which is inalienable and is available to all citizens, and without which all other fundamental freedoms cannot be fully realized. So certainly development is one of the most important aspect, and considering that the India is at this stage in, and considering that it's going to be one of the most developed nations in the world in coming years, such type of development projects are extremely important for the country, for the present and the future. The only thing is that it has to ensure that the environmental protection is also ensured. So this is what the Supreme Court has held. With regards to change in use of land, also the Supreme Court holds that the master plan does not say that there cannot be no change in change in use of land, and therefore it holds that it is incomprehensible as to how the proposed changes would be termed as substantial enough to alter the basic identity of the plan, or for that matter of the zone concerned. So because the changes in the plan was basically that the plot numbers 2 to 8, which were which was what also be changed, is that they were reserved originally for transportation, that is for bus parking, terminal, etc., for recreational purpose, for public and semi-public facilities, but which were now to be changed into having government offices and also recreational and government offices. So this was the only change in the plan. So the Delhi Development Act itself provides that the change in plan should not alter should not be so substantial. It alters the entire plan itself. But the Supreme Court held that this does not alter the entire plan, and therefore this was permissible, and it was done after taking necessary permission. So this is what the Supreme Court has held in the Central Vista judgment.
Thank you very much, Jeet, for explaining this in detail for the benefit of our viewers. And also, I like to add that in 100 years, the technology has improved almost like 10 times. So what was applicable 100 years back is obsolete now. So with government, it's not only the parliament; it has a Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is the resident for the President of India, and then there are in the Vista there is a provision to also build houses for vice president as well as for the prime minister. And at this point in time, very close by, there are various ministries which exist in different buildings, and this infrastructure like rail ministry, finance ministry, just to name a few, Sena Bhavan, which manages the army affairs. So for every ministry, there is a dedicated ministry building nearby, and these are the 12 to 15 buildings actually govern Indian government. So they roll out all the plans, they roll out all the bureaucracy around the entire country. So it is very important to have a new system, more secure system, while keeping a balance. So I think this is the first step, building the larger parliament, and I think we should not stop there. We should also revamp all these ministry buildings, build a very secure infrastructure around them, and wherever there is a need to move between different government buildings, because people go from one building to other every time, and then there are a lot of security involved and there is a lot of wastage of time. I've experienced this myself while pursuing some of these opportunities with the government. To enter this building, it takes about 4 to 5 hours because of the security clearance. So I think the central vista concept is very important, because then the entire infrastructure can be secured, and then you can move around using tunnels underground without impacting the environment. So I think there is a huge need to revamp the Indian governance system and all the ministries, especially when we are such a large country with so much of bureaucracy involved in running the day-to-day activity of the country. At the same time, having more member of parliament to represent Indians will also be beneficial for the federal system of the country. This is what I feel as a layman, without even I'm just talking in English, not talking anything in legal terms. But what is your opinion, Jeet?
Yes, absolutely. Because as the judgment itself mentions that today the country's population has increased to so many fold times, and it is more than 130 crores. and the entire country is being governed from this central vista, and therefore certainly it requires to be modern. It has to have adequate capacity, and also it requires to be up to date, and considering that in future the future prospects also, it has to be redeveloped and modified. So certainly it's a welcome judgment, and hope that the construction and redevelopment completes by uh, before the 75th Independence Day, and it can reopen and welcome the G20 summit, which is to be hosted by India.
Yes, Jeet, in fact, there are new gadgets being implemented, new systems being implemented in the new parliament. And it's going to be completely paperless to start with. Everything will be recorded. There will be new type of surveillance system. And what I've heard, what I've read in the papers and what I've heard on the news is that there will be a separate entrance for president, and there will be a separate entrance for prime minister and for vice president and for ministers. So the parliament will have adequate meeting rooms so that people, who want to meet the member of parliament will have adequate rooms, meeting rooms, etc., to be available. Because right now there is a huge shortage, and adequate justice is not given to the system. So I think it's very important for us to move to a new parliament. And also from security point of view, considering there was a parliament attack way back in the early part of previous decade, I think it's important to have proper security for president, prime minister, and vice president. I think that is being provided here in the system. Jeet, I think this is just a start. What do you say? I mean, there is an opportunity to convert the entire Central Vista, isn't it?
Um, well, that will be difficult because there are certain heritage sites, and Parliament is also a heritage site grade one. So it cannot be entirely well. It material changes can happen, but not a new entire development, because there has to be some restrictions on development in a heritage site. So considering those provisions, and with respect to environmental objections, otherwise within the permissible limits, everything can be changed.
Right. I think there is one building which I know for sure is the Rail Bhavan, which is extremely old, and from outside it looks very gorgeous and very jazzy because it looks like a palace. But from inside, it is almost crumbling. There is a rail museum there, and there is a railway ministry operating from there. I think some of the buildings can be selected and can be revamped because obviously railway is a very large ministry, requires it's one of the largest employer in the world and requires a proper building.
No, absolutely. Yes, infrastructure offices are very much required, and if efficiency is ultimately increased by having good offices and infrastructure facilities, then certainly that is the need of the hour.
And it is a very remarkable judgment by the Supreme Court giving clearance to the starting the construction of the parliament, and it will be done in less than 18 months. So I'm sure they will use the latest construction technology, modular approach, best technology to not only build the infrastructure, which is earthquake proof, fire proof, and will have the latest gadgets, completely paperless, um, with all new kinds of security, Wi-Fi, etc. So with this, we can end our discussion. Jeet, thank you very much for finding time and joining us in today's discussion. We will meet you next Thursday again in Legal Matters with something more interesting.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. Today morning, I got an email from Zoom saying that as per the new IT Act, they have modified their use policies. And I've actually glanced the policy, the new policy, and some of the things which are mentioned here are the age limit. You know, we have defined very clearly who is the probable user of Zoom services. Then there is a record regulation around recording, and also regulation about the content distribution because it could be copyrighted. To discuss this matter, I have a very senior distinguished personality in the studio, Mr. Naval Gund, and we will discuss this policy impact which is happening in India.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And yes, these providers, content providers, platform providers, are now being pushed heavily by governments around the world to maintain security, maintain copyright, and maintain lots of other things, privacy in particular. But I think something that may have missed a lot of people's attention here, and this is particularly for schools, because the majority of schools during COVID jumped into the digital world, and by far and above most other platforms that were currently existing, Zoom is one that I think an awful lot of schools have locked into because of the flexibility and the ease of use and the fact that you don't have to have a huge program running in the background. It's all web-based, it's nice and digital, it's nice and quick. But what that means now, just for education, so let's just focus here for the moment, is that if you're under 16, and let's face it, there's millions of young people in India in particular that are under 16 that are using Zoom for their education, for their academic, prowess, moving forward in academics arena. Now they're not allowed to use it. That's the bottom line. You perhaps may be able to get around this by having the parent log on to Zoom. But in some respects, I think that's probably pushing the law a little too far, and it's certainly putting the license beyond that which Zoom has actually instigated, because they've been very clear. And the other thing is, quite rightly, as you said, copyright. Copyright is huge here. And in education, they need to think about this as well, because the number of teachers that I've seen put things up that they have no right to be putting up, no access to, and getting over copyright or using within the law of copyright is easy. As long as you put the source of the information, where it's come from, so you're recognizing the author, then that's absolutely fine. It's when you take the author away, when you take the rights of their privacy, their priority work that could have taken them years to do, when you take that away, you are contravening any copyright, the international copyright law. So just for education, I think we need to be helping them understand what this new law means and how it's going to work, because their practices are going to have to change, and they're going to have to change overnight. Because Zoom, if you go onto a Zoom conference today from your country, they will have to sign this disclaimer. And the other thing is, like anything else, people do not read the fine print. So we're bringing this to your knowledge. We're raising your awareness, because you're going to have to deal with it, and you're going to have a process and a policy to deal with it. What that is, we'll happily help you, develop it. But, by all means, you need to consider it carefully, because the last thing you want to be doing is using the Zoom platform in particular, and actually you're going to be going against the rights of use.
Well, Neville, Google was the first company to nail this whole thing. And if you know about Google, they will not allow you to create an email address if you're below 16 years. And they were the first one. And you can create a student email address, but then you will be part of a family pack. So if you're like 15 years old child, then you can create, but your parents will have to create it for you as part of a family pack. And then using that email, whatever you do, it is intimated to the parent. That is how the Google has solved this legal problem. But in case of Zoom, you're not even allowed to use if you're below 16. And you have to indemnify Zoom about all the content that you're sharing. So there is a content sharing policy. I've not gone through this in detail, but I'm sure it must be uniform across the world. You know, you are supposed to be owner of the content which you're sharing. It should not be obscene in nature. It should not be a sledging kind of content, etc. And then Zoom has most importantly said that if they identify some of these violations, they will simply remove you from their client list.
You see, that's the important part that we need to make. We need to get education clear of this today. This, in many respects, is the first that's actually said you can't use a video machine, a video content machine, a platform, or anything like that if you've got under 16-year-olds. They haven't even included a family pack by the words I've written. Now, that may be, you know, something that Zoom need to address as well. So if Zoom's listening to this, then please address it, because there are so many thousands of pupils and schools that are relying upon Zoom as that, you know, content director, as that communication tool, and they're utilizing the Zoom platform, you know, however well they can do it. And, you know, our thoughts today are get the teachers, get the head teachers involved in just exactly what's happening. Just look at what's happening, see how it's going to affect you. Obviously, for any of your children over 16, don't have a problem. But there's millions of young people, not just in India, but across the world, that are tuning in to teachers giving lessons over Zoom. We just have to be really careful now. And being aware means you can do something about it.
Well, the second thing here is, Neville, is that if you are recording, say for example in school arena, if you're recording a class session, then you're not allowed to do that unless you have taken permission from the other side. So if the schools are recording some 30-40 students joining the session, and if they're recording it for you know, improving the quality, they are not allowed to do that using Zoom platform. So they have to use some other platform. I don't know what that platform would be, but at least using Zoom, they have to take permission from each and every student, and it's like an opt-in service.
Well, like anything else, there's always got to be a first mover. As you quite rightly said, you know, Google did this some time ago just on email addresses. They were smart. They created a family pack. So what that meant was that there was a discussion in the family, which is really good news. People that want to get around that can still get around it. You know, they can ask their uncle to do it because their mum and dad won't or something. But my point is, at least they looked at what should be happening. Perhaps Zoom will go down this route as well. I hope they do, because there are far too many people involved in the education arena alone. I'm not touching the business arena for the moment, because most businesses actually are over 16. So this is where maybe Zoom's thoughts have been. However, please, if you're in education, if you're a teacher there, or you're a governor, or you're an owner of a school system, we'll happily work with you, and so that you can understand what's possible within these changes. But the thing is, these changes are there, and you will be, as CK said, if you do not abide by their rules, the license will be taken away. And just imagine the thousands of kids in your schools that now will not have that option. And yes, there are other, you know, webinar type packages that are out there. Google's got one, Microsoft's got one, and a few others have got their own bespoke. But the interesting thing is, you don't really want to be moving away from something you're comfortable on. So the message today is quite simple. The rules have changed. Please listen to what those rules are. We've just literally scratched the surface on these changes, but these are the three important ones, and you need to be aware of what's happening and make sure that your school or your school district or any parent now needs to be aware of this. And the last thing you want is to slow down education, which we had during COVID. That's the biggest issue. And that's what will happen here if we do not act. So it's a tough subject, I'm afraid. It's a bit of tough love for people that are out there, but the rules do change. You just have to be aware of them.
Yes, Neville. In fact, the third thing is the copyright, which is when the school teachers are showing some examples, some diagrams, some study material, it has to be their own content. They cannot take any other content from Google and show it to people or the students. So I think that is the third important aspect. And because these things, I read it and I have written to principal of my school of my kids saying that what are they going to do now, because they are heavily using Zoom for everything, freely. It's a free tool, just use it, that kind of thing was happening. What they are going to do now is the question mark, and I've written to the principal. Let's see what decision they take.
Well, again, part of what we're doing here is just raising awareness, and hopefully raising Zoom's awareness as well, because there are things that they can do. I completely understand why they've done what they've done, but when we're talking about under 16-year-olds, they have to recognise that there's a lot of users out there that are under 16, and they're in the good arena, they're in the education arena, and the last thing we want to be doing now is having a fight over the next 2 to 3 months over what is allowed and what isn't allowed, because young people have missed enough schooling around the world over the last 18 months. So now what we need to be doing is fixing this very quickly, or at least having a patch, a workaround that works within the law, but obviously it's not stopping young people in their education.
Absolutely. In fact, the schools can come out with their own ERP, with their video sessions, and they will have to exert a little bit more and not rely on the social media platforms like Google or Zoom. I think they have to get out of it. That's the only solution which I see. And just in case if some smart student who thinks he's a smart cookie create an email address with a wrong age, then as per the legal liability and indemnification clause, he is liable for violating the law. So the law is very clear. I think we are going to see some big changes in the education industry now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So it's about taking personal ownership. So it's a message we just want to pass to people. There are ways you can work within this and make it work for you. It may mean a little bit more process up front, but we'll also hopefully be sending Zoom a message to just say, what else can you do? You've looked like you've solved the business arena, but actually, I think you've missed a big arena here too. So this is a watching brief, but the last thing is we want to stop activity. We don't want that to happen. We want young people to get the education that they deserve and they have a right to have, and technology shouldn't stop that progress. It should actually enhance and improve the process. But it's an interesting discussion today, CK. I hope the education arena is listening. It's not just India. This is going to be a global phenomena because India may be one of the first that are out there, but believe you me, Zoom are going to be doing this across the globe. So whether you're in education in any other of the continents, you need to be addressing this now.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, we can end our discussion right now, and we keep following this story as it evolves. It just happened today morning, but I think we will keep following what changes the schools are making, and I'll come back to you with more updates. For today, I'd like to say goodbye.
Cheerio, everybody. Have a good day and have fun.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode, we are discussing how to become a good public relation professional. A PR is critical to businesses, and a good PR story is far more better than a front page ad. to discuss about this topic more, we have guests today. So stick around to this episode till the end to find out about the finer points for becoming a public relation professional. Hello friends, welcome again, and we have a very interesting guest today, Ritu Gupta. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan, for inviting me to the show, and I'm absolutely fine. Thank you so much.
Well, Ritu, pandemic is there and lot of job opportunities are not as good available to the people as it used to be pre-pandemic. So now, but one industry which I would like to talk about is public relation industry, and you are from public relation industry. So tell me about this industry.
Kanchan, this public relation industry is very interesting industry. And if you are, I mean, I'll tell you, the growth, the success rate, the new opportunities, it's very high in this industry, whether it's pandemic or no pandemic. The work is always going on. You are always there dealing with your clients. You're always doing something or the other. Let it be any kind of industry, whether it's hospitality, education, or the media industry itself. The work is always going on. And this is one industry, if you are, interested in meeting people, interested in licensing, interested in branding, promotion, publicity, then I must say any child, any fresher, any person who's interested in all these things and looking out for new avenues every day should try to join this industry.
Well, generally it is said that this industry belongs to women because you will find more women employees, and I feel is that women are more capable of doing multitasking. That is one thing which is being admired by the industry, and I think strategical strategic communication is also one thing which is very much required in public relation, and women are at the best. So what is your opinion on this or your ideas on this?
Absolutely. I agree with you that this industry belongs to women, although there are men also, and men have done very well. But then somehow this industry belongs to women. It welcomes them with open arms. The reason being is this, that women are very honest. They are very good in analytical thinking. They are absolutely good in giving presentations, meeting clients, communication skills. In public relations, you have to talk to your clients all the time, explain to them about the various strategies. Why are you doing certain kind of strategies? Why are you taking certain kind of course? So the patience level, the way they explain the things with all the pros and cons, the way they, charm the client. Let me use the word, the charming the client, the way they explain things. This is one industry which is very welcoming. So the reason being, they are honest. They are very good analytical thinkers, and they know how to give presentation with lots of patience.
Well, we had been hearing storytelling from my grandmothers, and you must have heard the storytelling. But I think when we're talking about public relation industry, the way the story is being told gives revenue, it enhances the opportunities for getting a mind share and the footfalls. So that is something very good, and I think women gel with this kind of activity. But here one thing which I want to maybe express my feeling, that all the leadership in any industry goes to men. So this industry is gender biased?
This industry is not gender biased, whereas I've seen that women are leading. You go to any hotel, and if you see the PR head, it is always the woman. I myself was a PR head in one of the NGOs for more than 6 years. So this industry is not, they will not say, okay, we want men to head the industry. This is not at all chauvinistic or industry which is biased towards men. It is open for both. And somehow, in PR industry, in many of the verticals of PR, I find that women are heading the verticals, and it is very good. Hospitality, even the education industry, the women are heading the PR cells.
Of course, times are changing, and so is the attitude towards women, so is the opportunities for the women in the business and in other sectors. But somehow when we were, I mean, I am also from advertising background, and when we were in working in a company, and always you feel a man leading any organization. So I think that we should change, I think, because women do have leadership skills and they are very multitasking souls.
Yes.
So that is one thing which has to look into. Now I would like to tell somebody who is a fresher and now who's looking towards getting a job in public relation, what is the preparation he should be doing?
See, any fresher should, if they are looking out to get into the public relation industry, they should have the required qualification. They should be graduate, and they should have the required diploma, degree, certificate in the particular program in public relations, or they can do it in mass communication. And they should have love to meet people. You should know how to sell out your proposals. You should know that, and if you don't have those qualities, they can develop their soft skills. They should develop their good communication skills, because at the end of the day, in public relations, all you need is good communication skills. You should know how to speak to your clients. You should know how to tell the story about your product, your company, your idea you are doing the public relations for. And you should have that go-getting attitude. You should have analytical skills, and you should love talking and meeting people.
Well, great. Actually, as you mentioned, the communication skills and other analytical skills, I think that is always required when you are doing, we are heading a business, or you want to do, in case if you are into education also, there also you required some communication skill to deal with the students, deal with the parents. So that is something very essential. Suppose, because this is very critical question when I'm asking you, because I am from an advertising background, and I always loved people who are in public relation, and there's a lot of pressure for pressure on these professionals. So suppose if somebody wants to change from one horizontal to another, how it is possible? Suppose somebody wants to change from advertising or marketing and enter into public relation. What is the preparation which is required for that person?
I have seen personally what you are saying. I've seen personally people getting from advertising to public relations, and from marketing to public relations. And so this is, public relations go hand in hand with the marketing and advertising. Not much preparation is required. It is just that you should love the thing, your particular project. You should know about your product, because public relation is a subtle form of marketing. It's not direct marketing, but it is helping out the marketing and the sales department. It is helping out the advertising department. So you should have knowledge for all these things, but at the end of the day, you should have your own brains to tell out the story, to promote the product, to meet the client. And at the end of the day, you should be a go-getter. You should always chase your clients and let them know that you do exist in the market. This is what promotions is all about. Whether you are there sitting at home in pandemic, or you are not there, you are going out, but your product, your stories should always be there in front of your clients, in their brains. This is the attitude you should have. So good communication skills, and to know how to leave a lasting impression on the people you meet, your prospective clients, your present clients, your would-be clients. You should know how to make good impression on them. So these are the things, small things that one should know. And one should also love, looking good, dressing up nicely, meeting people, should know certain qualities of liveliness, should know certain qualities of making short talks also. These are the things one should know.
Well, definitely, as you mentioned, a very important point that you have to be positive. You should have a good communication skill. You're ready to take up the challenges. So I think that is what required to be a good public relation professional. And in the last, I just want to add that the impact in businesses done through public relation is far better and far effective when giving any one page advertisement. So that is one thing. So any last thought you would like to tell the people who are interested to make their career in public relation industry?
I would definitely tell people that they should definitely try out their hands in public relations, and I'm sure they will not get out of this industry because this industry is full of activity. It is a very charming industry. It's a very peppy industry. Things never die out. You're always trying out the new strategies. You're always living up to the present time, whatever the situation may be. And that's the challenge of this industry. And people who are in this industry love taking up these challenges. So I will tell people to definitely try their hands. They will never leave the industry.
Well, it was so lovely to talk to you and get your insight about the industry and how people can join public relation and make their career, and maybe people who have deemed to be a PR professional. I think this is the way which is being told and discussed by Ritu today. So we'll meet Ritu again in the next episode. Till then, bye-bye,
Yes.
and you take care.
Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you so much.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you graciously on Legal Matters. Today, we want to discuss about something which is very remarkable, and half of India was not even born at that point in time. The story is of 1975. It was a case between Srimati Indira Gandhi and Raj Narayan, and the case was ruled in favor of Mr. Raj Narayan. Srimati Indira Gandhi lost that case, and the ruling was made by Allahabad High Court. It's a very historic judgment, and to discuss this further, let me invite my friend Mr. Jeet Bhatt from Ahmedabad.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me in this legal matters. And I'm looking forward for this discussion in a very important judgment of the Allahabad.
Yes, in fact, there was a time where it was known very publicly that India is Indra and Indra is India. That was a slogan which was promoted, and I think most of us were not even born at that time. Almost 50 to 60% Indians that we are today were not even born in 1975, and that was the power of Srimati Indira Gandhi, where she can equate herself with the country of India. Being such a powerful leader of our nation, she lost a case, and I think we would like to know. It's very interesting to know, such a remarkable leader, very popular leader, losing the legal battle. I think you can throw more light on this one.
Yes, absolutely. It was a very important judgment of that era, and a very important historic development which happened thereafter because of this judgment was the imposition of internal emergency in the country. It was declared on 25th of June 1975. This judgment of the Allahabad High Court was declared on 12th of June 1975, wherein Srimati Indira Gandhi uh, election from the seat of Rai Bareli was declared to be void, and therefore, in order to nullify that judgment, she was compelled to declare emergency on 25th June 1975. But what had happened and what were the facts and how this came up before the Allahabad High Court and what are the rulings, that is what I want to discuss with you in this show. The facts were that the general elections for the Lok Sabha was conducted in the year 1971, wherein Srimati Indira Gandhi and Shri Raj Narayan were contesting from the parliamentary seat of Raebareli. Indira Gandhi had got 183 votes and was declared the winner from that constituency. And thereafter, she continued to be the prime minister of this country. But Raj Narayan had filed an election petition immediately after the results were declared, alleging that Srimati Indira Gandhi had indulged in some corrupt practices under the provisions of the Representation of People's Act. And therefore, his petition alleged that the main contentions of the petition were that Srimati Indira Gandhi had procured an uh, the assistance of one Shri Yashpal Kapoor, who was a gazetted officer in the employment of the Government of India, holding the post of officer on special duty to the Prime Minister's Secretariat, and having the assistance of a gazetted officer during election and for election purpose amounts to a corrupt practice under the provisions of the Representation of People's Act. The second allegation against Srimati Indira Gandhi was that she had procured the assistance of the armed forces of the Union for furtherance of her election prospects, as the members of the Air Force uh, had arranged the airplanes and helicopters at her instance for her to address the meetings at her constituency. So the reason given is that by having assistance of armed forces, of gazetted officers, of police forces, as well as the officers of the state of UP, he was having a dominating position. And to use that position over other candidates amounts to inequality in treatment to all candidates who want to contest elections from that position, from that parliamentary seat. Those were the allegations which were made. Also, allegations were made that the agents of Srimati Indira Gandhi had distributed quilts, blankets, liquor, etc., to the voters and had influenced them to vote in her favor. Also, it was alleged that free conveyance was provided by the agents and Mr. Yashpal Kapoor to the voters to come to the polling station. Therefore, the entire election was challenged on the ground that Srimati Indira Gandhi had indulged in corrupt practices for winning that election. So the court then framed certain issues in the matter. The first issue which the court framed was whether Srimati Indira Gandhi had obtained assistance of Shri Yashpal Kapoor for her elections while he was still a gazetted officer in the service of the government of India. Srimati Indira Gandhi had a battery of lawyers who were engaged and were defending the case, and wherein she had stated that Yashpal Kapoor was a member of the government of India, but he had resigned on 13th of January 1971, and the resignation was orally accepted on 14th January 1971, and the notification was also issued accepting his resignation, which was issued on 25th January 1971. So she refuted the allegation by saying that once the gazetted officer having resigned and the resignation having been accepted, and then from then on, whatever he has done, he is not the gazetted officer of the Union of India. But the court went through the entire documentary evidence as well as the oral evidence, and also interpreting the service rules, came to the conclusion that Sri Yashpal Kapoor could not have been ceased to be a government servant till the date of notification was issued by the appointing authority accepting his resignation, which was accepted on 25th of January 1971. So therefore, the court held that whatever assistance Yashpal Kapoor had given to Indira Gandhi till 24th of January 1971, he was a gazetted officer. And it was also proved that he had given speeches on 7th January, and from 14th January onwards, he was the election agent and had carried out several functions for the election prospect of Srimati Indira Gandhi. And therefore, in the month of January till 24th January, whatever functions and assistance was given by Sri Yashpal Kapoor was done by a gazetted officer of the government of India. And therefore, this amounted to corrupt practice under the Representation of People's Act. On this ground, the court held that yes, this issue is proved in favor of the petitioner Sri Rajnarayan and against the respondent Srimati Indira Gandhi. With respect to other allegations, which were that she had procured the assistance of the armed forces as the Air Force planes and helicopters were arranged for her to reach the constituency for giving election addresses. The court, interpreting the entire documentary evidence, held that the Prime Minister of the country is entitled to make use of Indian Air Force aircrafts while traveling for official as well as non-official purpose as well. And in the facts of that case, the court held that by using Air Force planes to reach Raebareli or to reach Uttar Pradesh did not amount to taking the assistance of the armed forces in furtherance of her prospects for the election. And therefore, that issue was held in favor of Srimati Indira Gandhi and against Raj Narayan. But with respect to the third issue, which was whether at the instance of Srimati Indira Gandhi and her election agent, the Yashpal Kapoor, the district magistrate of Raebareli and the superintendent of police and the home secretary of Uttar Pradesh government arranged for rostrums, loudspeakers and barricades to be set up for members of the police force to be posted in connection with her election tour. Because normally whenever a prime minister or chief minister is coming, police force is always there to provide security. Also, sometimes barricades are also issued if there is a big gathering. But what the Uttar Pradesh government servants had done was that they had procured and arranged for rostrum, the Shamiana Mandap, and also arranged for loudspeakers and electricity, which was not within the purview of the state government because it was to because during an election it is to be done by the party and the candidate. So what the court held in with regards to this issue is that it was conclusively proved by documentary and oral evidence that the rostrums were constructed by government agency for meetings addressed by Indira Gandhi in her constituency. And it was proved that the gazetted officers of the state, particularly the superintendent of police and executive engineer PWD, got the rostrums constructed for the purpose of providing for the purpose of public meeting addressed by respondent number one in her constituency. So this the court held that yes, Indira Gandhi had procured the assistance of gazetted officers in furtherance of her election prospect, which gave her an edge over all other candidates because while contesting elections, everybody is equal. And therefore, having assistance of government servants and also the election agent who was the gazetted officer amounts to unfair practice, amounts to a corrupt practice under the Representation of People's Act. So this issue was held against her and in favor of the petitioner. With regards to other allegations that she had distributed quilts, dhotis, liquor, etc. to the voters, and also that she had provided conveyance to the voters to reach the polling station, the court held that the petitioner could not prove these allegations. But two allegations of the petitioners which are proved were that the candidate Srimati Indira Gandhi had used the assistance of Sri Yashpal Kapoor, who was a government servant, a gazetted officer of the government of India, and also used the services and assistance of the gazetted officers in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And on these grounds, she had indulged in corrupt practices, and these grounds were proved by the petitioner. And ultimately, the court held in favor of the petitioner, declaring the election of Srimati Indira Gandhi as void. And further, she was disqualified for a further period of 6 years from the date of the judgment for contesting elections under the Representation of People's Act. So this was a huge blow at that time to the government. And the Prime Minister was to lose her position overnight. However, this judgment was stayed for a further period of 20 days, and therefore she was not to be removed immediately from the post of Prime Minister. But what happened in those 20 days is that on 12th of June, this judgment was delivered. But on 25th of June, the Council of Ministers and the Prime Minister wrote a letter to the President saying that there is an internal state of emergency and you declare that there is an emergency in this country. And on 25th June 1975 itself, the President proclaimed the state of internal emergency and the fundamental rights and civil liberties were suspended. All the opponents of the government were taken in custody, detained for a period of more than 20 years. The state of emergency lasted for about almost 2 years. In that time, what the government did was that they introduced an amendment to the Constitution, which was the 39th Amendment Act, wherein Article 329A of the Constitution came to be inserted, which provided that the elections to the post of Prime Minister cannot be challenged in any court of law. And this was remarkable because this took away the power of judicial review, which is which had been considered to be the basic structure of the constitution. And this this changed the entire structure of the constitution. And therefore, the power that she wielded during that time was enormous, which was never seen before and even afterwards. And therefore, that constitutional amendment came to be challenged. And the Supreme Court delivered a landmark judgment, the matter of Srimati Indira Gandhi versus Raj Narayan, where the Supreme Court held that this constitutional amendment was unconstitutional and it altered the basic structure of the constitution. Also, during the state of emergency, what she did was that she amended the Representation of People's Act 1951 with retrospective effect so that the grounds on which the judgment was delivered were nullified and taken away. And therefore, the entire judgment of the Allahabad High Court was nullified. And the Supreme Court had to accept that since the act has been amended with retrospective effect, the grounds for challenge were not available. And therefore, it set aside the Allahabad High Court judgment. But it did rule that the constitutional amendment with regards to Article 329A was bad, illegal, and void. This is what had happened during the time when internal emergency had been declared. And yes, she had tremendous power during those times. And it is because of this judgment of the Allahabad High Court that this historic event had happened.
So this is very remarkable, and it is almost like a plot of a movie when you narrated it. And nowadays a lot of these OTT platforms are showing these political dramas. So this story, it happened in real, but it sounds like it appears to be a movie plot. But Jeet, let me ask you one question. What is the state of affairs now with regard to the modus operandi of the politicians?
Well, see, election petitions are filed under the Representation of People's Act. Several petitions are pending before the High Court. So, and there are allegations made by both the parties. So well, so there are corrupt practices which are going on, and there are petitions and there are judgments which are being delivered. But ultimately, it is very difficult sometimes to prove these allegations in court. So therefore, what happens is it goes unnoticed or it goes unproved, and therefore we cannot have such judgments in every petition. So therefore, corrupt practices are prevalent in the country. We can't deny it, but it has to be curbed, and such petitions have to be filed before the High Court, and the High Court has to deliver judgments in a uh, in a short period of time, rather than taking.
So, Jeet, the 49th Amendment, which was made during the emergency, what is the status of that now? Is it applicable or it has been challenged?
So 39th Amendment was challenged to the Supreme Court, and some parts of it were declared to be unconstitutional. And thereafter, in 1977, the entire amendment was removed from the Constitution. So it is not in the Constitution anymore.
Oh, okay, it is already taken out from the. Okay, so then it's a sigh of relief for a lot of people, because then once you become a powerful person in India, then nobody can challenge it. It is almost like an autocratic state. So it's a good thing that it was taken out from the constitution. So I think it's very interesting. I am sure people can read a lot about it. I'm not sure whether a lot of information is available about this incident, but whatever is available, I think it gives a lot of goosebumps hearing about this. How the power was taken away and then wielded by the people who were in power. It was I would say that it was a dark political history of our country, which has been corrected now. So with this, I think I'd like to say thank you, Jeet, for giving us all this information. It's quite interesting to learn about these historic cases. And I will say goodbye for today. I will meet you with some other very interesting legal matters in the next episode.
Absolutely, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and welcome to the Legal Matters. And in today's session, we would like to discuss about one of the recent order from Supreme Court about how to appoint election commissioner for state elections. It's basically totally went unnoticed because of the Bengal election and so much news coming from Bengal. This particular order is very important for our democracy. And to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me and for allowing me to speak on this topic. Yes, it's a very important judgment delivered on 12th of March by the Supreme Court in the matter of State of Goa versus Fozia Imtiaz Sheikh. And certainly it is very important with respect to the democratic process and the conduct of free and fair elections, which form the bedrock of the democratic country. So certainly I'm looking forward for the discussion on this judgment.
Yes, Jeet, in fact, election commission is a very important aspect of our democracy because during the election, when the elections are being conducted, election commission really is the government. They own everything during those period of, a month or so in a particular state or in a particular area where the elections are going on. And election commissioner of that election is the de facto ruler of that particular state for those many days. So Supreme Court has ruled that you cannot have government officials as election commissioner. What is the impact of that and how it affects us, and what are the long lasting implications of this particular ruling? We would like to know from you.
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, what the Constitution envisages is that to have a independent, impartial body, which is known as the Election Commission of India, with respect to the Lok Sabha and the state legislature elections. With respect to the municipal and panchayat and corporation elections, there is a state election commission. So there are two election commissions. One is the Election Commission of India, and the other is the state election commissions. The provisions for both are different, but the purpose and the effect is similar, and uh, the purpose is to conduct a fair and impartial and free election, because that is the most important aspect of a democratic country. So in furtherance of this purpose, these two election commissions are set up under the Constitution, and state election commission overlooks the entire elections with regards to the municipal councils, the municipal corporations, and the panchayat. Now, the power given to these election commissions under both the Election Commission of India and the State Election Commission is the superintendence, direction, and control over the entire conduct of the election procedure. So they play a very important role in our constitutional setup and also our democratic setup. And as you know, we have a three-tier democratic system wherein the central government is at the central level, the state government at the state level, and the local government bodies, which are either a Gram Panchayat, a municipal council, or a municipal corporation, based on whether it's a village, a smaller urban area, or a larger urban area, respectively. So every larger urban area will have a municipal corporation, a smaller to larger intermediate urban area would have a municipal council, and the villages would have a village panchayat, because that is the principle of Swaraj, and which was envisaged and developed by the father of our nation, Gandhiji, who believed in the concept of Swaraj so much that the entire freedom movement was also based on this very important principle of Swaraj, self-rule. So every smallest town, village, smaller urban area, larger area, state, country, it has a elected government and representative who work for them and for the betterment of every area of the country. So therefore, based on this principle, the functions of election commission are absolutely important. Now, how this judgment and how this matter reached the Supreme Court is also very interesting. Is because the the governor of Goa had on 3rd November 2020 appointed the law secretary of the government of Goa, a member of the IAS, as the state election commissioner to fulfill the duties as the election commissioner. Now, the municipal elections for municipal councils were to be held in the month of February 2021 in Goa, but they were postponed by the election commissioner due to COVID, and it were to be held in April 2021. But on 4th of February 2021, the director issued a notification with respect to reservation for women and other backward candidates, and also for delimitation with regards to wards. Now, this was issued, which came to be challenged before the High Court, because it provided for the percentage of reservation not in accordance with the constitutional provision, because the constitution prescribed that not less than 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women. So 1/3 means 33%. So what this notification provided is, where there were 20 seats, 6 seats were reserved for women. So 6 seats out of 20 would be around 33, less than around 31 to 32%, but it would be less than 33%, 33.33. So the Bombay High Court on this issue gave a detailed judgment saying that this violates the provision of the constitution, because this is not in accordance with the percentage prescribed, as the constitution provides it shall not be less than 1/3 of the total number of seats. So if it is 20 and there has to be a fraction, so if 6 is say 31%, then it is less than 33%. So then you have to make it more than 6, so you have to make it 7. So similarly, if there is 25 total seats and you provide for 8 seats, so that is again not 33%. So if there is a fraction, so say 7.33 or 7.6, then you have to make it 8. Or if it is 8.33, you have to make 9 seats, because it can't be less than 33%. So this is what the Bombay High Court held. But what interesting aspect also, and what the Supreme Court held, was that there was an overreach of the process of law. What the SEC and the director did in that matter, the commissioner, that the High Court had reserved the matter for final hearing on 22nd of February 2021. Now, on 22nd February 2021 at 9 a.m. in the morning, they issued a notification declaring the election to be conducted. So whenever a notification for commencing of the election is already declared, the High Court is bereft of its power to exercise or to even hear the matter, entertain the matter, as per the provisions of the Constitution itself. Because what the Constitution provides is that the election, once commenced, has to be quickly ended and ultimately resulted into the result has to be declared. And if there is any illegality or anything, if any person is affected or aggrieved, then he has a remedy to challenge it by way of an election petition, which is also prescribed under the acts. So the elections should go smoothly. The election should not be interrupted by approaching courts other than what is prescribed under the law. And therefore, an election, once completed, only thereafter illegalities can be challenged by way of an election petition. So this was what is provided. So for the High Court not to entertain the SEC and the director on 22nd of February in the morning 9 a.m. when the offices start at 9:30, they started their office early, and only to see that the High Court does not entertain and decide this matter, they issued this notification commencing the election. And this was done again going against the statement made by the Advocate General of the state, who said that we will not do it. So despite that, they issued this notification in the morning. And this is what the division bench of the Bombay High Court in the held against them, saying that this is malice in law and this is trying to overreach the process of court, and still declared this notification of 4/2/2021 to be bad, illegal, and against the provisions of the Constitution with respect to the reservation of seats for women. Now, this matter reached the Supreme Court as the state of Goa preferred an appeal under Article 136 of the Constitution. And the Supreme Court, in its judgment on 12th of March, clearly held certain aspects which are most important. And it said that the appointment of the state election commissioner, of an officer of the government, is a violation of the mandate of the Constitution. because a state election commissioner is appointed under Article 243K, and 243K provides that the superintendent's direction and control of the preparation of electoral rolls, the conduct of all elections to the panchayat and to the municipal council shall be vested in the state election commission. So his role is very important and crucial because he undertakes the entire superintendent's direction and control of the entire election process. Also, what is the Supreme Court interpreted the provision was that he cannot be removed from his service except in accordance to the procedure which is provided for the removal of a High Court judge. So the removal of a High Court judge, the impeachment proceedings are so there should not be any threat on them that they can be removed at the whims. They are not serving um, at the whims and fancies of the government. So therefore, this protection is given to state election commissioner as well. It is also provided that his conditions of service are also not to be varied to his disadvantage after his appointment. So once he's appointed, he cannot be removed unless by a procedure by which a High Court judge can be removed, and his conditions of service also cannot be varied to his disadvantage. So these are the protections given to him because of the nature of his function and duties that are imposed upon him by way of the constitutional provision and the importance attached to his position. So therefore, the role is absolutely independent, impartial, and neutral. And if he is a government employee, then that violates the mandate under the Constitution. And therefore, the Supreme Court in this matter also provided and held, I may just read the important para of the Supreme Court judgment, which Supreme Court says that the most disturbing feature of these cases is the subversion of the constitutional mandate contained in Article 243K of the Constitution. The state election commissioner has to be a person who is independent of the state government, as he is an important constitutional functionary who is to oversee the entire election process in the state for panchayat and municipalities. The importance given to the independence of a state election commissioner is explicit from the provision for removal from his office made in the proviso to clause 2 of Article 243K. Insofar as the manner and the ground for his removal from the office is concerned, he has been equated with a judge of a high court. Giving an additional charge of such an important and independent constitutional office to an officer who is directly under the control of the state government is, in the view of the Supreme Court, a mockery of the constitutional mandate. So therefore, the Supreme Court declared that the additional charge given to the law secretary to the government of the state flouts the constitutional mandate of Article 243K. The state government was directed to remedy this position by appointing an independent person to be a state election commissioner at the earliest, and such person cannot be a person who holds any office or post in the central or any state government. It was also made clear that henceforth, in all state election commissioners appointed under Article 243 in the length and breadth of the country in India have to be independent persons who cannot be persons who are occupying a post or office under the central or any state government. And if there are any such persons holding the post of state election commissioner in any other state, such person must be asked forthwith to step down from such office, and the state government concerned be bound to fulfill the constitutional mandate of Article 243K by appointing only independent persons to this high constitutional office. And the direction contained were given under Article 142, which power the Supreme Court has to give directions which have to be complied to do complete justice in the case. So this is a very important direction given by the Supreme Court. And as far as the state election commissioners are concerned, I am aware even in Gujarat, the IAS officer is appointed as the state election commissioner. So he will also have to now forthwith be removed, and an independent person will have to be appointed. And this will have to be done in the entire country. So absolutely important, wonderful judgment of the Supreme Court upholding the values of democracy in this country and also advancing it by having independent persons appointed in such an important constitutional posts. So certainly a very important judgment delivered by the Supreme Court.
Jeet, thank you so much for explaining this, the entire judgment. It is very important. And for the viewers, I like to explain that, in our democracy, we never have purposely not kept the even numbers in our parliament and in our assembly, because if you have even numbers and if you divide them by 1/3 or half or something like that, then again there will be issues which will arise and will create confusion between opposition and ruling party, because then if there are numbers which are equal, and we all know, all the simple mathematicians will know that if you have an even number, it is divisible by 2 or 3. So that is why all the seats in all the assemblies are kept at odd numbers, and that is when this issue comes. When you divide the seats odd numbers, these are not divisible perfectly. So if you have 1/3, for example, then it will be some decimals. If you have 2/3, again it will result into some decimals. So I think it's a no-brainer for a common person that, why don't we resolve it? But I think in a country like India, where everything goes up to Supreme Court and people cannot resolve logical things, so even this one has gone into Supreme Court, and now Supreme Court has said that if you have a situation where you have 1/3 is like you mentioned, Jay, 6.33, that 0.33 is an infinite number. You cannot solve it from mathematics standpoint. So make it 7. So I think it's so logical and so clear. And now it has become a ruling. And the second part, which is very crucial, is that you have to have an independent person as election commissioner. And I'm sure it will affect everyone, even the general election it will affect, because now you cannot have IAS officers replacing and taking over these roles. So what is, in your opinion, will be an independent person? Have you ever given a thought about that?
So the constitution provides that the appointment has to be made by the governor. But what is important and what has been recommended is that there has to be sort of a collegium system where the governor, and some independent authority persons, and also the leader of opposition, should all brainstorm and decide on an independent person who has to be appointed. So it can't be now with this judgment. It can't be any person who is employed with the state or the central government. So there are. In some states, even retired high court judges have been appointed. So that is also a good option, to have a retired high court judge as the state election commissioner. So that can also be thought of. But let us see now with this judgment how the government is to come up with independent persons.
So I think it's pretty good, because fair and impartial elections can be conducted. There will be no influence on any side. You cannot accuse a person or anything of that sort. In our Indian politics, a lot of mudslinging happen before the election and also after the election, and that continues until the next election comes and the cycle repeats. So I think some of these activities can be reduced. I am hoping for that, and this judgment will help us there. So Jeet, thank you very much for coming and explaining this to our viewers today. It is a very important judgment as far as the Indian democracy is concerned.
Absolutely, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
So we will catch up again next week on something more interesting with regard to legal systems and any new ruling which is coming from Supreme Court. I say you have a nice week ahead, and I say goodbye for today, only to catch up next week again.
Thank you. Goodbye to you too.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and we have a very interesting subject to discuss today. As the humans prepare to send their representative, their people on Mars, and the first Martian would then be required to set up colonies, to set up infrastructure, to set up supply chain for food, etc., whatever the daily needs for the next generation to come and settle down, I think there will be a requirement for governing these people who eventually go and settle on Mars, because governing Mars from Earth will be highly impractical. I think the first Martian would draw inspiration from the Earth political system. Today on Earth, we follow some sort of democracy in most countries. And this democracy has been tested, tried for thousands of years as of now, where people cast vote, which then translate into people representative, who then decide the fate of those people who have sent them to parliament or assemblies. Now, as we know, this system is existing, and there could be possibility of coercion in even in democracy. So when the Mars is being set up as a fresh experiment, don't you think that we should actually look at a different kind of governance system? Stick around till the end and we will discuss all aspects of the governance of Mars and what could happen to each walks of life. Friends, reality of today's democratic world is that no country follow a standard method of democracy, especially on Earth. There are about 200 plus odd countries, and barring the few, most follow democracy as they speak. However, none of the countries follow a standard system. For example, a US system may follow certain norms, certain regulations, but which are not similar to UK election. And UK election is not similar to Indian election, or neither of them are equal to each other. Australian system is totally based on some certain different algorithm. So all of these countries, all different countries, have a different mechanism to translate people's franchise into power, and that creates a little bit discrepancies in the political system. And in the end, we realize that the translation of people's will into power of politician is not absolute, and this gives rise to coercion. When we're talking about setting up on Mars, maybe we can rectify these issues. Maybe we can think of setting up more people participation into decision making process. Maybe we can have a direct implication of what vote a person has casted vis-a-vis the power the politician enjoys, and who can be the politician. I think there is a time, the time is right to define who can be the leader. In today's world, anybody who actually wins is the leader, but that should not be the case. We should have a leader who's built on ethics, who's built on some personality, who's built on certain value system. So we can now think of setting up a more resilient, more people friendly, more absolute people's power type of regulations for the Martian government. Friends, the first Martian or the subsequent Martians who survive on the surface of Mars may basically go back and forth between Earth and Mars. Now there are certain difficult postings right now where people actually are posted on those positions, but those are once in lifetime. High up in the mountains or in Antarctica, you cannot actually live forever on these difficult postings. So initially, when Martians actually try to set up colonies on Mars, initially the whole setup would be based on volunteers. However, when the Martians are trying to survive, whatever decisions you take in the first few generations will last for a couple of more generations. And subsequently, when there is a permanent settlement on Mars, the survival on the Martian surface would be different from survival on Earth's surface. Well, Earthlings have pretty much figured out how to survive because we have been here for so long. And when we are setting up human colonies, we would need to set up things like entertainment, things like leisure, things like work, schools, etc. And in all of this, there will be transportation, there may be need to travel for recreation, etc. So you never know how Martians will actually evolve as a society. But then the survival norms would then eventually will be different from what we have on Earth. And therefore, what is right step on Mars may be a wrong step on Earth. Maybe those survival steps are not allowed on Earth by the legal system, by the political system, and by society by and large. So the survival of Martian people would depend on the local conditions, and therefore the legal system or the society or the religious backing of these actions will have to be determined by the local conditions. And since those local conditions are different on Earth and different on Mars, these two policies, survival policies, will have to be derived separately. From that point onwards, moment the humans set foot on Mars, the survival policies will start taking shape, a different one for Mars and different one for Earth. And eventually the survival policy of humans on Mars will become norm or the legal system applicable on Mars and will be so different from Earth. So that is why we have to understand that moment we start setting up a colony on a different planet, the Earth fate will also change in terms of understanding what is right, what is wrong, how the ideologies are impacted, because the Martians will form their ideology on a different parameter. The Earth ideology is dependent on the racial differences that we have today. And similarly, Martian society will be formed of multi-racial systems, but their survival instinct will be different, their policies would be different, and hence these two planets will then evolve in a different path socially. Very similar to the survival policy, the social fabric of Martian would be totally different from the Earth's social fabric. Now we are answerable to our families, we take care of our kids, we also take care of our parents, we have certain way of living in society, we have right and wrong, and those are pretty much determined. Even if I go to another country, the right will be right, wrong will be wrong. And similarly, the way we do things socially, for example, marriage, divorces, friendship, dating, all of these features may be different on Martian, depending on the survival instinct of the first Martians. And therefore, the social fabric will be totally different. The way of life on Martian will evolve, needs to evolve. I would rather put it that way. Whereas on Earth, it has already evolved based on certain ideological differences. So those ideologies will not be applicable on Martian surface, because people will be overwhelmed by the survival, by doing tasks, by setting up colonies, and as a result, the people will have to take care of those tasks, and those tasks will actually play a major role than this social fabric of the society. And hence, the social fabric will then evolve. I'm not saying that the social fabric will destroy. It needs to evolve. And like any other thing, evolution is a natural tendency. And then people will then do a fresh trial and error in terms of local conditions and then form their social fabric. And therefore, the social fabric of Earth will be different than the social policies or fabric of Mars. And all of this definitely will impact the political system and also law and order. On Earth, the education is very well defined. There are certain methods of education of our kids, starting from nursery to junior school, middle school, and college, etc. It's very well defined. At every stage of the life, humans study certain things and gradually evolve over time. Somebody have a brain of a mathematician, they actually get into science and physics and mathematics. Others may like to practice arts, some may like to practice music, and some may like to become an administrator. All this is determined by the education of the children on Earth, which is very well defined. And how this education system has come into being is basically what is needed by the society. So today, if we need people to administer our society, we need people with that aptitude. We need law enforcement systems, and we need scientists, we need teachers, and therefore so on and so forth. Different types of skills are required for humans to survive. When people go on Mars, the requirement for them may be different, may differ little, may not be entirely different, but I think the kids may not need to study their music of Earth. They may have to evolve their own music. Maybe certain instruments do not play as well. The music instruments which are found on Earth may not play as well on Mars. So they may have to evolve into a different kind of music. The survival science will then influence the education of kids, and maybe they have to study geology rather than studying anything else, because they are just setting up on a planet. They would need to understand what are the rock samples, where they can set up their homes, where the water is found, what minerals to mine, how to grow plants. Maybe these are the things which will take forefront in the education system, and therefore when humans basically settle on Mars, they cannot take the education system on their planet. They have to bring a new type of education system, and therefore when I say that education policy will be determined by the Martians, and therefore this education policy will also be decided and hence will be impacted by the politicians, and therefore even this will impact the political system on Mars. Now I want to talk about the most interesting aspect, and that is related to economy. The economy on Earth has evolved over last couple of millennia. During the time of colonization, this madness was brought into control by having different currencies. That means each country will have different currencies. Today we have so many currencies. There is a currency market by itself. You can actually buy currency and sell currency. Each country has their own currency, whereas there are consortium of countries like Euro. They follow one consortium and one currency. So these are all things which are evolved by humans, by great mathematicians and economists, to control this madness and to ensure that economy moves in the forward direction. Now when we have this system, obviously people don't like this botheration of doing cross currency calculations. How much it will cost me if I buy in Russian ruble? How much it will cost me if I buy in Chinese yuan? So it is extra botheration, and that is why the cryptocurrency has evolved, because cryptocurrency is something which is governed by itself on the internet, and it is gaining foothold. It is going to get recognized, but I think the method of accepting cryptocurrency is rather slow on Earth. I believe it will accelerate moment a Martian colony is established, because the economy of Mars will be different from economy of Earth. Maybe on Mars water will cost in the in value of gold. We don't know. Maybe oxygen may be very expensive. I mean, in terms of commodities, because on Earth the scarce elements are more expensive, and things which are available everywhere are cheap. So I think the same method will apply on Mars. What is scarce on Mars is the survival. You don't have too much water, you don't have oxygen, and therefore this economy will be determined by the commodities in demand which are scarce. And therefore when you have different economy, why they have to follow an old norm which actually evolved from a colonial era? They can actually start afresh with the cryptocurrency itself. And once the Martian cryptocurrency is recognized, the cross conversion between Earth currency and a cryptocurrency of Mars will be so complicated. So to ease that burden, the Earthlings will also accept the cryptocurrency, so that they have only two currency from that point going forward, which is Martian crypto and the Earth's crypto. And that is why this whole thing will be a major change in the way we do things. most of the banks will disappear, or maybe they will become a finance company. They will have to reinvent themselves when this happens. But this is inevitable in my point of view. There is going to be a totally different norms for understanding what are the financial systems and what are the financial irregularities, and therefore Mars and Earth will evolve on a different trajectory when it comes to economy from the time the colony on Mars is set up. We must agree that when the Martian civilization is set up, they will have a totally different way of governing themselves. They will have a totally different political system, which is so different from Earth's system. Their education will be totally different. Their law and order will be totally different. What is legal here may be illegal on Mars. What is illegal here on Earth may be legalized on Mars, depending on how the society evolved. So I think given the freedom to humans, they can actually think about how they need to be governed in a totally new system, and the setting up of Martian colony by humans will also have a profound impact on the way the life on Earth will govern in future. These are the very big aspects in terms of setting up goals for the human civilization. From that point onwards, there will be two different civilizations. One is called Martian, which is again Homo sapiens, and one is called Earthians, which are also Homo sapiens. I think the goal for the Martian civilization is to grow further, colonize Mars, look at how survival can happen on extraterrestrial planets. They will learn how to set up different bases on different satellites, other satellites like Europa, Titan, maybe second colony on Mars, maybe certain moons outside on the gaseous giant or on the ice giant. So I think the research and development on Mars will be driven mostly by these aspects, where the humans will be then going out further from Mars and learning how to set up things, and therefore the legal system which will govern the Mars will be different from the legal system which governs Earth, because if the society does not change, the legal system will also not change. However, if both the societies, which is Martian as well as Earth, grow together, then they will be able to combine both challenges, and come up with a unified system, which is most unlikely. Friends, this is what I thought in terms of bringing this very controversial aspect of how the society will look like on Mars, especially when the Martians will have a totally different types of challenge than the people face on day-to-day basis on Earth. Right now, travel time between Earth and Mars is about a couple of months, and that too, the opportunity to travel from either Earth to Mars or Mars to Earth arrives only after 2 years, when both planets are at the closest. However, the technology will improve and we will be able to reduce this time from couple of months to about couple of weeks. So it will be similar to traveling to a tourist destination, like we do it every year with our family, that we like to go to Rome, we like to go to this place, that place on Earth, and we spend couple of weeks, kind of dedicate couple of weeks for our recreation. So similarly, there will be a time when the people from both the planets will be able to travel back and forth. However, there has to be a control, because who can come, who can travel, who can buy the ticket, who will settle into that society which is different from Earth society, or Martian who will come back to Earth and then settle down on Earth. So there are a lot of issues like that. Therefore, there will be a visa system. I'm sure there is going to be a visa. There could be a medical visa also, which can be applicable, because the Martian diseases will be different from the Earth diseases, and we don't want to carry the infection from Earth to Mars, or the Martian infection to come to Earth. So there could be a medical visa, there could be a vaccination visa, there could be a legal system based visa, what is allowed, what is not allowed, and all those kind of things. Pretty much in today's environment, we have a travel permit from one country to the other. So similarly, there will be a system which will be based on certain different parameters from traveling from Earth to Mars and Mars back to Earth. Don't you think, friends, this is going to be a reality when a Martian colony is set up on Mars? Friends, do engage with us and send in your comments on this very, very important subject. Tell us what you feel. Tell us you have any opinion. Do share with us, and we will run some of your messages in the next version of Akulmac Live. And if you like what we discuss, please subscribe our channel and give us a thumbs up. And I will catch you in the next one as usual. Until then, bye-bye.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. This week we will talk about the events which unfolded in our legal system within 14 hours, 14 to 15 hours, during the mayhem and the rioting that was happening in the northeast part of Delhi, soon after Trump left. So this issue is not related to the writing itself. It is related to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Now let me give a little bit background about this particular judge. He has, or rather Judge Muralidharan has given some of the remarkable judgments which has profound effect on the Indian legal system and Indian society by and large. He is the perfect judge. He has thorough knowledge of the law, and he is also implementing it thoroughly. He is one of the top luminary as far as legal systems are concerned. Justice Muralidharan was transferred after giving a verdict against the Delhi police, and which was then utilized by a lot of political parties, and it was all in the media and so on. So I just want to dissect this particular event so that and give my own analytics on how it happened, and what happened during that 14 hours. So when the rioting was going on in northeast part of Delhi, there is a lawyer. In fact, there are activists. I don't want to tell their complete name. I just use their last name only, surnames, which is father and daughter, Mandars. Their surname is Mandars. So the daughter Mandar gave a petition related to the law and order situation in northeast part of Delhi, and there was writing, and petition is about safety, security of people. Ideally, this such a petition should have gone to Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, but on that day, Justice Patel was on vacation, and then through the legal process of how the cases are distributed in Delhi High Court, it landed in the court of Justice Muralidharan. So he listened to this argument, and there was, since it was a grave situation in northeast part of Delhi, he decided to hear the case in the middle of the night at his residence. So, which is also a normal practice, that in case of emergencies, the judges open cases in their residence, and they call the staff and also sometimes other judges just in case. So Justice Muralidharan heard the case, opened the case, and gave judgment at 1:30 in the middle of the night. And the judgment is about instructing Delhi police to provide protection to people, which is fair. As far as legal system is concerned, this is absolutely fair. And the follow-up date was given on the same day, which is like 1:30 in the night, at around 12 o'clock, 11:30, 12, when the next hearing was set up. And while this case was being heard, just before that, the father advocate Mandar gave another petition related to the same event. So now there are two petition uh, related to the arson, mayhem, and rioting which is happening in northeast part of Delhi. And hearing all this from the legal standpoint, the justice gave a order uh, or his verdict saying that Delhi police responsibility is to provide protection to people and ensure that these things are calmed down. While giving these things, this kind of a judgment, the judge also used words like unprofessionalism on account of Delhi police, etc., etc., which is also fair. And from legal standpoint, this is what you know judge felt at that point in time based on hearing both the parties. And the next date was set up, and that means the judge gave 24 hours to Delhi police, since the situation was so grave at that point in time, that within 24 hours you should submit your response, saying that why you have done the work professionally and what is the situation. Now, at that point in time, we all know, we have heard the news that Delhi police was really having a lot of tough time. They were losing their officers, police officers. In fact, there was so much news about this attack on police officers with acids and stuff like that. So I don't want to talk too much about the mayhem part of it, but nutshell, I want to say that Delhi police was having a really tough time at that point in time, and on top of it, the legal system is basically sort of putting a lot of pressure on Delhi police to give appropriate response when they are fighting for their lives, and they have so much pressure that they have to bring the calmness. They were basically announcing in that area that announcing and asking people to calm down and go back to their home. At the same time, they were trying to not use lethal options like firing and stuff like that. They didn't do it, and they were losing their officers. So in such a situation, I think Delhi police really played a very vital role in controlling the whole thing, and they didn't want the morale of their officers come down, because if that would have come down, then situation would have become very, very grave at that point in time. So ensuring that the morale of Delhi police is always kept up, the government of India transferred this judge. Now let me take you back a little bit in time. This judge, Justice Muralidharan, was actually transferred on February 12th, much before all this happened, much before Trump came to India, much before the mayhem started and blah blah. It's like 2 weeks back he was transferred. The process is that the collegium, which is the group of judges in Supreme Court, they decide which judge will work where, and this collegium had decided based on their pressures and what is needed where. The collegium decided that along with 3 other judges, Justice Muralidharan will also be transferred. So Justice Muralidharan was transferred to Punjab and Haryana High Court in Chandigarh on February 12th. But in order to exercise this transfer, the government had to notify, and they were taking it easy and so on and so forth, and the consent of judge was also taken before the transfer. So it happened as per the book, as per the legal system, as per the consent given by everyone, which is all the senior judges, the collegium, which is a collective of judges, and also the judge who were transferred. So in this case, there are 4 judges who are transferred, including Justice Muralidharan. All of them have given their consent to get transferred. Now, having said that, when this judgment came where Delhi police was pulled up, the government notified the transfer. That means, as per the process, whatever judgment any judge gives on that day, if he is transferred on that same day, all the judgments are null and void. So I think it was on the part very important activity that government of India had to do in order to keep the morale of Delhi police high, is to just make sure that the judgment which is sort of negative in favor of Delhi police does not affect their morale. So they transferred the judge, because anyway the judge is transferred. All they had to do is basically notify this order. They notified, and consequently all the judgments given by in the middle of the night at 1:30 and also in the afternoon at 2:30 on the same day are null and void. Basically, there is no follow up. This particular judge cannot make a follow up. Hence, the Delhi police now get at least 6 weeks to respond, not one day. So now everything is fallen in place. Delhi police has enough time. Delhi police has filed a lot of FIRs. They are investigating, and they can submit a proper response. So, that is what they needed also. So this is what has happened last week with regard to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Even though it has been politicized, but I don't think the political parties have any legal standpoint. They can just make noise and they can probably fool some people. But as far as legal system is concerned, as far as the process is concerned, there's nothing wrong in doing this. And Government of India ensured that the morale of police, which was very important at that point in time, is also kept high. So this is my analysis on this issue. I will meet you again tomorrow with some more analytics. Till then, bye bye.
Hello friends, this video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. Friends, we covered the Facebook smart glasses few days back, and it looks like that the smart glass space is bubbling with new and new entrant. There are lots of options available now. There is Google Glass, there is Apple Glass, and as if there is a race going on in the smart glass arena. And this is exactly what we are discussing. What are the new innovation? What are the possibilities? And there is one more entrant which nobody has spoken about, and we have done some research, and we want to bring this new entrant innovations to you in this episode. And this new entrant is none other than Intel. Intel has done a lot of R&D, a lot of feedback from their client, what the users are expecting from a smart glass. If you remember, friends, we actually spoke about the privacy, infringement of privacy. The users of the smart glass technology with camera will have to be very careful about where they are actually recording it, and if they are recording it, for what purpose they are recording, and if they have taken consent from the other person. And in fact, all the frontline countries shooting children in the park without parental consent is absolutely illegal. So if you have a smart glass like this with a camera on, and if by mistake also if you're shooting somebody and he comes to know, he or she, they can file a complaint against you. So I think the smart glass technology is basically, especially with the camera, is basically quite, you have to learn how to use it. So that is why Intel has understood that, and we want to bring what they are actually working on their smart glass. I have a surprising news about it, but I'll tell you in the end. So moving on, their smart glass is called Want, and it has a logo and all that, and it's called Want, and it is different from other smart glasses. As you see that the smart glass, there are a variety of them. There is Samsung, there is Facebook, there is Google. There are a lot of Chinese smart glass. The smart glass tend to get very bulky. And if you're wearing a very bulky glass, then immediately it is a giveaway. People will come to know that, hey, you're wearing some technology and you might be shooting my video. Or it looks sometimes very ugly and clunky, because these things are very thick and all that. So Facebook for the first time came out with the partnership with Ray-Ban, and they are actually integrating their technology with the Ray-Ban smart glass. And the advantage there is that you will be wearing a normal Ray-Ban, and people will see you as a very stylish person, but you may be shooting them, you may be communicating with your fans on Facebook, you may be going live with a very smart looking glass. So I think that the parameters of the smart glass are now changing, and Intel has done a lot of research in this area, and they actually developed a prototype called Want. And this is the glass basically that they have developed after a lot of R&D, after collecting a lot of data from the field. What are the expectations? So first thing is that in their smart glass, they have not provided any camera. So that is so different from the rest of the other smart glass manufacturers. In fact, I'm actually giving you update about the philosophy behind this smart glass, more so about the technology of the smart glass, because smart glass technology is definitely out there for many years now. So the philosophy is that there is no camera, so you can't make any video out of this. This is a smart glass which will help people without violating any privacy laws, but you can still access pretty much everything on your smartphone. And there is nothing displayed on the glass. So all the tech is basically is researched by their smart glass team. And as you can see, the form factor of this glass is very, very smooth. It's almost like my glass, which I'm wearing right now. And it has all the tech which is built into this, but it is not visible. It is not very thick and all that. There are no gesture buttons. There is no switch on and things like that. So actually this smart glass has no visible buttons and all that. Instead, it relies on the gestures. So one of the gesture could be you turn your head this way, it will start. You turn the other way, it will stop. So it is highly configurable with gestures, with your head movement. Like you turn this way, it will do something, and turn the other way, it will do something else. So suppose you are sitting in a hall and you just turning your head as if nothing has happened, and you may be seeing things in your smart glass, and it may be communicating with you from your smartphone. There is no need to bring out your smartphone to use this smart glass. So that is the number one difference. Number two difference, different technology is a groundbreaking innovation. There is no screen or there is no display on the glass itself. Unlike the other brands like Apple and Samsung and Google Glass, which projects something for you to see on your glass. It could be very distracting and disturbing, because suddenly you're looking through your glass and you're driving, and suddenly there is a message which is flashing. So you start looking at that. It could be very distracting. So I think the innovation that Intel has done is amazing. The innovation is about not to display anything on the glass, but there is a small projector here which will actually directly display into your retina through a very, very low power laser light. So, and the things that are displayed are not very high-end windows, graphic rich windows like Android windows, or Android screen and the Apple screen, or even PC screen. These are only text messages. So the philosophy behind this technology is, number one, it does not display anything on your glass. And from one of the corners, suppose you start looking downwards like this, then suddenly you start seeing some text. So you actually, suppose you don't want to look at it, you can just normally communicate and you don't actually see anything unless you actually bring down your eye to a certain level like this, and then suddenly you start seeing things. Because at that angle, there is a projector which start directly projecting things onto your retina so that you can see things very clearly. And another thing that is happening here is that since it is directly projecting into your retina, then whatever it is projecting is absolutely clear, even though you may have a number attached to your eye. You're wearing actually a prescription glass, but this display is going to bypass the prescription and will always focus on your retina, so that retina will see, even though if the vision is very blur for you, but this text which is visible, which has been projected into your eye, will be absolutely crystal clear. So it does not require any adjustment for your eye type or any number type or anything like that. It is ready to use. All you have to do is you can get these glasses, get the prescription lenses fitted in it, and this is ready to go. You can configure the gestures, and it will look like this. As you can see, it is projecting directly some messages, some text messages. Say, for example, you're going towards, you have integrated with GPS, it will show the arrows, simple arrow, turn left, turn right after 100 feet in text messages. So it is non-intrusive, it does not disturb you and things like that. And then it will also have voice recognition. So you can actually, suppose you're on Google, you have a Google smartphone, you can always integrate the Intel smart glass wand with the Alexa, and you can say, hey, show me this recipe. You want some recipe to be displayed. So it will start displaying those text messages, the ingredient and the process and all that. So it will be in a text, not in picture. So you can just read, and then you can say, Alexa, take it away. So it just disappears. And it will be available only in one corner of the, so you have to literally look at it and then come back and do it. Now the question arises that since it is projecting a laser onto your retina, does it have any side effect? So enough testing has been done. This is the very, very low power laser, and it does not have any side effect on your eye, on your retina. And look at the form factor of this. The entire tech is so well hidden. There is no camera, no recording, no infringement of privacy laws. Very smart. You just buy it, get your prescription lenses fitted into it, and it's a great help to users. You see only what you want to see, and it does not do any recording and anything like that. So even by mistake, you are a genuine guy, and if you use your smart glass to record, and by mistake you record somebody, who comes to know that without the permission you have recorded that person, it could be problematic right now, especially with the new laws, new digital laws which are in place. Most of the progressive countries where without person's permission you can't shoot, you can't make a video. So this is amazing. Now, friends, I had promised that I'll tell you something very surprising, and therefore I kept it for the last. Well, Intel has done this R&D. They have actually produced the prototype, and the intention was that a lot of developers will develop the applications which will be used on this technology. However, since 2019, there are no development, and in fact the news is that Intel has stopped all funding and stopped further development of this platform. So my video is dedicated to just the innovation behind this particular new type of smart glass, which works on gesture, can be controlled by gesture, does not make any videos, display things which are only useful for you, and does not clutter your eye with a lot of icons visible, does not project anything onto the glass. So it is a very innovation. Maybe Intel will start the development whenever they think the market is right for launching this particular smart glass. So it's quite innovative. I was quite impressed with this innovation which was being done by Intel, but they stopped right now. We will probably not hear about this in future very soon, but nevertheless, I think it's quite innovative. Friends, before I end this video, I want to say a big thanks to Performance Works International from UK for sponsoring this video. It's because of them we were able to produce such videos, such informative videos, do research and bring it to you. I end this video by giving you a word from them.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live, and today we want to discuss about the lightning which exists in nature. As we know, the lightning is a natural phenomena and it exists in nature. And we all know that, the cause of the lightning, we don't have to get terrified or horrified about seeing the lightning in the sky. However, the latest studies have shown that during the lockdown, the lightning has reduced considerably. Apart from other benefits the lockdown brought in, but the surprising thing about this is that the lightning which exists in nature naturally, there has been a reduction in that, and that is why it is very surprising finding. There were other benefits also, but one of the key reason for reduction in lightning was the reduction in human activity. As you can see that in fact all of us know that the because of lockdown people were confined to their homes, and because of that not much traffic on the street, not much activity on the street also, and as most of the streets were deserted, there were a lot of benefit to the environment. The environment started basically recovering itself. And one of the reason is the use of aerosols. As you know that humans use a lot of aerosols, and some of these aerosols actually go into the atmosphere and reacts with a dust particle in the atmosphere. And then these dust particles create ice around them, which facilitate the lightning. So if there are more aerosols in the atmosphere, which is pollution actually, then there will be more lightning. And because of this, since the human activity was reduced, uh, there were less aerosols in the atmosphere. At the same time, the burning of fossil fuel is also another reason of pollution, and also has the same effect. And that creates very minute ice particles into the atmosphere, which facilitate the charge built up in the atmosphere, and then creates lightning. So before the lockdown, there used to be a lot of lightning, even during rain, or even if there is no rain, there used to be lightning in the skies, and that has reduced considerably during lockdown. And this is a phenomenon which has been noticed, and this lightning basically has been reduced quite a bit because of the lockdown, because of the reduced human activity. And therefore, the in a way, the atmosphere or the nature is got a chance to recover itself from from whatever humans were adding into as pollution. And it is surprising, such, I think there are more to be studied. And even the lightning is less lightning in the skies is also attributed to less pollution, and that is a very good finding by the scientists today. I thought this is a very interesting subject, and I thought I will bring it to you. If you have any comments, do send in, and you know that I respond to each and every comment of yours. I will say goodbye today, only to catch you again in the next one.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. So much bad news is now coming. If you look at the top newspaper or read any mainstream media, you will have all the statistics, you will have all these, when the vaccination is coming, a lot of politics is being discussed openly. So the challenge for us is, how do we keep our positive outlook? How do we maintain that, we always have a good, events happening, going to happen beyond the horizon? How do we maintain that as a business leader? Or in fact, this is a hallmark of the leadership. So to discuss this very important subject, I have been joined by a very important, very senior industry colleague of ours, joining me from UK. So an outstanding show coming up. Friends, there is also a giveaway. So please stick around in the show. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Friends, let us welcome our guest today. His name is Mike Bradley. He is joining us from UK, and he is Group Chief Strategy Officer of RHF and Scale Up Arena. So we will welcome him without further ado, and we will ask him a very, very specific leadership question today. Mike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Chandra. Good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm very good, Mike, and fortunately the curve of infection has sort of flattened. It's still growing, but it is sort of flattened because of the lockdown, which was announced a couple of days back.
Right.
So
that's very positive news. That's very positive.
Yes. So I think the question today is...
keep our fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that continues.
The question really is, how do we maintain a positive outlook, or how do we remain positive with positive mind frame in the event of adversity? That's really the question for leaders and your advice for the leaders.
Absolutely. I also would phrase that as the art of true leadership. because I think anybody can lead when things are going well. But the mark of true example and leadership is when things are going badly, that person can still maintain the support and the spirit that enables somebody to overcome the challenge. So for me, that, you know, maintaining a positive spirit in the face of adversity is the art of true leadership.
So much bad news and new mutation of corona. Because of that, people are having a lot of hindrance in their day-to-day activities. The strategy planning also is not working, because you know, what strategy to plan for what month. So all those of complexities are now coming up in the business. So what is your advice? How do we maintain a positive outlook towards our business?
Well, I think one of the first things that's most important is we must maintain a positive outlook. We must always look for the positives in every situation, because if you don't, it's a downward spiral and things will only get worse. So the trick, I believe, is to get up one more time than you get knocked down. So I think there are 3 E's that come to mind when it comes to overcoming adversity. There is endurance, obviously, there is endeavor, and there is endearment. And I think those 3 E's apply in all situations, obviously in business, but also in education, in family, in health, in government, and of course, least likely to occur is in the media. Because, and I think, let's start with the negatives around this first. The first thing to do if you want to maintain a positive spirit in the face of adversity is don't go and talk to the miserable people or the miserable leaders, because they will drag you down. They will bring you quite happily into their downward spiral staircase, and you'll all be going down to the abyss together. So the first thing to do is to avoid spending time with those people who are always on the negative. Second thing to avoid is to avoid taking the mainstream media too seriously. Because if we listen to the media or we read the media too much, they love a story. And there's an old expression that used to be, bad news travels like wildfire. You know, what sells, what gets viewers, nothing better than a good old tragedy or some scandal. Some negativity will always get the attention. And a few years ago, there was a newscaster in the UK called Martin Lewis, and he basically was saying we should have more good news. And of course, he was very unpopular for saying this because, you know, unfortunately, good old auntie does not like good news. They really like to stir things up. And so they'll always look for the negatives. So the second thing to avoid is the mainstream media. Don't expect to get up every day, read the paper, and then have a positive outlook, because you will be, you know, disappointed. Because I can guarantee you, if you open up the front page of any Indian newspaper or any UK newspaper, particularly the red tops, as we call them, you will see a negative headline, because they love to drill into that. And of course, we all read these things and we all, you know, but what actually happens is nobody actually gets anywhere by focusing on the negatives. You know, and I think as an example, you know, if wars start when both sides focus on the negatives, they seek revenge, okay? But the only way you ever resolve an argument or a challenge is to sit down, with the other component parts, the other party, the other opposition, and say, how now can we solve this problem? It's only, and every war ends up with a sitting around the table of the two parties who originally started the war. So the crazy thing is you have all this negativity in between, lots of deaths, lots of collateral damage. And at the end of the day, what solves the problem? Sitting around a table and seeking to find a positive way forward. So short circuit all that and start, I would suggest, with looking at the three positives I said, the three E's. So the first thing you have to do is obviously work hard, endeavor. Okay, so there is no point sitting in the middle of a room, head in hands. Oh dear, I've got a terrible situation. It's terrible. It's bad news. All I would say is stand up, get up, start trying to open the doors that you can see. You may get 9 doors slammed in your face, but the 10th door will be the one that opens. So the key to that is, leave no stone unturned. You as an individual, a leader, a worker, a member of the family, you are the only person that can change the situation to a positive. And you can only do that by trying to open the doors that are immediately in front of you. It's like nobody climbs a staircase by jumping to the top. You have to climb one step at a time. But who has to take that first step? You as an individual have to. So first of all, endeavor is vital. Yeah? Do you agree with that? And now I'll give you the next one.
Well, I think very good advice. So very important. Stay away from naysayers, negative people. Is absolutely essential for our own good. And also not look at the mainstream media too seriously. I mean, you can look at it, but not too seriously. But I have a question, Mike.
Exactly.
The question is that, people used to read the newspaper and whatever they can grab, and they used to call themselves information junkie. And what happens to those kind of people who have this urge of knowing what is going on? Current affairs, they have to know everything, every bit of it, because that helps them decide the next move. What happens to those kind of people?
Well, I would probably fall into the same category myself, actually, Chandra, because I spent, longer than I care to admit, several decades being very interested in current affairs and politics. So yeah, I'm one of those. I will read the the intelligent paper, I would say, not the red tops. I'll read a semi-intelligent paper at the weekends. I will always watch the news. My father used to be compulsive about watching it. He'd sort of watch the 1 o'clock and then watch the 6 o'clock maybe, and he may even get around to watching 10 o'clock as well. I don't think the stories was that varied. Even in his old age, he didn't forget them, but maybe there was a slightly different slant, a little update. So I don't think there's anything inherently bad in following current affairs. In fact, when you're approaching these doors, we said you've got to keep banging on. If you don't take account of the environment that you're living in, then you're not going to actually take the right course of action. So I think, being aware of current affairs is very important. Also, I think on the the opposite side of what we said about mainstream media, Aquamac, for example, is a positive influence. Okay, listen to Aquamac every day. If you're having a negative situation, have some encouragement, have some positive input. And that's, I think, you've got a major contribution to make on that, Chandra. You're a decent, positive person, and you're running this show, and everything about this show is positive. So, you could do worse than tune into this every day if you've got a problem. And that brings me to the second E, which is, in my opinion, endearment. because actually what we need around us is not the naysayers, but on the opposite side of the equation, you want the encouragers around you. You want the positive thinkers, the creatives, the people who say, actually, what about if you tried this? Or, I know, you could work with me in this particular instance and we could together overcome the challenge. So look for partnerships, look for joint ventures, look for people that are around you that you can build relationships with who are positive and make, you know, the old word synergy, 1 and 1 equals 3. You know, so find people around you who are going to actually contribute something positive in the face of that adverse situation. And that is, for me, the second vital element is not only are there the doors that you can go and open, but actually, if there's 2 of you trying to open doors, there's twice as many doors potentially to be opened. And you never know what might come from that. Because as we know, you know, within the scale-up arena environment and within business growth environments, you don't get to enter into international markets unless you do it in conjunction with somebody locally. So, you know, partnerships and joint ventures, having and finding those people that you can build this endearment relationship with, whether it be business or personal, will certainly help not only to maintain a positive spirit, but actually to maybe even establish a positive path forwards. So I would suggest, you know, that's the second E, very much so. And as I said, you know, Chandra, you're a positive person, you're an encouraging person, you're a good listener, and therefore the show that you're producing, I believe, has a very positive contribution to make to that. And I think if more people listen to Akelmac and listen to your discourses, particularly if they are facing an adverse situation, they may get some ideas, they may be able to glean from the positive endearment and endeavor spirit that comes through the show. You can pay me later.
Well, definitely this is not rehearsed, and thank you so much for giving such nice compliments. We're trying our bit to not to have any negative impact, and we always cover the positive side. We always give advices to business because everybody needs advices. We also help people in networking. So try to maintain the positive outlook. So thank you so much once again, Mike.
Pleasure. And I think for me, the third E, if you like, is endurance. Okay, nobody ever said the journey was going to be easy. Nobody said that the difficulties are going to be over by, well, what time would it be for you? By 5 o'clock this afternoon. Nobody said it was going to be finishing and there would be all plain sailing from now till the end of time. However, one thing's for sure, if you give up, you're never going to arrive. You're never going to break out of that situation. So, you know, and I think it was, well, I think we've used this before, but on the expression that it's never over until you've actually achieved the objective. So if there's still the opportunities there, the situation isn't finished. And even if you get knocked down, the key is to stand up again. Some people have lost everything and then come back and made a fortune. So it's never over until you've actually given up in your mind. And those 3 E's, you know, the endeavor, the endearment, the endurance, they came to me as the approach that a chap called Ernest Shackleton took. He was an explorer who, in the beginning of the last century, 1912, he used to do explorational journeys to the South Pole. And on one of these, he went down to the South Pole from the UK, and unfortunately, his wooden ship got frozen in the ice. And it wasn't just frozen for a week. It wasn't just frozen for a couple of weeks or a couple of months. He was actually stuck in the ice for, I believe, it was 15 months. It was way over a year. And and he obviously had a team of people, a team of men with him on that trip. And basically those were the three characteristics of his leadership style that it meant that actually at the end of that period, and this is just a demonstration of endurance and endeavor, to manage to rescue his entire crew, which is what happened in the end. He didn't lose a man. And basically, when there was sufficient melting of the ice, what he did was him and I think it was 2 or 3 of his crew members, they rowed from where they were stuck in pack ice to South Georgia in the South Atlantic. They actually rowed it, got support and supplies, and rescued the rest of the crew. So again, if he'd given up, he would never have rescued his crew, but he never gave up. And to me, that's probably the most amazing example of leadership. If you can imagine 15 months stuck in white snow or ice with virtually no food, with virtually nothing to do. I mean, I think they used to play football, so a team sport for endearment, for, keeping their spirits up. I'm not so much a football fan, but I think even in that context, I would have played football. I'd have probably gone for rugby, but since there were no hospitals to fix broken collarbones, football was probably a better option. But for me, and when we were talking about how do you maintain a positive spirit in the face of adversity, how many times in 15 months you must have woken up and wished, well, I wish today we'd had some melted ice, but no, we haven't. Another day, we got to endure, we got to work, got to keep busy, got to keep eating, got to keep positive, and we've got to keep working together. And because of his leadership spirit, and for me, that is probably the best example of leadership that I can think of. And then there was, of course, Horatio Nelson, who was quite a famous admiral a couple of 100 years ago. And just before the Battle of Trafalgar, he had a fleet of ships, and he used, and I couldn't tell you what it looked like, but he used flags to signify a message to his fleet. And the flags he signaled, and the message he signaled was, England expects every man to do their duty. And I think that's the other key, is we as individuals, in the face of adversity, have to do our bit. It's no point in expecting your next door neighbor to do it for you or somebody else to come bail you out. They've got their own challenges to resolve. Maybe they've got their own adversities. But one thing's for sure, if you sat down with your neighbor at a safe social distance, and maybe had a cup of chai and chatted through your challenges, built the rapport, given a bit of encouragement, a bit of support, some creative ideas, there is much more chance that something positive is going to happen for both of you. If you both sit down and, mournfully think about how bad my situation is, I can't get out of this, and blah, blah, blah. Because the other good thing is you're not alone in it. Particularly in the current situation, there's an awful lot of people in the same boat. And the other point that's relevant is there's always somebody worse off. It's not always easy to think that. Sometimes we want to be inward looking and thinking how miserable our situation is. But actually, the only way to look at it is to say, actually, I could be much worse off. If you've got a roof over your head, you're far better off than somebody who hasn't got a roof over their head. If you had something to eat today, you're far better off than somebody who hasn't had anything to eat yet today. So whatever happens, you got to be, count your blessings. Because if you don't count your blessings and keep positive, you'll join the naysayers and the mainstream media on the spiral down. And that there's only one way that you go down, and that's to the abyss. The only way is up and forwards, in my view. So how do you maintain a positive spirit? You've got to work at it with endeavor, endurance and endearment.
Well, Mike, you gave a very good example of Mr. Shackleton. I think people who have not read about him must read and understand what is this endurance is all about. I think he went to the North Pole and then he wanted to find the South Pole, and that's when all these events happened, and I think many more events. His life is an example for everyone.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
So I think some of these very positive words came out from our discussion today. I think you are speaking from the heart and saying that, hey, let's not, there is no need to lose hope. In any adverse situation, we have to keep our positive outlook always, because something good will happen beyond the horizon. So I think that is what your advice is to our viewers, isn't it, Mike?
Absolutely, 100%. And the contribution from someone like yourself. And don't take for granted those people who can add a positive contribution in your life, because they are the ones who are going to help you get through whatever adversity you're facing today.
Absolutely. I think these are some of the positive encouragement we have got today from you, Mike. And I'll tell the viewers that if in case they want to talk to us, talk to Mike, please contact us. We will make that happen. We will bring you live and you can discuss directly with Mike. So with this positive outlook and advice, I'd like to end today's show. Mike, thank you so much for finding time and coming and discussing and telling us so many good words today.
It's been an absolute pleasure as always, Chandra.
Thank you, Mike, and I will catch up with you again next week. Until then, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmek Technologies, and I graciously welcome all of you to this edition of Legal Matters. Before I start our discussion, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for introducing me and welcoming me. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
Likewise, Jeet, and just to introduce a little bit more about yourself, you are a very senior lawyer practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also very well known in various legal fraternity. And today we would like to discuss about the farm bills. And there has been a lot of agitation. There are certain farmers which are happy. There are certain set of farmers which are unhappy. And there are a whole lot of politics
going around all these three farm bills. So from your point of view, what is these farm bills? Are they going to benefit us, not benefit us? Why there is protest? So I think we will like to know more from you.
Yes, Chandrakant, actually, we see a lot of agitation going on right now and protest in the national capital region due to the introduction of these three bills, which have now been enacted and are the law of the land. So the parliament in the month of September introduced three bills, which are the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. The next one is the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement on Fair Assurance and Farm Services Act 2020, and there was an Essential Commodities Amendment Act 2020. All these acts deal about and what they are, we will discuss. But before, I would like to tell you what is the existing system till now and how the entire agricultural sector was restricted and regulated under the APMC acts of the states. So basically, agriculture falls within the state list under the 7th schedule of the Constitution. It's a state subject, and states regulate it, and they carry out the act, relating to agriculture. They issue laws and regulations and notifications. So this time, in order to have a entire one nation, one law system, wherein the central government has tried to introduce these bills, and basically it focuses more on trade and commerce, and it tries to do away, in not completely, but in a way introduce a new system where the farmers can directly buy and sell outside of the APMC markets. So basically, the purpose of introducing these APMC, that is the Agricultural Produce Market Committees and the Agricultural Produce Market Laws, was because at the time of independence, the farmers were not so well off, and they were. It was seen that they were quite in debt because they had to every year produce uh, farming products, and they needed loans, and so therefore a lot of times the private players used to exploit them, and therefore it was felt that there needs to be a law to protect farmers from being exploited. And therefore in the 1960s, states started to introduce these agricultural produce market laws, and which regulated the sale and purchase. And every farmer as well as the trader who wanted to purchase had to be registered through those what is called as mandis. And every region and area had their own mandis, and through which the trader had to register, and then only he could purchase. And all sales and transactions were noted down and were kept in the register. So this provided for the laws to govern farm produce. It regulated the buyer trader registration, price information, recovery of dues, and dispute resolutions. Now, as time progressed, and as we saw that the APMC Act also was not in tune with the current times of free market and free market economies. And when liberalization has happened to such an extent that almost all sectors, now the government wants to take away its control and push things into the market. So these bills now introduce this new system wherein the farmer and the buyers or traders can directly transact between each other. So that is the purpose of introduction of the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. The next act which has been brought is the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement of Fair Assurance and Farm Services Act, wherein the farmers can enter into agreements with traders for selling of their agricultural produce. And the agreement and the contracts will be provided by the central government, the form its terms and conditions. And basically, it provides for the protection of farmers on price assurance and farm services. And the third act, which is the Essential Commodity Amendment Act 2020, which now uh, which has been introduced is that it basically the Essential Commodities Act was originally enacted in the interest of general public, for which certain essential commodities supply, distribution, and production was restricted. But now with this amendment, the supply of foodstuffs, including cereal, pulses, potato, onions, oilseeds, etc., uh, have been removed from the purview of the Essential Commodities Act, and it can be restricted only in the times of war, famine, or extraordinary price rise and natural calamity of grave nature. So therefore, they cannot be brought within the purview of essential commodity, and there cannot be a restriction on its uh, production, supply, and distribution. So these are the three bills which have been introduced and which have now been enacted. And basically, the let me just read the object and purpose of the introduction of this Farmer Produce Trade and Commerce Bill 2020 is that it provides for the creation of an ecosystem where the farmers and traders enjoy the freedom of choice relating to sale and purchase of farmers' produce, which facilitates remunerative prices through competitive alternative trading channels to promote efficient, transparent, and barrier-free interstate and intrastate trade and commerce of farmers' produce outside the physical premises of markets or deemed markets notified under various state agricultural produce market legislation, to provide a facilitative framework for electronic trading and for matters concerned therewith. So this is the aim and object of this act, which has been introduced. And the salient features of this act are that any person having a PAN card can become a trader and can enter into an agreement with the uh, uh, farmers either through physical or electronic trading and transaction platforms, and they shall have the freedom to carry on interstate or intrastate trade and commerce in farmers' produce in the trade area. So one farmer from Punjab and Haryana can sell his produce